Second time's the charm. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome to a bit of Pillars of Eternity. Hopefully this time it doesn't crash upon pressing continue. I'm not entirely sure what we want to do today. Do I really want to do the White March, or do I want to progress with something else? Because, I mean, like it's a 3 days travel to the White March. So I kind of want to do... Yes, I'd rather wait for that to be done. What the... you okay, Palagina? Right. Let's have a look at my journal. I really do want to do that at the same time. What about this one? I could maybe go towards that one. Let's travel. Let's have a look around and see what awaits us. I must admit, I do like the sound of my voice when I wake up. I mean, I like the sound of my voice in general. I'm very egotistical. But
I don't know this castle.
Yeah, I do like my having woken up voice. Good morning, Pickle. So, moving swiftly on. I think that's the bluffs there. So I think that's where we're going to go. That's the White March over there. Let's travel. We're going to Dyrford Village. Oh, it's 24 hours, okay. Oh, okay. I'm happy with keeping these characters with me. Craigholt Bluffs, maybe? Let's go there. Let's explore. That's not the most inspiring picture. Let's save the game. I think I'm going to have to go through my old saves and just delete a load of them. Because, yeah, if that's what's slowing the game down. But it had trouble loading before, so I don't know what it was. It might have just been cloud saving. Exceptional hide armor. Okay, we're having that then. You got... Right, guess what? You're having exceptional hide armor. Just compare it. Yeah. So... Okay. You can have that then. You haven't actually got much gear there either. We haven't actually come across much hands, ring, waist, feet stuff either. I was expecting a lot more loot by now for those sort of slots. Oh, so there's an enemy mercenary soldier there.
Stop there. Where do you think you're going? This area is under the control of the Torn Bannermen. Anyone else wanders in, they're not leaving again.
What's going on here?
For starters, I've got orders to put a sword through your gut if you don't turn around and run back home.
Allow it to pass. I'm the Lord of Cadnua.
What, that old pile of stones? Your fish bait's what you are. You don't get back down that road.
Now fuck it, we ball.
We've got trouble over here. You've had your chance.
Like if she's just knocking everybody down. I need to withdraw. Oh, maybe everyone could have got to go after that one, please, because I am nearly dead. And if you could just shoot that one as a bit of a distraction. I've got some dazzling lights. Heal myself. Oh great, more people come to the fray. Yeah, you go after them. Put a shot on it. Well, yourself. This isn't quite working out. I'm just going to restore some of my endurance. Oh no, this is going to be hard. Okay. Yeah, it's alright, I'm down, I'll take that. But my health has been reduced massively as a result. Yeah, I think some more strategy and tactics might be needed here. There's only one mercenary up there, so we can deal with that maybe. If I go on to see if they will load that. Yeah. They're quite tough enemies as well. But yeah. And to be honest, I like them. I used to like the micromanagement rather than sitting the AI stuff.
Of course.
Stop there. This area is under... For starters, what, that old pile? We've got trouble. You had your chance.
Eddie, you want to go over there and... has its AI protocols changed? You're dealing with that one. Well, you are now. I need to get out. Need to have you pull back. Elf, you need to be around there as well. You two have the same target, that's great. Okay. Let's have some defensive spells. Let's heal up. And let's bring it down. Paying on these two. Ah, a berserker. Now, interestingly, you can't actually see their health because they're, well, berserking. Do I have that spell that lets me withdraw? No, I have to just go for the deflection instead, because they're coming in with melee weapons. Let's have consecrated ground, not concentrated ground, consecrated ground as well. Yeah, so while they're berserking, you can't actually see what damage they're doing. It's not really worth it to do that. What about... have we got any more dazzling, bewildering spectacle? Let's confuse the enemies. So yes, because they're berserking, you can't see the health. But that goes for friendly players as well. Like if you're playing a barbarian, probably not the best idea to do that when... I don't really want to use one of my spell slots to summon tentacles right now. Jesus, these guys are tough. Maybe I need to turn back. Boarding seal, inflicting shock damage. So I don't think there is any defense against it other than what you've already got. Yeah, let's have a defensive circle. Pallegina can't do anything to heal herself there. No. If she goes down, she's going to have to go down, I think. It will restore my endurance on Pallegina, though. Major, rather. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to keep having to fill them up with life, because if that attacks her... we're in trouble. Eddie. Go down the soldier, please. I need 2 skeletons to go over there. Pallegina is still... taking hits. Goes to some health. And now it's oh, that guy's turned his attention there. He's disengaged, but he's down, okay. Pallegina, command him to get back up if you can, please. That's one per encounter, isn't it? Right, Aloth, pull back. Expose vulnerabilities on these two if you can.
Can't get a good shot.
What are these guys? They're just near invincible. Use a searing ability on him. In fact, no, change mine. Heal. Go shoot him. Put together. Let's have a look. Siege of Craghold. Members of the Torbellum do not appreciate what our prisoners in the camp. I was forced to defend myself from their aggression. Yeah, is that how it went down? I had to defend myself against their aggression. Okay, yeah, right. So, never mind the fact that I actually just went up to them and said we were going to attack. Okay. Okay.
Of course.
An arquebus, that's the letter, fine gear. They've got some good gear. Hello, Sentinel. Okay, let's have a look. Trolls intervened. Okay. So I can go back to my camp, my keep rather, and investigate that. Oh, sorry, I haven't given you the armor yet, have I? So let's give you the exceptional hide armor. Looks different as well. I can appreciate that. But yeah, some more gear for the gear slots would be good. I don't think you really get those until like even like the White March. Oh dear, this isn't good. Okay, time for some yeah, I might need some actual strategy tactics here. Never mind, he's down already. Right, you'll have to bring our tank up then, Pallegina. Yeah, this is a fucking shit show. I'm not taking them on this level, no way. I don't do fair fights. And the amount of guys there that I'd have to deal with, no. And the thing is that, let's be honest, if that fight is as tough as it is now, how hard is it going to be when we're actually in Consul Hort's place? So, no, let's not. Let's not bother. Let's go to the Wooden Plains. There's stuff I want to investigate here. Let's clear out the wilderness some more. And go to this gorge as well. I want to make my way more towards Dyrford, if I'm honest. Father and Hunter. Soul Hunters arrive seeking employment. Okay. Oh, we've actually... Okay, right, so we've already been here. It's a Stonewall Gorge, then. We'll go that way. I think as well, depending on where you activate the fast travel point on the map, on the world map, you end up there. So like if I... So ordinarily start here, but if you're coming from, say, the Dyrford, you'd actually start around up here, maybe. So I'm not entirely sure how it works. That's how it used to work in other games. Other CRPGs. Pathfinder and Baldur's Gate and such. And in, like, those Planescape Torment it had to as well. Let's follow the road. Let's follow the road first and foremost. But yeah, especially in Planescape Torment, because that took place pretty much entirely in a city. The City of Gates Sigil. Those markings this way. Reverse. Ah, companion. You want a piece of uncooked meat, a small oil undressed in tattered leathers offers a mumbled greeting and waves his hand. Despite his pleasant smile, the upper right portion of his face is in a sorry state. An eye patch stitch with a stylized eyeball wraps around on his head. And his ear is a mangled remnant that twitches and spasms while the other ear perks up at your approach. Next to him is displayed a carcass of a deer, appears to be ripped open by a bear or wolf. You hear a gurgling rumble next to you. Sagani places a hand on her stomach. Her eyes are on the carcass. Still fresh. Itamark's pink tongue lolls out of his mouth.
If this is your deer, you need a new game warden. Name's Heravius. Hungry? I can't eat all this. First catch of the day, help yourself.
I think this guy is a druid. First catch of the day, and it mentions as well, yeah, ripped open by a bear or wolf. So I think he's a shapeshifter, which is pretty cool. I might need her more than Pallegina, I think, because I don't think Pallegina's quite proving the DPS or tank that I really needed. So yeah. Like, Paladins are great. I love Paladins. I think they're actually the best designed class in the game. But they are... I'm not quite seeing it right now. I don't think she's tanky enough to actually deal with a lot of the stuff she's doing. I don't think she's putting out enough damage to contribute that much. We shall see. Let's have a look. So, this is rational. You might want to cook that first.
And ruin the original texture? That's the best part! Just see for yourself.
Turning his attention to the corpse, he plunges his hands into the deer's vivisected head.
Eat up!
I'll be stoic and eat it.
Gods no! Don't eat it! I assumed you realized I was being a churlish ponce. I applaud your bravery, but unless you've a cast iron stomach, I don't recommend eating the feces tube.
What kill that deer?
One ornery Stelgar. Though looking at the deer's insides, it had a malformed but delicious heart, and would have been dead within the year regardless.
I don't know what a Stelgar is.
Gallowayne chose a fitting end for this fine animal. Pardon me. I shouldn't pray with my mouth full.
Oh, the Gallowayne who I'm really upset. Oh, that's good, okay. What brings you here?
Other than the delicious venison, new trees to document, new animals to sketch, new sights to be seen. I've learned as much as I can from the druids of my circle. I'd rather wander and learn than take root and stagnate. So if you're traveling to Deerwood and need another set of hands, I'd welcome the safety of a group.
Druid's assistance would be welcome. Rational, benevolent, I don't know what my reputations are. I'm gonna go for rational.
I'm trained by the celebrants of Hawk and Ivy of the Fisher Crane tribe. I know more than my share of nature magic, and, well, I don't shy away from a good fight. I have business with the druids that live near Twin Elms. So long as we find ourselves there eventually, I'm happy to follow along.
Oh, well, you're welcome to join us.
Splendid! It'll be an honor to run with a pack for a change.
Let's replace you with Heravius. Pallegina will be coming back into the party at some stage, especially to do the quests. But for now, yeah. I've never really played around with this guy.
Need something?
So druids are very interesting. The idea is that they can shapeshift and turn to a Stelgar. Well, let's have a look at our bestiary. Or our cyclopedia. Stelgar. Stelgar. I don't think we've actually encountered one yet. No. Nope. So, you could transform into a beastie.
Need something?
Interesting mix of stats there. Okay. What's my reputations? Benevolent. So more benevolent than I am rational. Okay, but those are still good reputations. Like, benevolent, diplomatic, and rational are the ones that I really want. Yeah.
Yes.
So, let's level them up. Reverse. He's a druid. So, I actually think I'm going to give him higher stealth. So, Wild Strike. The druid's knowledge of the forces and nature of allows him or her to automatically inflict shock damage when spirit shifted. Deal damage, freeze, corrode. Or burn. Okay. And those are the specific ones there. So yes, I think I'm definitely going to focus on the wild shifting stuff. So wild strike. So spirit shifting rather. So I think let's say corrode damage. Let's go with that one first. So he's going to melt through armor because that's going to be a big thing, I think. Let's boost stealth and his survival. I'm sure his law skill discovers something. And here we have spells as well. Create a cone of putrefaction, causing immediate corrosive damage and then more damage over time in any area of effect. That's really nice. Blizzard, you know what that is. Burst of summer flame, fire. Conjure lesser blight. Okay. Firebrand, forms a powerful sword. Casts his hands. Okay. Hold beasts. Forces a shrieking cry from the caster's throats, paralyzing all but the most fearsome of animals. Insect swarm. I love spells like that. Summoning, but especially like, oh, that's horrible. Taste of the hunt. Wood skin. Yeah. New athletics, why not? So, Wild Strike Corrode. Oh, I see. Okay, so I think you choose one type of damage and then you just do that kind of damage. Okay. Bonus spells. I think I'm going to keep him as a shapeshifter, so I don't really know if I want to just... I mean, what else can we do? Against all spirits, against all vessels, Wilder Hunter. Interrupting blows. These are modes. Bloody Slaughter. Hits convert to crits against targets with low endurance. That's actually kind of cool for a roleplay standpoint of view. With implements. Up the line. Fast runner. I don't know if I'll go for that one. 90% damage is corrode. If I want to, I'm going to go for that one. The Wild Strike Corrode. Because that's his one thing that I really wanted to excel at. And he's, and by God, he's going to do it. I'll improve your law skill as well. There we go. More spells. Beetle Shell, okay. Bow Shattering. But preventing the target from taking actions. Okay. Infestation of Maggots. Oh. Raw damage over the time. The more wounded the target, the greater the effect. Nature's Balm, Purge Toxins. So Nature's Balm, healing. Rapid regeneration, nice. Purge Toxins, removing poison disease, nice. Tonic Storm, Spreading Plague, Stag's Horn, Twin Stones. Okie dokie. Next. Bonus spells. I don't think he's really going to be using spells on us, so I'm going to go for something else instead. Let's go for... what about offense? These are specific slayers. Primordials, Ghost Hunters, Spirits are a pain in the ass, they really are. Interrupting blows. So interrupt is how likely you are to delay the opponent's current or next action. So a 1 to 100 roll is made. So it is a D100 system, yeah. Okay, that confirms it. If the result is to have the concentration of the target, players a hit reaction, and their current action is delayed. Okay. Vulnerable attack. Going to slow down their melee attack speed. No, I don't want the modes. Bloody slaughter. Low endurance. But what's low endurance, though? Is that less than half? Is that less than 25%? Penetrating shot, no, that's modal. I'm going to go for interrupting blows. Yeah. Interrupting blows, yeah. Slow the enemy down. Stealth is going up. We'll hold on to those 2 points. More spells. Boiling Spray, Calling the World's Maw, Conjure Blight, Hailstorm, Moonwell, Overwhelming Wave, Wicked Briars, Form of the Dilemgan. So if you want to read those. Boiling Spray takes burn damage and is pushed back. Calling the World's Maw, Jagged Rock to stab upward from the ground. That's cool. That's a cool spell. I love spells like that. Hailstorm, Moonwell, Overwhelming Wave. Moonwell. So, regenerating health. Crush damage. Nice. Wicked Briars. I've seen that one used before. It's very fun. Big Thorny Vines on the ground. You have Hobbling. And... okay, that's good. So
Yes.
that's our druid, who actually has quite a lot of health though, with 125 hit points. He's like the second highest.
Well,
And for some reason my health's shrunk down. I can't quite see the numbers there. No idea what's going on there.
yes.
Yeah?
So I can spirit shift into that.
How may I help?
Oh, and let's...
Hey. Yeah?
Let's give you an AI script. Spirit shift. Defend self. You're supposed to... No, let's get that.
What is it?
I'm here.
Need something? Hey. How may I help? Yeah?
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So I wonder if he was the one who killed the deer, but if not, he's just inspecting it. So that's kind of neat. We've got a druid in our party. That's gonna be fun. Hello, what's this? Wonder where we are. So yeah. So druids, typically in games, druids have healing abilities. In since World of Warcraft sort of thing, they've had healing over time, so they don't do one big heal like the sort of priests do. They do little heals that pitter patter. They are great at crowd control. They have roots that rise up from the ground and grab people's legs and all that sort of thing, or they have thorny vines that do damage over time. They're very much a support class. They can still hold their own, and they can absolutely do things. Like, one of the cool things about druids as well in other games is they can cover lots of roles. So they can be healers, they can be damage dealers, they can be tanks, so they can turn into a bear and take loads more hits than other characters could. The stone here has been carved with a few simple shapes. A small circular indentation marks the centre, and a much larger circle surrounds it. You see what happens to be writing of the two circles. Let's have a look at it. Okay, so the outer circle. So what shapes have been carved along the outer ring, though most have been worn away. Yeah, the prison's above the centre. Okay, so the circle's meant to hold something. Look at some of the writing. The characters are completely foreign to you. No doubt the remnants of some long forgotten language. Okay. Wait a while. You wait a few hours watching as the stars wink and glow overhead. Okay. Back in the sun's journey across the sky. So at night, those runes seem to glow. And if the game's given me the option to wait a while, I'm going to take that to mean. Are you spirit shifting? Oh, that's what he's turned into. Would you guys mind going after that one, please? Look at that. He's just like some sort of dog monster. Or werewolf. Oh, nice. Quite the hound. Nice. Just excuse me 1 second, I think. Aha, yes. So one of the videos is uploaded, I'm just going to click pause and then upload the next one. Right, that's done now. So, 8 minutes. I'll get to the next video anyway. Just excuse me 1 second once again. It's 3 hours and it's only going to take 8 minutes to load. Bloody hell. That's not bad at all. I'm loving uploading these videos, I have to say. I might have to actually stick to this sort of video if like this is the like CRPGs, if that's the sort of thing that's going to help it upload better. I don't know what's going on. I haven't changed any settings or anything in OBS, so why the file size is much lower, I have no idea. Leaden, whatever that is. It's located here. So, yeah. Oh, by the way, when I do cover the White March, the thumbnails will be different. So, so you'll be able to identify which videos are of the DLC and which ones are. There's only 2 DLC, the White March Part 1 and 2. And they're not necessarily back-to-back either. You don't just do one DLC and then that's it. It's like... Oh, he's stunned, that's not good. Why aren't you spirit shifted? Like, I would have thought that would be the thing to do. You can go after them if you want to. Can you cast spells while spirit shifted? Yes, it seems as though he can. Oh, that's good. Right, we really need to look at your AI behaviours. Spirit shift. Oh, as soon as he's able to engage in melee, I got you. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, like, the AI behaviours are not the best in this game.
Of course.
A Dragon Age did it really well. In fact, you could actually get more AI profiles and behaviours by taking up talent slots. And I think like it was like the fighter who had the most tactic slots, and that was like your AI stuff. You're a melee. Do you want to turn?
Bring them to so much.
I might have to do this myself. I hope this guy doesn't mind that we're just systematically slaughtering everything in our path. Yeah. Yeah, so Dragon Age did it really well. I will give that to it. And I might actually do Dragon Age. I'll see how I fare. Oh, there's a lot here. We might... I think we'll be alright with the slides.
Yeah?
Yeah,
As a peripatetic loner, I'm not privy to the latest news, but the Hollowborn children is a tale that has reached even my reclusive ears. Or, rather, ear.
so I click the talk function back to them. But we'll talk to him anyway. We'll have a learn of him. So what do the Glanpath Druids think of this place?
It's been a long time since I've spoken with my circle. They'd probably tell you what I'd tell you. This plight was most certainly the consequence of someone trespassing into Engwithan places, not meant for folk. I mean, what else other than the gods could inflict punishment of such impressive scale?
What are your thoughts on the Hollowborn?
Anytime a life is separated from its soul, I wanted to pretend it was just a rumor when I first heard of it. In my youth, I'd cursed the dear Woodens for being ignorant to spoilers that breed out of control. But soulless babies? What heartless gods would inflict that kind of tragedy? No parent or child deserves to be a part of that horror. Need something?
Tell me about
My
yourself.
second favorite subject. What would you like to know?
How did you come to be trained as a druid? It wasn't entirely by choice, not at the start at least. My ambition was to be a hunter. I merely arrived by a different trail. As a child, an Anamfath came to visit. An honoured guest as occasion for a grand chase, but I was left out, instructed to instead be a cupbearer to some old wise one, while the rest are on the hunt. I'm sure we can guess what happens. Wise Anamfath gives dumb child a shred of attention. We ended up talking until the hunters arrived. He gave me this. He presents a rusted iron battalion, fashioned in the likeness of a hound's head. A common icon of one of the frontiersmen, explorers and other seekers faithful to Galloway. The Anamfaths insisted that I be trained and none of my village would defy him. Now, I don't need a bow to hunt. Where are you from originally?
My mother's crotch. You?
You stare silently for stoic.
I grew up in Glonfoth, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher Crane tribe, are migrant stewards of the land. I've walked the whole of Glonfoth many times.
What's the story behind the symbol of whale on your eye patch? Whale is known as the eyeless face, so his symbol seemed a good fit for my eye patch. It is absent while he runs his finger through the strip of the strap band. Whale iconography is rather popular in my home tribe, but it seems he is not more widely venerated here in the Deerwood. I remember thinking that if I consecrated my eye to he who obfuscates and reveals, then maybe with enough devotion, Whale would make use of the old ruin thing. It pulls the eye patch strap and lets it go with a snap. So if you're thinking you see me staring at rumps and cleavage, it's really just a will of whale. It's really the case, honest. There you have it, Pickle. What's your relationship with Galloway? I was raised a disciple of the Seeker God. He was the champion of the hunt, be it the simple struggle for sustenance or the scholarly pursuit of knowledge. In my older years, I found life has shown me that I am more suited to the ways of Whale. The furious hunt for knowledge often outpaces the journey to real understanding. Druids are known for changing into animals. Yes, they are! Aren't they, hero fierce? What sort of creatures can you become? All sorts of things. Let's discuss something else. A man with your scars has a story to tell. I'm just going to ask you later if you don't tell me now.
Yes, I suppose you should know. I struggled with spirit shifting, the final rite of passage in my druidic training. I prayed to Gallowayne for insight and, in the style of seekers of old, went to the forest, alone, to ask for guidance. Then I got my answer, an answer at least, in the form of a vibrantly colored Stelgar that pounced from the underbrush and made a salient demonstration of its capacity to eat things 1/15 its size.
That's terrible. I'm thankful you managed to survive.
Aye, it only cost me half my face. And for the record, the Stelgar limped home with worse. As the beast was lopping off bits of my handsomeness, I remember trying to fight back, swinging with arms too short to reach. I felt I had the energy for one last swipe at the beast's nose, and when I lashed out with a punch, my arm felt twice as massive, and my fingers sprouted talons. In a rush of power, I shifted into a mirror of my assailant. Apparently, he couldn't pick on someone his own size. By the battle's end, his severed arm was in my maw. The beast limped away in defeat.
An impressive tale. I thought learning to shapeshift would have earned me some respect. Maybe trap myself in an Aedean lass with a lust for little men. Alas, I might have been better off staying a novice. When I wandered back to my village, they saw my wounds and asked what happened. I showed them. The name they called my form was the Autumn Stelgar, and they were not impressed. The Rio of my circle believed that the Autumn Stelgar to be a heinous abomination. It said that if it eats you, your soul is invariably lost. As this was my first and most intuitive form, it deemed me a carrier of its evil. Even though I never so much as threatened my kin, I was ruled unfit and cast out. I don't know what message Galloway was trying to send. The only lesson I learned was the Seeker God will punish you for seeking. You didn't choose your spirit shifting form. No, it chose me, or so I imagine. I always assumed I would shift into a stoat. Seems more true for my nature. It's obscure teachers. When the answer is inscrutable, one must be content to ponder the question. So you're some sort of soul cannibal. Oh dear, he stares at me with a frown before covering his face with his hands. No. At least, I think not. I've never actually sat down and eaten an entire person to find out. I'm not that curious to find out. Are you at least recognized as a proper druid? No. But I know I passed an initiation rite 5 times more perilous than any of those kin betrayers that insisted I was a failure. Can you let shapeshift into something less terrifying? I already can, and sometimes do. But the druids of my circle assign great meaning to one's first form. I'll always be unclean to them. Thanks for sharing your story.
Well, if you don't know me, you can't trust me. And if you can't trust me, odds are low you'll leap in front of a flying arrow to save my life. I've been meaning to visit the druids of Twin Elms to see if they know more about my spirit shift. If our journey takes us there, perhaps they can enlighten me with more information about the Autumn Stelgar. But for now, maybe we can talk about something less depressing?
I want to hear more about Galloway and Whale. Oh, not sure what more there is to say on the subject. As you urging for religious debate. Tell me about your thoughts on Whale. I came to know Whale in the earnest of the first year of my exile. I asked myself why Galloway would punish me for asking questions. What just and fair God would punish me for doing what he asks? Questioning why I had been mauled just drove me mad. At the height of my worry, I would have dreams where I only saw one. I only saw my injured eye. My healthy eye became blind in my dreams. So one afternoon, I stitched this stylized eye motif on the patch. I like to think of it as my self-initiation rites into the Brotherhood of Wheel. Wheel is not an instructive or overbearing deity. It does not freely dispense wisdom and expects all of us to question and explore with our own minds. Wheel reminds us that curiosity is being receptive to any and all truths, not hunting for one answer. Has Wheel ever spoken to you directly, or sent you a sign? No, never directly, which is as it should be, given what it represents. I especially like how Whale never sends wild beasts to maul me, but maybe I have low expectations of such things. Let's be for something else. Okay. True to form. Okay.
What is it?
So.
Something? Need something?
Oh, I've done it again. How about in Glenpath? Okay. It's a verdant land of history, culture, and natural beauty. And beauty enough unwanted trespassers, so I recommend you never visit. Do you miss it? I used to. It's home. I'll go back eventually, but... See this? I know just to see it, but I've never seen this time before, and I'm itching to find out what grows from it. Every day, I'm finding something new out here. I'll return home eventually, but for now, my curiosity exceeds my nostalgia sevenfold. I used to avoid Glenpath. There are no cities to visit, no centres of commerce to explore. We'd see most visitors come to our land to pillage the Ingwithan ruins. The ancient Ingwithans gave a forest to our ancestors in return. We watch their ruins and see to it that they remain untouched. Before you ask, no, we don't have the secret passphrase or hand gesture. Nobody enters the ruins, but the guardians and watchers. What can you tell me of your tribe? I'm from the Fisher-Crane tribe. Most of my people live far to the southeast and in and around Thane Bog. The tribe is not one of great renown, but they protect their lands in accordance with the sacred oath of old. And as much as it pains me to say it, I wouldn't want any other tribe's name attached to my own. Did you grow up in a bog? Well, then briefly. Here, let me show you something. Don't commit any fit to memory, please. Rolls up his sleeves and shows his forearms. Soft brown fur of his arms is lined with faint stains of henna and scar tissue. This is where I grew up, on the migration trail. I marked on my arms during my training. While much of the Hawk tribe guards the Thane Bog year-round, many of us, including the Circle of the Hawk and Ivy, honour the oath by patrolling lesser-known ruins throughout the lands. We eschew houses, take only what we can carry, and move camp every 2 moons to ensure that all our sacred sites are visited at regular intervals. This nomadic patrol is how my Druid Circle came to name myself. We circle and protect like hawks, but we only have a perch in the ivy of the ruins. That is, nearby trees, never to enter the builders' lairs. Why are the Fisher-Cranes well regarded? Because the other tribes are insufferable sibling spawn? I suppose the Fisher-Cranes have a reputation for being passive and reluctant to fight, which is another way of saying that the other tribes fight hard while we all fight smart. Our namesake, the Fisher-Crane, is a marshland raptor that remains stark, still from sunrise to noon. We are invisible stewards of the land, and patient hunters of those who trespass. The 3-tusked Stilgar tribe see our methods as soft and unbecoming, but I hear they use the same word for cousin as they do for horse in their dialect, so that's an observation. Could you join a different tribe? No, there are different tribes that would take me, to try split arrows, adopt outcasts like myself, but their ways are not my own. Some even live under roofs. Oh, cheers. I long for home, not just any home. Whale has made my wanderings fruitful, and I accept that it may not be until my soul passes that I rejoin the Fisher-Cranes. Are most Orlands near Glenpath wild?
Wild? Yes. I suppose all of us were a bit wild as my tribe was migratory and we didn't live in permanent houses. But I understand what you're trying to ask. Yes, a slight plurality of Glenfathan Orlands have forest plumage. Growing up with meadow plumage, I was assumed to be weaker than others my age. The huntmaster of my tribe only chose apprentices from the forested kin, or rather, wild Orlands, as they're called amongst slave-owning bigots, as well as bigots too broke to own slaves. I grew up in Glenfath, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher-Crane tribe, are migrant stewards of the land. I've walked the whole of Glonfoth many times. What would you like to know?
Yeah, so,
Need something?
oh, right now his AI is active. Okay. I think what the problem was is it wasn't on.
Yes.
I'm gonna make sure everyone's is on. So that circling effect there, around the head,
Yes?
should be on. Okay. So now he will shapeshift. But you can turn that off if you want to micromanage. The micromanaging is good. Like, micromanaging is not a bad thing at all. And sometimes it's just got to be done, you know? It's like, I found this with Dragon Age, it's like, yeah, you just got to do it. It can be unavoidable. In games like this, especially if you're playing like normal higher, sometimes you just got to say, look, you can't face tank everything. There appears to be a stream here. Otherwise, nothing worthy of note. Continue along the path with Dyrford. The other video's uploaded, it's just now pending. Processing. This is the Dyrford. Find out what awaits us here. A nice little village. Bit of a change of pace as well. The artists have really outdone themselves. To Death's Gate. Ecolite's vision show me mysterious ruins outside of Dyrford. Leaden Key sent operatives to find the site, though their purposes are unknown to me. Okay. How long do we have to... We gotta stand out here. Until we find her. So keep your eyes peeled. Cowled people. Boar companion. Nice. Remember in World of Warcraft when you had to feed your pet to get the most damage and XP? I remember. I love that in Catalysm. They got rid of it not long after. Just shame. I miss that. Like, it's because like the thing is, like, companions are essentially just like like this fox here doesn't actually do anything but bite. It has no other abilities except to bite. It can knock down things like that. But the thing is, otherwise, it's just a DOT. It's a damage over time spell. It's just that it moves about. It has its own move and bite. You know, doesn't do anything else but do that. And that's what I dislike about a lot of pet companions in games. I actually kind of want to bond with them, you know? I don't mind being able to, like, play fetch with them, or feed them, you know? And all that sort of thing, like, see to their needs. That's why I like playing those sort of companions. In D&D, if you were to have a pet companion, you would have to look after it. If you just adopt a wolf all of a sudden, you better make sure that it's looked after. And not every town will accept you just walking into town with a wolf. And it better be leashed. And it better be domesticated, you know? So yeah. Alright, let's talk to Smedreth. An elf idles by the road, watching the village across the river. He nods at your approach. A cowled figure stands nearing him, full, silent.
Gods keep you.
Greetings, friends. I've heard of you. Word is you've been busy in Defiance Bay. I'm too busy. I'm busy too, and eager to finish my business. Go back to the city. What business is that? Haven't you heard? There's a murderer on the loose. Said to have gone mad with the grief and strangled half a dozen healthy children with her own... when her own was hollow bone. We've come a long way from Defiance Bay to bring her justice. So why are you all standing around here? Yes, across the river. She's hiding out in the village. We go in after ourselves, but the problem is she knows our faces. There's no telling what she'd do if she saw us coming. We'd like to avoid any further unnecessary bloodshed. Her name's Nifir. She's Norland. We want her to get out of town so that we can deal with her cleanly. She knows we're looking for her, but if someone were to convince her that now is safe to leave... If she's a mass murderer, why didn't the Duke send for the Crucible Knights after her? The powers that be want to keep things quiet, for obvious reasons. Better not to cause a fuss, and certainly better not to startle her into doing something drastic. I could draw her out. She won't know you. It'll be simple. A few questions for you. What is it? I'm who I'm looking for. Okay.
How do you do?
And never do exactly. Cat and mouse. Okay.
As you wish.
We're a traveller. You've recently come to Dyrford, I take it. I suppose you saw a young elven noblewoman on the road. Looks like the researcher's place with the rest of my unit will fight until we find her. Who is she? Lady Aelis. She's the daughter of Lord Nestor Harrond. She's gone missing. Perhaps you could go speak to her with Lord Harrond at the inn. He'll be grateful for any assistance. And it could be that the villagers will be all open to you than they have us. Blood Legacy. Okay, there's a fair bit going on in this town. So what have we got here? So we've got the Temple of Barath. Oh, we can go there. Dyrford Mill. The Dracogen Inn. Grieving Mother. Okay. Mithras Arms and Armory. Undina's Apothecary. Tiggle's Curry. Curriary. We need to talk to someone. Looks briefly as though she knows you. As if she doesn't know you're there. Oh, through you, okay. This person is one of the few people I actually really wanted to do the companion quest for. She's brilliant. This middle-aged peasant woman is dressed in a brown leather cloth draped around her knees. Her hands are working at separating stringy, colourless vegetables in a pile before stripping their heads off the long fibrous stems with a long paring knife. She discards the stems one by one, placing the heads of the vegetables into a small cradle-like basket in front of her. She doesn't greet you as you approach. You're not sure she even knows you're there. Excuse me. The woman doesn't respond. She's stripping the heads from the vegetables with a steady rhythm. She may be deaf. There's no indication she heard you. At first glance, she seems nothing more than a middle-aged woman, unremarkable, maybe less stern than most, who seem more focused on the weaving in her lap than her surroundings. Yet you suddenly notice she's not stripping the vegetables before any longer. She's weaving, and the vegetable pots are now missing. She still pays you no mind, her brown locks torn and snagged from the lack of washing, like many of the townsfolk you've seen. There's a strange blur to her. Even the motions of her hands seem to be playing with the threads that lack colour, in a shape that lacks interest. It may be that she is half-minded or deaf, but something feels wrong. As you watch, her knitting takes on an old cadence, and you have a terrible suspicion that something lurks beneath what your eyes are showing you. Focus on the woman. Brown hair is long, almost impossibly to the length of her hands. As you follow the streams of her locks downwards, the hairs become long and black, splitting off into threads of black and silver, and wrapping around her hands. She's forming a soul cradle with the threads, braiding a net in front of you, each finger long and sharp like a series of knitting needles, almost hypnotic. The silver and black strands of her hair weave together, with silver predominating as a highlight, black shadowing it. And suddenly, you are calm. You're on a plateau, almost the height of a tower, several stories high. The plateau is like a table lying beneath a clear sky, and beneath the plateau Surrounding it in all directions a forest, hazy with mist, although whether it is actual mist, or distance, or recollection. Resting in the curve of a natural arch above you is a great copper bell, half again the size of a man, hanging at attention as if looking down at you in the event unfolding before you. The plateau has soaked in the sun, and the rock beneath you is rough and warm. The sky forms a cradle around you. You feel different. Not disembodied, but you feel your body, your physical contours have changed along with the surroundings. And you hear the soft series of chimes, wind-like chimes. At the sound, the scene gains colour and texture, as if the sound is beckoning you gently forth, filling your senses and thoughts, like mist rolling softly into a chamber. And focus on the chimes. Chime coaxes you deeper into the memory, and you're certain it is a memory, a warm one. You're on the stone of the plateau, your knees on the warm texture of the ground. Silver, white, shimmering like Ardra, rather. The plateau is formed of it, glistening in the sun. You can feel the heat on your skin, your wrists, and your hands. Your hands are in motion, weaving, not thread, but gathering, tenderly moving along the first movements of Barath's wheel. Your hands are wet. Your hands are upon the flesh of a newborn child, and you can feel the crowning of a tiny head turning in your grip, its head slick, wet from the womb. Your hands, the hands you're wearing, inhabiting, have done this many times, as they are practiced in confidence. You can feel distant pains in your own head as the head emerges, a stream of fluid from the room helping the newborn slide forth, with the woman's labouring breathing, crying out. Focus on the child, the movement of your hands. As your hands move, you hear the sound of chimes, clear, cutting through the haze of memory. You can't see where they are coming from. They are close. They are meant as a comfort. Of that you are certain. Draw the child forth. And coaxed by your hands, every movement causing the chimes to sound again. Almost eagerly the child comes forth, and as it does, your hands are in motion, weaving, moving along the length of a soft, wet rope. No, an umbilical cord, the legs of a naked woman before you. You are holding a small child still wet from the womb before you. The child cries out. It's a cry full of life, full of soul, the ringing of chimes echoing in its thoughts, filling it with its welcome. The soul is blurred at the edges, as if you are viewing a soul from within the soul. But it is there, it is alive. The woman before you is weeping. Her first cry, her hands reach out for it. Surrender the child. You surrender the child to her, something you have done many times before, and as your hands move, the chimes echo the movement, and you realize the chimes are hanging from a cord on your wrist, where once they were echoed in the memory, they're now echoing in the child's mind as well. The chimes are intended to welcome the child, being its first gentle greeting into the world, a soothing sound guided to the tender emotions of your wrists. You are helping to weave its thoughts, its perceptions, and the experience. The woman laughs with a ragged joy, laughing from the parched throat. Her emotions seem soothed, but the physical demands of labour have left her exhausted. But the child is here. The child is safe. And all atop the plateau is peaceful, calm, distant, flattening out as the memory persists. Slowly pull back, retreat from the memory. With effort, the scene bleeds of colour, and your mind becomes its own again. Your own again, rather. There is no pull, no anchor, yet the sound of the chimes remains as they existed in the memory. They sound here as well, and they are hanging from woven braids on the wrists of the woman before you. Even as your head is spinning from the touch of her mind, the sound of the chimes on her wrists is sharp and clear, as if coaxing you back into the real world. The woman still sits before you, but she is nothing like what you have saw. She's wearing black, shredded garments that drape over her form like streamers. Her hair is streaks of black and run through with silver. Her age is almost impossible to tell. She simply feels old, like a crumbled watchtower. As she lifts her head to face you, you see that her hair is draped across the front of her face like a veil. What you first saw of her was a mental glamour of some sort, unconscious. And you realize that what you see is not what the world sees, and that you are perhaps the first to see her true self. Still, you don't sense a threat in the realization. If anything, you feel a sense of relief from the figure. You can hear her thoughts, and she is glad at last to be seen. Who are you?
I am seen, but the eyes of others do not remember. You were the first to see me as I am, the call stripped aside.
There's a light touch on your mind, a caress, and her left hand mirrors the motion of the touch, reaching up to the air between you. You hear the chime on her wrist sound softly. Her hands move, as if pantomiming, resting on the cheek of his existence. She sees softly and slowly.
Your memories. A cadence of wheels on a caravan track. Fever. Questions by running water. Violence in a night's campfire. Arrows in the dark. And fleeing. Falling rock and cracking stone. And a storm. The storm. The storm that brushed you. Did its screaming wake you from your mind's cradle? Your memory of it is painful. Its cry is difficult to ignore. It's like a child. Many children crying out.
I encountered a Biowick, yes, and it did something to me. Her hand withdraws shyly, the chimes sounding softly once again. The woman stands uncertainly, as if she has been sitting for some time, but is too weak to bear her own weight. You notice her cheekbones are tight, her face gaunt, yet while her stance is weak, she seems determined to stand before you.
You are able to see me.
It is almost a question. You suddenly realize that she doesn't seem to know what you saw when you looked at her. The image on the plateau, yet the image was so clear, so sharp, you're surprised she didn't feel you there.
To see me is a rare gift. A watcher's gift.
I've never been able to do that with a living person, except with you.
So many questions, thoughts, whirling like storm winds. That storm still roars through you, deep beneath your thoughts, yet muted and secret, like an underground river. I cannot tell if it is carving new channels, or eroding what keeps your true strength buried. The fact that you could hear it at all, survive it, is something few have ever done. Your power will grow stronger with each soul you touch, as it allowed you to reach out to mine.
There is a silence, and although it seems to last for but a heartbeat, in your thoughts it stretches out between the two of you, like a pull between your minds. You blink, take a breath, and you realize that she wants to ask you a question, yet can't form the words, as if assembling them is painful or there are simply not enough pieces. Assemble the thoughts. Do you wish to travel with me? You feel a wave of fear, gusted with the strength of relief. Although oddly, her expression does not change. Then fear dissipates, and you feel strength and certainty, as if the plateau from her memory lies beneath you, and a calm sky looks down upon you. So, we've got a new member of our party. So she's a mage. We're just going to get rid of... I don't really want to get rid of Karna. Like, Aeloth would be the most useful. I'm going to get rid of Sagani. We'll have another mage, the Grieving Mother.
Well?
Where is she?
Hey. Hi?
There she is. It's a portrait there. That's what she looks like there. Fine patterned armor with a fine dagger. We can do one better than that, I'm sure. Let's compare this. So this already does more damage. Damage 50%. Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to give you that. Although I don't think you're going to need to get into melee. So, let's have a look at your talents. In fact, let's have a look at what you actually do.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
So, ciphers. So the Grieving Mother is a cipher, and ciphers are fucking cool. They're psionics. They use mind powers to cast spells. Very weird. They have a resource called focus, so they have to build it up to cast their spells. So, Mind Wave requires 10 focus. So I think what they have to do is they have to start either passively build it up, or they have to damage people, so they have to stab to get their focus up. I'm not sure. The target becomes an object of a concussive blast of psychic energy, suffering raw damage from the trauma. Characters in a conical area behind the target, failing a fortitude check, are knocked prone from the blast. So you hit someone with your mind, and then you can knock everyone behind them back. Pretty darn cool. And then you have Whispers of Treason. Imparts a bedeviling secret to an enemy that causes the legions to bend, charming them for the duration. Yeah. Yeah. Ciphers are cool. Yeah, very fun class to play. Yeah, she's like my favourite companion to have, pretty much. Grieving Mother. So, who's in my party now? Did I get rid of Sagani? No, I got rid of Sagani, didn't I? So, your law skill. Yeah, you might be able to do scrolls. Let's do that. Now choose the spells that we want. So, Tenuous Grasp, assails the target's grasp from frightening and confusing them. Soul Shock, briefly transform the outer shell of an allied target's soul into energy, creating electrical burst around them. Casting around them take shock damage. Just say characters. Oh, foe AoE. Okay, so maybe. Okay, right. Ice Strike. Dazing and blinding the enemy. So, blinding the enemy reduces their accuracy, perception is reduced by 4, movement is reduced by 2, dazed, reduces accuracy. Okay, not bad, not bad. Antipathetic Field. Creates a toxic physical manifestation of the mutual antipathy between the cipher and the enemy target. Enemies caught in the path between the two will suffer corrosive damage. We've only got a lot of corrosive damage. Have we got anything that's fast? No. And these all cost 10 focus, I think. I think depending on the spell level, it costs an additional amount of focus. Frightened, Soul Shock, Ice Strike. Blind levels all nearby targets. Okay, so you can blind everyone else in the near area. That's pretty good. I'm gonna go for Ice Strike. Alright, I got class talents as well. So, Greater Focus, so you can reduce your focus. Draining Whip. Enhances the draining power of the Cipher Soul Whip. Oh yes, so Soul Whip. I'm trying to think how we get Soul Whip. I just need to back out real quick. Soul Whip. What's Soul Whip? Can we have a breakdown of like what the class is? Soul Whip. There we are. Soul Whip. So it's a passive ability. So 20% extra melee and range damage. Okay. So, causes the Cipher's weapons to generate a field of parasitic energy that lashes out at the target, increasing damage inflicted and generating focus for the Cipher. Okay. So, basically, yeah, they stab people to get their focus up. Yeah. Fighting Spirit. Requires endurance below. Oh, folk. Okay, that's fine. Right, so Soul Whip increases damage. Okay. I think I want her as a ranged character. Have you got any ranged weapons that you can use? She has a crossbow there. Do we have a fine crossbow that she can use? Or better than fine? High to low enchantments. No, it doesn't appear that we do. I think she's got the best thing that I can offer her. That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's okay. I'm just thinking I might keep her ranged. In fact, do I have any other weapons? A one-handed club? Nope. A bows? No. Let's give you that. Oh yes, what about armor? Have we got any better armor? Medium armor? We're using light armor. I haven't got any unique light armor at the moment. You've already got fine gear, so there's nothing there I can offer you that's better at the moment. Okay, so yeah, let's go back into that. We'll have law, eye strike, and now look. So biting whip, we can increase the damage. Psychic backlash, bond per encounter. You can stun the target. That's very good. Oh, okay. Invokes a retaliatory strike, stunning an enemy whenever they target the Cypher's will defense. Okay, so if they try to attack her with like psychic abilities or some other spells, yeah, she stuns them. Draining whip enhances the draining power of the Cypher's soul whip, regenerating focus more quickly. Yes, I'm gonna have to go for that one. I think greater focus. I'm gonna go for draining whip. But that's going to work great with that as well, greater focus. So yeah. So what if I solve it so we get more focus? There we go. That's all. 2 done. Let's improve your stealth a bit. There we go. So we can go for more first level spells, or we can go for second level. Recall Agony. Causes the target to relieve a psychic trauma of an injury moments after receiving it, experience the damage all over again. Foe target receives 30% of all damage reapplied over 17. Oh my word, that is fun. Yeah. So whatever damage we do to that one person, they're going to take it again and again and again. Mind Blades. Co-ops the target's essence, generating a slashing force of blades that attacks them before leaping up to 5 additional targets. Bow jump targets. Okay, not bad. Amplified thrust. Bounces psychic energy harmlessly off the target and onto the closest nearby enemy, causing piercing damage, violently pushing them back. Okay. So you hit one of your allies and it bounces towards nearby enemy. So extended the range. That's pretty good. Mental binding. Overwhelms the target's mental ability to communicate with its own body, paralyzing it and causing its soul to emit a shockwave that can leave enemies. Enemies stuck. Oh, focus as well. Let me just come out real quick. My focus is now 10. What's my maximum focus? Is it 10? I would hope so. Right, so, Psycho-Vampiric Shield. That is fucking cool. That sounds brilliant, doesn't it? Psycho-Vampiric Shield. Stealing a portion of its resolve against... in order to better deflect incoming attacks. Okay. Phantom Foes. Invades the minds of the targets in the area, causing them to believe that they are surrounded by phantom foes, leaving them flanked for the duration. Deflection reduced by 10. I love that, that's kind of cool. Mental binding, so paralyze them. By thrust. Yeah, okay. Recall Agony. Yeah, I'll do that, I'll go for that one, and maybe a first level one as well. A beam of corrode damage. Enemies caught between the pathways of corrosive damage. Soul Shock. Average. Foe AoE. Tenuous Grasp. Frighten them. Gotta go for Soul Shock. Yep. Okay, next. Those are max now. Doesn't seem to say. Okay, let's just keep going. Go for mechanics and athletics. More spells. Okay. First, we're going to choose one spell this time. Let's go for Phantom Foes. Flanked. Reduce step deflection by 10. Psychic Backlash. I'm gonna go for Greater Focus. So the more focus we have, that means the more we can bank up, and then we can spend, so we can make sure we got plenty of focus to cast our spells. Improve your law skill, and I'll hold it there. Now we can go for 3rd level spells. Okay. Pain Link. Requires 30 focus. Mentally link nearby enemies to the target, forcing them to experience a portion of all damage the target suffers. See. Oh, okay. All enemies to the target. So, allied target, 25% of all damage reapplied to the nearby enemies over 26 seconds. That's very good indeed. That's really, really good. So what I thought was like, okay, if you're putting that on one enemy, yeah, it's spreading the damage out, but I don't quite know about that. Like, single target attacks are very powerful in this game. In fact, in a lot of tabletop role-playing games, taking on one target at a time is much better than like trying to take out the group. Yeah, you can do a lot more with that. Pain Link. I think I'm going to go on Bump Up Puppet Master. Destroys the target's psychic defenses, leaving them dominated by the cipher. Overrides Charmed is exclusive, meaning a character can Puppet Master. I do like Puppet Master. Secret Horrors. Okay, I believe they were brightening and sickening them. Sickening reduces all attributes by 1. Nice. So good stuff. Soul Ignition. Forces an enemy's soul to leak energy, igniting the air and burning them over time. Oh my word. That's horrible. That's horrible. It's cool, but it's horrible. Ecto Psychic Echo. Crush damage to all enemies caught between. Fractured Volition. Balance enemies' memories to bring recollections of the past. Weekend. Pain Link, I like the idea of on Puppet Master. I really like the idea of. I'm going to go for those as my 3rd level spells. 2 more levels now. Let's go for Law 6. Hold the points. What else have we got? Tenuous Grasp. 2nd level. What 2nd level stuff have we got? Mind Blades. Looking to fire additional targets. Mental Binding. Paralyze them. Yeah, I'm going to paralyze the foe. I got some other stuff here as well. So, Psychic Backlash. Stun the target. I don't see that one being used very often. Or Biting Whip. To do extra damage. Yeah, I'll go with that. That's fine. Yeah. There's not many other things I particularly want. Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack. 50% melee damage. But it's only Sneak Attack, I think, so. Officer's Suffering. Unarmed damage. Not quite. Trying to think of what else I could actually go for that's like from other classes. Acolyte's Radiance? No. No. Let's go for Biting Whip. To increase the damage done in melee. And ranged attacks. Let's go for Law. let's boost athletics. It might come in handy for like certain skill checks. 4th level stuff. Okay, going between. Convert to hits, 25% of incoming hits. Convert to grazes, 25% of incoming grazes. Converts to misses. Move speed. Okay, that's pretty good. An ally superficially takes on the form of a spirit, their movement becomes increased. So that would be good for like Adir, tanking, out on the front line. Wild Leech. Nope. Silent Scream produces psychic howl in the target's area, stunning the target as well as dealing raw damage to all enemies within. Causing an interrupt. Some raw damage. Pain block. Damage reduction. Nice. Very nice. Let's go for pain block. Yeah. And now we're all caught up. And starting focus is 32. So she needs to get into combat to start doing this. What her maximum focus actually is, I can't say. What's her AI script? I'm going to say her stuff is Eye Strike, Continuous Grasp, Whisper Treason, a secondary emphasis to cyber users. Yeah. I'm going to say damage. Let's go for damage and defend self. Yeah. So hopefully she'll be alright. But yeah. Yeah, I look forward to see the psychic abilities in action. Which is going to be useful here.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Dear. So yeah. Yeah. Yes, you will come to know that I am quite obsessed with like psychers and psionics, all that sort of thing, psychic spells. I don't know, it's just like it just seems more special than fireballs and, you know, like Sith lightning. Okay, Sith lightning's kind of cool, not gonna lie.
That's fragrant.
Ah, it's an apothecary. And ow, oh.
Welcome.
A minty, tangy scent water dressing. Okay. Just ventured into town. I'm about to draw you on some of my stocks, but you could have a look-see. Anything about the name Withing Room nearby? How to throw a stone at the piles without knocking over someone's sacred age repellers. Smart travelers will avoid them. But if you're really set on sightseeing, Bedmar could point you in the right direction. He keeps a little temple in the northwest edge of town. Anything else I can do for you? I've got some handy ointments if you're braving the roads anytime soon. How did you get burned? Oh, by the flame, how bad does it look? Terrible, I know it. I'm gonna be rational and say, who cares how it looks? What matters is you're okay. I suppose you're right. Good thing I know how my pulses is. I've been keeping an eye on the drake's nest east of town at Dyrford's crossing. The beast just stayed long enough to lay a clutch and moved on. And the Sky Mother wasn't a fully grown dragon. Fresh eggs are much more useful than the ones we get passed down between merchants or left in nests for weeks or more. And that clutch looked like it to be at its peak. Though, I'd see about getting an egg, but I didn't realize so many of them had already hatched. Or the young worms were so territorial. What's so special about these eggs? Scientist. Oh, right, that's part of my background. That I was a scientist. Our eyes widen in wonder. I thought an educated sort like you would know for sure. They're one of the strongest tonics known to Kith. If you leave out Caro Golan, of course, but not saying anyone should take that. But dragon eggs are known to make Kith bold, purposeful. Even think they'll protect from the Biowicks. She shrugs. All I know is everyone's pining after potions made from dragon eggs. But the damn roads. Can't reach for none of my supplies, so I'm stuck with whatever I can scrounge up here in the wood. Deer Cab, River Reed, and the like. I can get an egg for you. I sure hope you're not leading me on. I don't think that I could stand getting burned again. If you really mean to go after it, I'd certainly pay you. Just remember, big as they are, dragon eggs are fragile. And there's a lot more than I can do with the whole one. A lot more than I can do with the whole one. It's a nest. It's a nest that's perched in a cliff at the east end of Dyrford Crossing. That's out in the wilds, just east of here. I'm sure there's others elsewhere, but the one at Dyrford Crossing, it's just the age I need. If you head out that way, be careful. The place was crawling with worms when I went out there. I can't imagine they've gone anywhere else. Looking for an Orlan named Nerfa. I did see an Orlan lady headed into the Drakagen the other day. I don't know what it was though, but she's acting real sneaky like. What's wrong with the roads? Brickens, looters, you name it. The gods may be hollowing out our babies, but it's grown folk that are rubbing around the rest of us. People are scrambling to Defiance Bay because they heard there's healthy births there. All those refugees in abandoned homes to extract desperate source like flies on dog shit. Sure thing. So looks. They have got supplies. Let me sell some gear. Very high to low. Which generally isn't named, are they? Nope. I think we've got everything we can out of those books. Making a fair bit of cash there. See, it's worth going to like places like Hadner and looting these places, even though we've got 100 gold there. That's low again. Fine plates, armor. Anything unique about this? Anything exceptional? So basically, there. Okay. Close. Clothing. We can actually get rid of a lot of this stuff. So, yeah. I'll keep some of those just in case. Talk of Defiance. Defense against charms. Unusable by ranger. Okay, that's fine. We can put that back on. Serrano. I think that was the name. Yeah, okay. I think we're pretty much good there. A lot of these scrolls we're not actually going to use. See, I know everyone saves them until the final boss fights and all that kind of thing, and even then they still don't use them. We probably will have to. Yeah. So. There we go. Alright, so we've got 19,000 copper.
Well?
And who lives here?
Of course.
Nest egg. Quite a quest name. It's like, it's the obvious choice, isn't it? Skybreaker added. Okay, let's have a look. This will be from the... Here. And it's to assign someone. The Rod of Wind and Thunder. It's a mana item. Expires on Monday. 25 hours. For years, an aged wizard has been seen travelling up and down the northwest of the coast of Deerwood, performing experiments in the middle of violent, terrible storms. The wizard has never been certain if the wizard is taking advantage of the weather or if she is causing the phenomena herself. In recent months, the wizard has not been seen, but farmers have reported a dark rolling cloud through otherwise clear skies. The Skybreaker, okay. Let's assign Palashina to it. So there we are. So she'll see to that. Any new constructions? Yes, so okay, there's construction available. So, what are we going to do? I think I'm going to say the curtain walls. I want to get the defense sort of done first, because we're losing a lot of money to brigands and whatnot. So let's upgrade that first, and then everything else comes after. So there we go. As long as I've got 10,000 gold left.
I think I see something.
And yeah, so let's have a look here. So, oh, by the way, I think you can kill the backer NPCs as long as you're not in crowded areas. If you do it inside a house, it's fine. But you don't take the reputation loss. And the guards don't come after you. But I don't really want to risk it. So, reach out for the soul of Willie Ferris. You see a modestly furnished house, warm from the cooking fire lit at its far end. This man is sitting in a high-backed chair, looking at a large book with a small boy in his lap. He smiles and asks the child about the pictures on the pages as he points to a different part of them. He looks up as a woman approaches to stir something in the pot hanging over the fire. She adds some carrots to the pot and mixes them in, then stands and watches and turns to the man. She says something to him and leans in to give him a kiss when a knock comes to the door. The man makes to the stand, and the woman motions for him to stay. She walks to the door and glances out of the window. It is already too dark outside for anything to be seen. Lifts the bolt on the door and pulls it open, revealing a tall, lanky man with a strange smile on his face. There's a wet, tearing sound. Of course there is! There's a wet, tearing sound. And the woman makes a weak groan, collapsing to the floor, blood quickly pooling around her. The man in the chair leaps to his feet, grabbing his son and interposing himself between the boy and the man at the door, who steps over the body and enters the house. Galak vowed you would feel his pain, the man says conversationally as four other men enter the house behind him. It appears your rent has come due. Step back. I certainly hope there's more nice stories in this game. Like, hey, everything's fine. No more wet tearing or crunching or crinkling sounds or anything like that. You know? Dear me. Dear me. I like the flies there, that's nice. Is this the end? What am I going to do? Like my fiddly ring. Right.
I just want to find her. Surely even you can understand that.
We're decent folk, my lord. Perhaps you should leave and check the wilds.
Look, the laughter sound effects. That's brilliant. Dear. Just checking this. Yeah. I think I'll take a little break and then we'll talk to Dingler.
Hello.
And yeah, I'll take a break, I think. Get some breakfast. What's the exchange with the nobleman about? Oh, crown, dears, decent. They mind their own business. You want to stick your nose in it, go talk to him yourself. Everyone's about the Dyrford. Ask. Do you know anything about the Ingwith ruin nearby? What I know, it's best to hide it. It don't serve to anger the Glanfathans by stomping around their near sacred grounds. If you're going to satisfy your curiosity, talk to Burma. He's in the temple to the northwest. This is an Orlan named Nearfa. Twitchy lady, that one. Oh, he jerks his head at the stairs. Okay, fair enough. That teaches me for not reading. But tell me about the village. Well, from one bridge to the next and you've seen it. We're quiet, hard-working folk. We keep to ourselves and don't take to being pushed around. Used to be a castle here, built by some family of the Aduranthians. Then, back when the Empire first came. And the one tower still standing. And that's part of Tigral's shop now. Sit that part by the fire. Could spin you a yarn if you're so inclined. This is in the Dyrford. Not many anymore. How to keep people to people when there's hardly anyone birthing hell or will. Everyone here is battling a loved one. But we've got a few who stick around and do business. Tyrgil's the leather courier. Hendina crafts potions, and Winthrith, trades in general goods. Johnbonne's a pig farmer, or was anyway. How about Tigreal? He's a courier. Shoots leather and makes armor and a few other goods with the problem is the smell of tallow and deer shit tends to put people off their food. And his shop's right next door. What about Hendina's story? Lady's a clever hand with potions and poultices. Got herself into trouble with a nest of worms, or so I hear. Her cart's in the east end of town. Winthrith? Been around longer than I have. Nice enough fellow, but never could find his way out over the end of a sentence. His shop's right across the square. I'd like to meet him. Something happened to Rumble's pigs, I take it. Damn ogre carried them off. Now he squeals more in his head ever did. It's rotten luck. Let's come back to my questions about the Dyrford. You said you don't see many travellers. Of course not. Why would they come here? They got bandits on the road, an ogre in the forest, and that yapping fool Rumble, they'll tell you. Worse yet, hasn't been a healthy child here born more than a year. Most kith that come here are just passing through. But an ogre. You don't hardly see him this close to town. Ogres and kith don't mix well. Ugly bastards, but they're smart enough to know that much. You want to know more? Take to Rumbold. His farm's southwest of here. Okay. I've got enough camping supplies, so I can't buy any more. For the milk or the beer. Good for cooking. Pace, hello. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to just get some breakfast and then I will return to this. But yeah, I'm either going to be doing a longer episode or I'm going to be doing a couple of episodes today. They should get back into Darktide. Right. But yeah, so we picked up a few more quests. So we'll get on with those, I think. Alright, see a bit. Right, so just going to continue on for a little bit. I appreciate the lighting is a bit off. The window's open. So yeah, so I'm going to play a little bit. And then I'm going to pause again. And then I'm going to just do some stuff around the house. Yeah, from Dyrford Village. Why, it's you. Thank you, friend. You gave me another chance, and I mean to make the most of it. I've been telling everyone around here how you've helped me. You're the criminal I let go, or I saved you from the dungeon, the catacombs?
Well met, friend.
Said. First time in the Dragagen. Normally I'd have a song ready, but I haven't quite worked out this tune yet. I had some chance about the finding of this inn. Say, are you interested in the story? I haven't finished the chance, but I think you could tell me about it all the same. Oh, excellent. These rustic fables are always great fun. Let me help you get something to write with. It's built in the time of Hadrian's Rebellion. An dear and Lady Thenu once had a keep here. Well, the tower still stands, but the rest is said to be buried under the village. Anytime she stuck to the side of the Empire, a contingent of the Duke Hadrian's Knights of the Crucible held the farmers and colonists in the area to keep it to rubble. This inn was the first building that sprang up from the ruin, built with some of the same bricks the colonists had pulled down from Lady Thenu's castle, they say. Supposedly, the quarterstaff of her chief wizard even got lost in the construction, one into the wall or nailed into a floorboard. Anyway, the inn was supposed to be a haven for a meeting place where the locals built their new town. What's the Lady Thenu? A Thane, or Thenu, is a man or woman whose body they are able to elite. A knight, if you will. Particularly position that the position is inherited. A Lord Thane or Lady Thenu owns land and can also command several unlanded Thanes. The woman who last held the keep here came from a long line of landed Thanes. Go on. Deerwoodens are an ordinary lot. And the more these new neighbours met, the more they argued. They realised they didn't agree on much, besides ousting the old lord. The biggest divide over the Glamfathans and their nearby ruins. Hadred's niceness would want to keep the peace, but the group of misfits with more anarchic leanings that had formed in town wanted to go after the tribes the same way they had gone after their lord. Soon, the villagers were fighting with each other as much as with the Adherents. In the end, memories of the Broken Stone War and the War of the Black Trees were fresh enough that the Duke's soldiers won the day. Most of the other villagers came around eventually, but some of the core troublemakers left to join the front lines of the War of the Defiance and others. I've heard found their way into the Guided Compass, the most forward-looking of the Glumfathan tribes. I don't know if I believe that part myself. It makes a good story. There's a portrait of one of the chief rebel rousers and his rival in this peacekeeping faction. Someone's idea of a joke. Anything they were particularly amused. Near the Broken Stone Wall. That was the first major conflict between the original Adherent settlers. The Glumfathans. Happened 3 years ago into colonization when some farmers knocked over an Ardramena. As part of an Gwithan ruin. The war didn't last long, but it spread quickly and claimed thousands. In the early weeks, most of the colonists didn't even realize there was a war going on until the Glumfathan raiders hit their villages. There had been small, spontaneous skirmishes between the colonists and the locals before then, but this was organized. And this was the start of the decades of violence between the colonists and the Glumfathans. As you can see, Dyrwood's full of history, even little villages like this. It's more about the War of the Black Trees. It started back in the colonial days, almost 30 years after the Broken Stone War. Even though isolated conflicts still broke out between the settlers and the Glumfathans, both sides had officially agreed to peace. Edrang Hadred, Edmeth's father, was Griff at the time. As part of peace negotiations, he had signed treaties prohibiting Adherent colonists from looting in Gwithan ruins. However, he'd been able to outlaw the use of the captured Glumfathans as slaves. What's a grave? A grave is a governor of a colony and is subservient to the Adherent emperor. Why don't we just call them governors? Thanes? It's just so hard. The early leaders of the Adir colony were in the Dyrwood, including Edrang and Edmeth Hadred, were griefs. It's fucking causing me grief, I can tell you that much. At the start of the War of the Defiance, Edmeth Hadred declared himself Duke of an independent Dyrwood, rather than a griff of the Emperor's colony. It was the same term used for the leaders of newly independent republics. Anyway, we haven't seen a griff since. See. Indeed, the taking of Glumfathan slaves had continued to be a source of conflict. It came to head when Imperial agents aided by the Sentinels of the King of Dyrwood began looting the ruins again. So the Empire never actually agreed to Hadred's treaties in the matter, and the recent secession of the Valiant Republics likely left them eager to weaken Hadred's position. The looting sparked a brutal slave uprising and a guerrilla campaign among the Glumfathans. Edrang Hadred was too old to lead forces into battle, so he sent his son Admeth. Admeth made a costly but effective decision that ended the war faster than anyone could have imagined. He burned the forest near the Essian River to keep the Glumfathan warbands from retreating. Thousands of Glumfathans died, as Admeth repeated his scourged oath tactics in the following months. He wore down the remainder of their forces. This day, over 150 years later, there are still sections of the Dyrwood where the trees are nothing but bare, charred trunks. Farewell. Okay.
Hail, traveler.
Sure, let's have it. Oh, hang on a second. And I'm back, but for how much longer I don't know. In fact, it's quite early in the morning. Let's keep going.
Hail, traveler.
While I'm here, I've noticed that this Bloodborne series, thank you, Bloodborne series, so that's been on the news, Bloodborne cart. It's not going to be a fan thing, a meme, it's now actually going to be a real thing. So, I look forward to whatever that's going to be. I'd say I haven't played Bloodborne. The aesthetic is fantastic, though. In all seriousness, though, getting back to this Pillars of Eternity. I noticed people have been watching my Pillars of Eternity series, and the numbers are like quite high for my channel. You know, I just want to know, and I encourage people to comment on any of my videos. What is it that's bringing you here? Is my playthrough really that good? I haven't actually checked the view times though. I just want to know, like, not for my ego, but to understand YouTube better, because I've been doing YouTube for God knows how many years now. It's like, it's weird to get such consistent views. I'm happy for this, of course. But yeah, if there's particular things that you like about the videos, tell me what you like, and I'll improve upon those, and things that you don't like, I'll try and cut down. Okay, so you're not actually. So this isn't actually a quest to make a rhyme. Okay, fair enough. Lord Harrand. The man wears Adir-style robes. Simple Adir-style robes. Simple but elegant. His fine leather shoes look like they were made for padding around indoors, yet they're caked with mud. He yanks a lock of hair twinned around his silk-gloved finger. His fine features are etched with anxiety.
My child is out there. Do they not understand?
My lord, we're doing everything we can. Unfortunately, these villagers...
Beasts take them all. I don't care how you do it, but find her.
I heard you arguing with the innkeeper.
A petty, small-minded man, just like the rest of them around here. I've been paying him an honest fee for board and bed, and yet he can't be bothered to stir himself to concern for my Alice.
Your child is missing, I take it.
Yes, Lady Alice, my daughter. I've asked around, but nobody in this mud hole has any concerns beyond their swine. They turn my men away like beggars and seem downright pleased to be of no use. But you're not one of my soldiers. And you look like you're used to getting your hands dirty, if you don't mind my saying so.
My lord, If you find her, tell her I won't be upset with her. She can come back and all will be well. I just want to make sure my Alice, my child, is safe. Nothing in the world is more important to me. I'd like to ask a few more questions about your daughter.
Alice. Of course.
Describe Lady Elise. She's a striking young woman. Bears more resemblance to her mother than to me. She has airborne hair and delicate, well-bred features. She must be about 28 or 29 now. Okay. So this isn't a young child. It's an adult. Okay. Tell me about her disappearance. We'd stopped in Dyrford for a few days. On our fourth evening here, I was making plans to continue our journey. Lady Elise was feeling unwell and went to bed. When I retired a couple of hours later, I found she'd vanished. None of my men had seen her go, and no one at the innkeep knew where she was. Since then, my people have been combing the village, but we've yet to find a clue, and the locals have been no help. Why did you and Elise come to Dyrford? It was merely a stop along the way to Aina's Rest. However, she took ill shortly before our arrival, so it seemed prudent to allow her a few days to recover. Sounds a bit more like my story. What's in Aina's Rest? Lady Elise reached an age where it is prudent for her to marry. Given this legacy business, I can't let her fertile years slip by, nor do I want her womb to fester in the presence of so many hollow. It seems there are more potential suitors in New Yama. You think I haven't considered that? Arranging a suitable match is difficult. The best prospects for my child lay in Aina's Rest. Where's the rest of your family? Surely they won't want to miss your daughter's betrothal. Lady Harrand is ill-suited for travel, I'm afraid, and unfortunately, Elise has met a few other close relatives. My sister and her husband, Elise's aunt and uncle, of course, have been visiting Adir for the past months. As for siblings, Elise has none. My wife has only given birth to Hollowborn. Since Elise, that is. I see. Going back to your daughter. What about her? Let's go back to my previous questions. Something more? Yeah, go on then. Tell me about yourself.
I'm Lord Nestor Harrand of Defiance Bay. My family has been prominent there since Imperial times. Our primary estate is on the outskirts of Brackenbury, but we have holdings in New Haomar as well. Those went to my sister and her husband.
Okay. It's not a major quest, okay. This is all very interesting stuff. But yes, I do thank you, viewers, for all of your views.
I'll give it a try, as requested. I'll give it a try, as requested.
Who's going up the stairs? You're all on hovers by the window. peering out of it every few seconds. As you enter the room, she watches you carefully, her hand over a stiletto. She cranes her head to peer behind you. Anyone follow you? Who sent you? Someone told me you were responsible for the heinous killings in Dyrford Bay. What are you talking about? That's feigning ignorance. Leaning against the wall, glances out the door and nods to the Orlan. Some old friends from Dyrford Bay are looking for me. We're not exactly friends anymore if you catch my drift. I'm just trying to lie low and mind my own business. Know what I mean? Boss. The Elmar looks at the Orlan and shakes his head at you. Alright, alright. Gives the hand to the Elmar, turns back to you. My friend here thinks you could help us out. Now, I'm sure you're a busy man, so I'll make it worth your time. Just go look around town, come back, and let me know if the coast is clear if you see any suspicious figures. You're pretty suspicious. What's this about? She scratches the back of her neck. And I have a reputation for being stoic. I may have gotten myself into trouble with powerful people in Dyrford Bay. Powerful criminal people. I suppose it was bound to happen eventually. I'm a thief by trade, and it's hard to do my kind of business in the city without crossing them eventually. Now, I'm just trying to put some distance between us. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but you don't seem like the type to run your mouth. Nice. Someone told me you were responsible for heinous killings in Dyrford Bay. Let me guess. Was that someone named Medrith? It's a lie, plain and simple. I got on the wrong side of his employers and now he's after me. But if you're here to do his dirty work, I won't make it easy on you. Relax, I just want to hear your side of the story. What story? The two animals came after me. It just so happened to rob the wrong place. How was I supposed to know they'd already claimed it? She runs her hands under her hood, through the hair. It was an honest mistake. An honest mistake. Honesty among thieves, right? I'm just trying to survive now. And if you spoke with Medrith, you know where he's waiting. Please, help me get out of here. Why can't I just say, hang on, I'll deal with Medrith? Go east. Medrith's waiting to be on the west side of the river. I'm going to be honest. I'm not siding with the two animals. They're the ones who attacked the Valian trader in the warehouse. They ambushed me. They tried to threaten me. Yeah, they're a crime syndicate, basically. A crime family. I'm not interested. I'm already overwhelmingly out of favour with them. I'm at the lowest reputation I can be for killing one of their best. So I'm going to say, yeah, go east. Alright. I'm trusting you. Don't have much choice. See if you can send him the other way. That should buy me more time. Oh, I'm going to do even better than that. I'm going to fucking kill him. Yeah? House to animal? Can kiss my ass. Murder of children. What a horrible thing to manipulate. Into, yeah. As ever, though, this is an Obsidian game. Whenever you get a quest, everything turns out to be bad. It's usually the quest giver that's bad, you know? It's like, I'm sorry, but, like, it happens too often for it to be that fun. I mean, I don't mind, to be honest. I like the twists, and, you know, I'm all for it. I love Obsidian, but it just gets a bit too much. It's like every single side quest is like, oh yeah, the quest giver's actually the guy who did the thing. Who'd have thunk it, right? You know? There are some quests, like, I like the one with, like, the bear. You've got to find the victim of the bear's killer. Bear's killer. You know what? Let's change my formation. I don't really want to be there. I want to be up here. I want you to be there. I want to be somewhere around there. You don't need to be that far away. Yeah, like a straight line's sometimes good as well. That can be another custom formation as well. So, make her in the rear. That, or have me there. That's pretty good. Go do it that way. So yeah. So yeah. And as well, if you guys want to maybe vote on another game to choose for me to do, maybe like Dragon Age or Pillars of Eternity. Well, I will do Pillars of Eternity 2 after this. But there's like Tyranny, Dragon Age, Mass Effect, which I don't really particularly think I'm going to be able to do. If I can get Spyro working,
Yes.
all the better. Redrith.
Hello.
Yes, and I let her go. Don't worry, I'll catch up to her right after I take care of you. I need to change the script. Maybe aggressive. Defensive, I think it is. I need to change to. Ah, the Skybreaker. Alright, but let's just pause this combat. So this is the one with the clouds and the storm and the hey-hey. In the process of tracking the strange storm, Pallegina discovered that the old wizard had somehow transformed herself into a unique type of magical blight. In this storm-like form, she had continued to float above the Deerwood and able to shift back into an elf body. Original elf body. Pallegina was able to arduously communicate with her by observing a confusing series of thunderclaps and lightning strikes. The wizard directed Pallegina to a laboratory in the outskirts of Gilder Vale, and performing a small series of simple operations in the lab, Pallegina was able to return the grateful wizard to her natural form. In gratitude, she gave Pallegina a storm-generating rod. Wow. Oh, so this is actually, like, I think a bardic one. Yeah, so, the thunder roll like waves on black seas. Returning storm. Spell. So sink thy biting winds of Volneri. That, I'm not gonna lie, is pretty cool. Charges remaining. Ah. Yeah, so... Charges. So that means you can only use it so many times before it dies out. It's still magic. So I don't want to... I'll probably save that for the final fight, to be honest. But yeah. Westcott Wall finishes 3 days. Okie dokie! Right, let's get everybody's defense up. Oh, hang on. You need something to do. Well, you got 32 focus. Why don't you go around and take out one of the... Take out the dwarf. Let's get everyone's defense up. Let's do some positive effects. You've transformed. There we go. I think I seriously need to get some better gear. I need some robes. Fine, 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 but nothing exquisite.
What is it?
Breath spell. Well, let's have a look. Are there any plants around here? No, but there's people. I just remember doing like the wet thunking sound like I talked about before. Dan Abner, a fantastic writer, he actually wrote the lore behind Warhammer 40,000 Darktide. He's a great novelist. He's wrote so many brilliant Warhammer 40,000 novels, but he's done other stuff as well, fantasy and sci-fi. And one thing he did, he wrote like the Gaunt's Ghost novels about Colonel Commissar Ibram Gaunt, and he wrote a lot of books, and he always writes this line, wet leopard growl. He produced a wet leopard growl. And no one's sure if it means it's a leopard that is wet and is growling, or it's a leopard making some sort of wet growling noise. And it's recorded like 22 times in one book. You know, it's like all like across loads of books. And it's just a meme at this point about him. So yeah, it's like CS:GO2 with these multi-lars and backflipping Terminators. So let's see if there's going to be a wet leopard growl here. Rianu Halksajuri, yeah. Are you just trying to be complicated for the sake of it? You see this woman lounging on a large divan. She takes dates from an ornate glass bowl and stuffs them absent-mindedly into her mouth while she stares out the window. Sounds like me at work. She's unkempt, oh yep. Half-dressed, yep. And occasionally yawns, seemingly bored with her surroundings. Yep, that's definitely me. Room shares the same unkempt look as if it hasn't been cleaned in weeks. Nah, it's just my bedroom. A layer of dust covers everything, clothes and partially eaten food left on the floor, and the furniture is in need of upkeep and repair. A knock comes on the door to her chamber and she lets out a quiet grunt, ignoring it. She grabs another handful of dates and starts throwing them in the air, one at a time, attempting to catch each in her mouth. She frequently misses, the dates bouncing on the floor, forming a makeshift ring around the divan. The knock comes again, and she jumps, missing yet another date, which hits her on the forehead before rolling away. She grunts and looks at the door, exhaling sharply through her nose. A muffled and distant yell comes from outside the room. She rolls over to her side, facing away from the door, and pulls a pillow over her head, trying to drown out the noise. She lies there for several minutes, eyes slowly closing as she slips into sleep. The door opens and someone enters the room, hesitantly making his way onto the floor to stand over by the divan. He reluctantly reaches out and touches her shoulder, shaking her gently. The pillow falls from her head and she turns to the man, a confrontational look on her face. "Mistress," he says, kneeling before, "we need your help." The woman sighs heavily, rolling her eyes and starts to stand. She grabs one last handful of dates and walks through the room, chewing noisily with a ret crunch. No, so yeah, that's one of them. I quite like that one. It's like it's very strange.
Yes.
As like, how could someone so respected live in those sort of conditions? Then again, it's like an allegory for depression. Or anything like that. Is it, or like, are they talking about depression? Or is it a magical power? Is it, you know, what is causing that? Who knows? We're going to the Temple of Barath now, just to pay my god some well-deserved respect. Here we have I think the male and female, the gentleman and the lady. The two there, or maybe there. Yeah, Barath is spoken of in very different ways. Playing his dance around with his smells and hard wax. Okie dokie. Yeah. So, as a priest of Barath and a death god alike, I think it's only appropriate that I stop by where I can. Selby. Dr. Burma, don't trust me with anything more than lighting candles.
Out with you! I already told you what... I'm sorry. I thought you were one of those ruffians.
What ruffians? Poor fellow. That looks painful. It's a sorry dude striking a priest.
How may I help you?
He's squinting through a black eye. What happened to you?
I never saw their faces. Strange, hooded men asking about those ruins. Johnbonne Relag. Most of the brigands who come through here asking about the ruins are looking for a few ancient trinkets. But these people knew the name, and they were in a hurry. They wanted to know where Johnbonne Relag was. I tried to keep it from them, but I couldn't hold out forever. I don't know what they were up to, but it can't be good.
That does sound like Leaden Key, doesn't it? Is there anything I can help you with? Can you tell me where to find the ruins?
Fathen tribe that guards the ruins will kill anyone who trespasses there. And they'll retaliate against us too, if history is any indication. We've had too many fortune seekers stir up trouble of late. If I'm to tell you, I'll need to know your reason for wanting to go.
So this is where I have to say, go into the ruins and I'll kill you, and that's when you say, you're a Vis, I'm a Watcher, and you're no match for all of us, and you've got a good reason for this. You've got a good reason for this. And I give up trying to argue with you and leave you to dig your own trespasser's grave. I'm only being hyperbolic. You sometimes make Dyrwood and stick their own grave before we kill you. When the heads care about it, it'll be a fabulous deterrent. A dangerous plot is unfolding there. I've got to stop it.
If that's the case, then we may already have trouble headed our way. I'll have to take you at your word. You'll find Johnbonne Relog here. Whatever trouble you find there, please end it quietly and try to stay out of the ruins.
Have you seen Lord Heron's daughter? I am afraid not. Lord Heron's men have already asked me, and that was the first I'd seen of any of his party. Wherever she is, in this life or another, I hope she takes comfort that her soul is with Barath. Oh, charming. Tell me more about the Dyrford. Folk here tend to keep themselves to themselves, as they do in most towns this deep in the Dyrwood. They're suspicious of travellers, but with all the brigands and refugees moving through the area, who can blame them? People in the town say the Hollowborn crisis has been especially bad here. It has. Cities and villages all over the Dyrwood have seen Hollowborn, but Dyrford hasn't seen the birth of an unaffected child in years. Most of our people have moved on to other villages in search of hope, and those who have stayed behind are the same. Children promise a future, you know. People change when you take that away from them. This is a temple of Barath? What can you tell me about Barath? This is fucking brilliant. Like, I'm a priest of Barath. And I'm asking him the stupidest question. Like, this is like when the Avatar in Ultima 9 was like saying, "What's a paladin?" What's a paladin? If you haven't, I strongly recommend watching Spoonie's, the Spoonie Experiments Ultima retrospective, all the way to Game 9. And it's incredible. It's very, very good. It's a fantastic breakdown of one of the defining RPGs of our lifetime. Heavily inspirationally. Without Ultima, you couldn't have had things like the Elder Scrolls, Might and Magic, and all the rest of them. It's a shame that it has gone the way that it has. However, it does still have an MMO that is still very popular. A hardcore like PvP MMO. So that's quite good. Ultima Online. Like pretty much one of the first, if not the first MMORPG. That wasn't just like a MUD. Multi-user generated dungeon, or multi-user dungeon. Barath is the most universal of all gods. It oversees portals and all cycles of all kinds, even life and death itself. Under Barath, an ending is merely a passage to another beginning. Barath has many representations across time and across cultures. Around the Dyrwood, you'll see how it is depicted. You'll commonly see it depicted as the Pallid Knight of the Usher. The Clanfathans, however, know it as Bunen I Inkin, Anku, and Anku I Bunen. Tell me about the Pallid Knight. It's one of the youngest manifestations of Barath, but a familiar one nonetheless. Stories describe her as a gaunt knight in black armour with black eyes, black hair, and milk-pale skin. She demands an impossible toll from travellers who have tarried too long on her lord's road. Some challenge her only to slay them in the process. To slay themselves in the process. Who is the Usher? Kith have written stories, songs, and poems about the Usher for centuries. Sometimes he's folk, sometimes dwarf, and sometimes merely a walking skeleton. He never speaks, but he guides the way to death and the next life. He also creates the circumstances for the wayward to stumble into their own graves. I've never heard of Bunen Iancu and Ancu I Bunen. It means life and death in life, respectively. If you want more of this, I recommend Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, where death and she life and death duel. Or you can listen to Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Iron Maiden. That's a really good song. It's like their longest song at like 13 minutes. Very good though. You see them as two skeletal figures, one male and one female. Explorers have found them carved opposite one another in doorways, but I know no particular religions that speak of them. Very well. Okay. I would have liked for there to be like a a bit of a roleplay bit there for me as a priest of Barath to just, you know, do a bit more stuff or say, hey, look, you're one of Barath's chosen, a god, a death god, like that's no small thing. Let's start with Grieving Mother.
Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher.
Let me adjust my mind to speak for you. I shall listen past the words. You addressed me as a Watcher when we met. Do you know what a Watcher is? There's a slow chill, and for a moment, it seems as if she's going to fade from your vision, so she can't be seen.
The title came unbidden. I do not know why I spoke of it. Yet it seemed the right mantle, a familiar one.
Yet I do not know where it came from, if I have given any offense. Oddly enough, it feels like she's not speaking to you. It feels like she's speaking to an audience. The air takes on a curious edge, a chill, which persists for a sharp moment, then fades into a dull fear. If I have given offense, forgive me. Forgive me. You would know more than I. Why are you afraid? I do not know. It is an old feeling. I do not know where it stems from. It was a word that arose when you saw me. It said watchers see much that others do not, and I have been hidden from the eyes of others for some time. How is it no one can see you?
Their eyes see me, but their minds will not remember past the call.
A call?
My face is like the call of a newborn, hiding the face beneath, and for my body, I am able to wrap myself as a mother cradling her child. I am here, as you see me, but to them, their eyes see only the cloak that I wear, a peasant mother, dirty, shabby, not worth knowing.
As a watcher, you see more than others, to the eyes of most. I am as unseen as the spirits you share memories with. So interesting, like the Grieving Mother, when she talks, sometimes NPCs will say, wait, who's that? You know, and she could have been with the party for days, weeks, months, and they're like, who the fuck is she? Yeah, where does she come from? You know, like that. Or like they just like listen and like, okay, whatever. And they just carry on. You were the only person who really acknowledges her existence as a person, more than just an NPC or just some other, you know, just stranger. You know, people don't really bond with her as such. There's not much companion dialogue. Most of the dialogue is usually actually like when they say things like that, it's usually in dialogue like this, rather than when you're just walking from place to place. How are you able to affect minds? I divert the flow of their senses down a different path, to a place easily forgotten. It's not unwelcome when one does not desire the presence of others. The surface of their minds must register a figure, but their memory slips away. They see a woman, but there is no desire for conversation, no desire for any questions, and I have none to ask. I want to discuss something different. When we first met, how was I able to enter your dream?
I do not know. What do you speak of? If you were in my thoughts, I could not feel your presence, nor do I know what you saw there.
As she speaks, you suddenly feel an odd sensation in your mind, as if walking in her thoughts would be as if walking down a back street of merchant stalls. The claustrophobia of wooden shelves and canvas tarps made less oppressive by the sheer number of enticing vials and bottles that stretch out to the sides of you. You suddenly realize that whether she permits it or not, you could enter her dream and observe it without her ever knowing. In response, your hand twitches. There's a feeling that you could simply pick up a vial, taste it, sample it, and give the memory as your own. And suddenly you find yourself back in her, your present thoughts. And though you were away for but a moment, she seems unaware of your diversion of thought. It may be one of your gifts, an ability to walk your memories as easily as one walks upon the ground. May I try again? You feel her slowly nod, though she makes no motion. My mind is open to you, as it was before we met. I could not stop you if I wished. As long as you don't mind, I don't wish to impose, I seek your permission. My memory is not as it was. Much has been forgotten. If you would walk in my thoughts, I have nothing hidden. Her thoughts feel strangely apologetic and welcoming both at once. Perhaps you may learn something that will strengthen you, or a clue as to what has happened has caused this terrible burning in the fields to the south and halted Breath's wheels. Her mind gives way. Your passage almost unnoticed as you enter her as before, circling the memory you shared when you first met. And suddenly, you are calm. You are on a plateau almost at the height of a tower, several stories high. The plateau is like a table lying beneath a clear sky, and beneath the plateau, surrounding it in all direction, a forest, hazy with mist, although whether it is actually mist or distance or recollection. Resting in the curve of a natural arch above you is a great copper bell, half again the size of a man hanging its attention, as if looking down on you and the event unfolding before you. The plateau is soaked in the sun, and the rock beneath you is rough and warm. The sky forms a cradle around you. You feel different. Not disembodied, but you feel your body, your physical contours, have changed along the surroundings. You hear a soft series of chimes, like wind chimes. At the sound, the scene gains colour and texture, as if... have we just read all this? Yes, we have, haven't we? We've done all this. I walked in again your dreams, thoughts, and I believe you. Your memories. A mixture of curiosity and fear wells up between you. She raises her left hand, her chime against the wrist, quelling the rise within her. She's frightened, but curiosity anchors her.
What did you see in my memories? I would hear you speak of them.
The dream. The memory I saw upon meeting you. It was you, helping give birth to a child. There's silence, and as your breath falls still, you hear the faint cry of a child in the distance, a newborn child, almost exactly like you heard in the dream. As you listen, the grieving mother raises both hands as if weaving, her wrists chiming as she does, a semblance of the gentle turning she provided while the newborn was crowning. You're surprised you recognize emotions and words from the memory, even as they are new to you. There's another top of great pillar. I'll let you read this because I'm not entirely sure. Okay, no, this is new. To your surprise, the Grieving Mother falls as if her strings were cut, and her knees crack hard against the ground. Her hands never cease moving in the air, chimes echoing her movements. In a ragged voice you hear her speak. The voice is that of a much older woman than the one before you, harsh, almost desperate.
Tell me what you saw. Show me what you saw. Where were you?
I can use my intellect to give an accurate picture. It was in the middle of a forest atop a great plateau. The sky was clear, mist blanketing the trees. As she kneels before you on the ground, she whispers at you hoarsely and even fainter with the distance between you.
Stone of the plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
Let's have a look. Let's go back. All the way back. I do seem to remember like a mountain. Peaceful, calm distance. Let's go all the way back. On the stone of the plateau, silver white, shimmering like Adra. Glistening in the sun. Heat on your skin. Silver white, shimmering like Adra. Silver Adra. It's, yeah, 2. As you watch her hands rise before her, she clasps them and then cups them, as if feeling for the first time. As she stares down at the cradle of her hands, and the chimes sound once more, twice, and they swing with movement.
And what did these hands hold?
For a newborn child. There's a sudden intake of breath and then a release. Her eyes blur closed, forming into slits, but the brief glimpse you have of her changing expression, the rippling pain on her features seems to have smoothed. She swallows once, twice, and then you feel her once again in your thoughts, the rasping husk of her voice swallowed and then drawn within her. It was the birthing bell you saw. There was a surprise. followed by a rising horror swirling beneath the words, "Has it been so long? Have I forgotten so much?" With the words come a river of impulses, thoughts as if loosed from a breaking dam. And as your mind wraps around the impulses into words, you realize it is her muscles and her hardened thoughts relaxing and breathing again. There is such an intensity you always want to step back from the flow, but you find the wave of impulses cause questions to flow to the surface. Among them is a name. Watcher. What is the birthing bell?
It is a plateau formed of the spirit stone Audra. At its top is set a great bell, cradled in the reaching arm of the plateau. It stirs in the wind, and it sounds for leagues when struck by kith hands. In distant times, the great bell served as a Glonfothan watchtower, perhaps. Why they abandoned it, I do not know. Other men came in time, settlers, and claimed the tower as their own. I, in turn, claimed it from them. The pillar became a cradle where I could draw new souls into the world.
In your memory, you're helping a woman give birth.
Yes. Yet, I believe you only saw a small part of the birthing ritual. It is not all in a moment, nor in a day. It is a journey of many years between the child, the mother, and I.
Okay. There is much more I could do to aid the mother. Some sought the physical comforts of ritual and steady their thoughts. Even Audra from the bell. Others would seek advice, words of counsel for the days ahead. I was able to provide drafts, tinctures, and a reading of the child's spirit, all to strengthen the mother. Can you tell me about the birthing ritual?
The ritual was one of many steps. It took many tens of years to carve them, but always the child's thoughts were there to guide me. From the moment it began to awaken, to the 3 seasons within the mother, to the birthing day, and the years to follow. The child's thoughts, that is where it began. The expectant mother, I could often sense her thoughts, and those of her child, before she could. I would soothe her, free her from the panic of questions. I would sound the memory of the birthing bell atop the plateau in her mind, letting the memory of the vibrations fill my thoughts and hers. Often, the child's soul could hear it too, so the sound of the bell echoed in the mother's thoughts.
You sense the mother's thoughts? Sharing memories and thoughts can bond lives together, as can hardships, and most of all, the sharing of what is familiar. The bell itself provided shelter for such thoughts, opportunities to see deep into the crevice, hollows in the rock where one could find shelter, clefts where you could feel the air around you. As she speaks, you feel your legs bent, crossed, with warmth of walls around you and blankets woven thick beneath you. Such shared images can bond souls even tighter, allow them to draw strength from each other. You mentioned the ritual lasts years. What would happen after the birth? Once the pain is channeled away and the mother and child breathe again, I sound the birthing bells on my wrists and allow the mother to hear the child's thoughts, the ringing echoing in each other's thoughts. The bells open the way between them, let her feelings pass into the newborn, and let her feel the child in return. But when the feelings meet, that is when I weave another memory and leave it tied in their minds. Do these bells play an important role in the birthing process? Yes, and for years later after, I gave a set to the child after delivery. It's a reminder of the memory their mother and child shared. You feel an odd sensation of warmth, and you can feel a smile being shared, and it flickers, and it is gone. As the bells coax the child forth, so they accompany the child onwards, fastened by the wrists to care for him, mind and body. There is no magic in it except for the magic of practicality. If a child sought to leave their cradles or to escape their cribs, the mother could know through the warning of the chimes alone. At times, if the bond was strong, so would I. The sensation of a smile comes after again, slower, more knowing between you. If not watched children, much trouble may be had from tiny hands. The chimes are kept until the child needs them no longer. When I no longer can hear them sounding my mind, I know the spirit has changed, and the bonds we shared are long gone. This shedding may last many years, or but a few. But it is necessary. We watched over these children for years after their births. Children are fragile things. Even the ties of blood and mind may not be enough. They must be watched, and even then, the body may fail the mind. But if watched, even the most sickly child may cling to life if determined enough, and many of their souls were tied to me. If a child's spirit failed, I could sound the chimes in their mind and grant them strength, even from afar. It did not always serve, but it gave hope. Sounds like you've seen tragedy too. Enough to never wish to feel it again. In the times before the bell, children who died were cast upon the waters of the lake beyond the bell. Sometimes, while alive, if their paths and futures were deemed weak. It was a different time. Children were treated carelessly. Those times are past. I have other questions about the Birthing Bell. Ask what you will. I'll provide what answers I can. Why would you give a telling of a child's spirit?
Many would come seeking their child's future, or a reading into the child's past, the lives its soul is said to have lived.
There's a slow chill, and for a moment it seems as if is going to fade from your vision. As if she can't bear to be seen. There's a spike of fear, alarm. Sounds like introverted people. Like me! Hey! Such things are not mine to see. I might know words. Oddly enough, it feels like she's not speaking to you, it feels like she's speaking to an audience. Yeah, we've seen that. You seem frightened. Something about witches. As the thought of witches crosses her mind, you feel a sharp pain, stabbing, and the sudden burn of lashes across your back and shoulder. And it is gone. You feel the Grieving Mother before you silent, almost fearful, wary.
I was something else, but because the title Watcher was cast on me, the word carried a weight I had neither earned nor deserved. The world seems filled with such titles. They distract, I think, from the actions of the person, from their strengths.
I don't know if it's just me, but the audio seems to be going out there. Like, just a bit choppy, I don't know. Why did you believe you were a watcher?
The world has many corners.
That seems fine now.
And in some corners, the name Watcher is more known. It is an easier title than others, and at times it is easier to wear. Placing a title upon what is unknown can dispel the fear of it, and I didn't believe it. I even believed it true, though I knew little of the ways of Watchers. Granted me strength. I was able to see the thoughts of others, shape them, and help guide souls. Watcher seemed enough, and the name seemed to matter little in the light of one's acts.
But if they came to read their child's souls, what did you tell them?
I drew upon the present. I felt the soul of the mother before me, and used that to tell the child's path, to give it a voice. If only the thoughts of the mother and the emotions that lie beneath were mine to impart. I did, and so I used that as the telling of their child's future.
And what if the mother's emotions were painful, hurtful? One must guard oneself when drawing upon the thoughts of another. Pain of a mother's rage and disdain can be a powerful poison. So, you shaped their thoughts, made the readings true. This is my calling, to show them the life I see before them, and even greater, make them believe it. That is not what a watcher does. Do not shape minds. We see them as they are. Even the more strongly worded tells may not be enough to save a child and allow it to be born. If I have the strength to strip away the stem of a mother's spite to expose kindness, weave nurturing from disdain and neglect, then that is my calling.
With the weight of Watcher behind my thoughts, these tells gain strength. Strength I never possessed on my own. They believed, and what they believed became the truth. With each child that was set upon that path, the title of Watcher became stronger. You must understand, without such weight upon my words, many lives would have been lost, drowned, cast in the lake beyond the bell. Now the trail to the lake is lost and reclaimed by the forest, as was meant. A Watcher was not there to look over us, but it was a Watcher that saved them, and with a Watcher's strength, children were born, were cared for, and grew strong.
The Grieving Mother is in fact an orc. The power of belief has changed the localized gestalt field in such a way that if you believe it, it gives a very, I guess, it like lubricates the gears of reality, of wishes, and makes them sort of come true in a way. To inflict your will on another that is not reading their control. It seems your readings were necessary. On the one hand, it's like... yeah. It's like... controlling everyone, like, stripping away, like, free will and all that sort of thing to make the world a better place. Is that good or is it bad? You know, it's like, of course... if a mother gives birth to a child and she hates the child, if you could strip away the evil and just leave the good, is that a bad thing? I think it makes the world a better place. So I'm going to go for, it seems our readings were necessary, but at the same time, it is control. I don't disagree with the first one, but I'm going to go with it seems our readings were necessary.
What use is a frightened will when a spirit is at stake? Would you let the fears of a mother end her newborn's life? You felt it in the memory, the weight of it, the importance of the child's life. It was a memory we shared.
That memory. It's not the truth, is it? And suddenly there is a rasping cry across your conscience. She raises the hands and you see the germs draped from them. Yet they make no sound as she moves.
A greater good was done, and children were saved. It is a choice you may be forced to make one day, and when faced with it, you will make the same one.
I refuse to exercise that kind of control over others, even with the greater good. When that happens, I'll be making my own choice. Yes, I'm certain I will. Her thoughts slap against yours like cool, soothing waters. That is a good Watcher. Let's discuss something else. I heard the name Watcher in your thoughts when you remembered being the birthing bell. I remember the birthing bell. Wow.
It is because I once believed I was one, and others believed I was one.
There's a slow chill, and for a moment it seems it's going to fulfill visions you can't bear to be seen. Why did you believe you're a Watcher? The world has many corners, and some corners the name Watcher is more known. It is an easier title than others, and at times it is easier to wear. Placing a title upon what is unknown can dispel the fear of it. I do not fight it. I even believed it true, though I knew little of the ways of Watchers. It even granted me strength. This whole bit here is very important. Keep this in mind. This is going to come... This is a tool we're going to use for later. This sort of talks about... This applies to religion in this game's world. In a way that you don't fully appreciate just yet. You will later. So yeah. This is very important. But not for the reasons you think it is. I was able to see the thoughts of others, shape them, and help guide souls. Watcher seemed enough, and the names seemed to matter little in the light of one's acts. There's another name for someone with your abilities. I see the word cipher in your mind, and see its meaning. Although I do not train in such things, and the title feels more of a cloak that the world casts on me and judges me for. It is curious how a title such as that one can define one at times, be the source of such emotion that comes from no one, but the voices of others. It is a curse of the world. Do you know anything about Watchers? I feel that they were once marked, hated. Such hate feels dimmed now. I can feel it. Others' hatreds have risen for other titles. But they burned bright in the past. Now hates have shifted focus, and they may fall on the same again. Either you or me. I want to know more about you.
The birthing
Oh,
bell.
the birth bell, rather.
It is where I could draw new souls into the world. I recall some of the memory of it through what you have seen, but not all.
Where is the birthing bell located? It lies deep in the grey forest of the Deerwood, at the borders of the Glenfathan lands. Surrounding it, barely a town. Not one you would find on any map, but it held an important place for those there, even if we were far from the beaten track. Small families tied like a knot, joined at the wrists in mind and thought. All were welcome. All had purpose. I want to know about you.
And I you. In asking, we reveal ourselves to each other.
Sounds good. Why are you called the Grieving Mother? She hasn't actually given a name yet, but here we go. The air seems to go still for a moment, and time stretches as it did before when the two of you first met. There's a wash of uncertainty from her mind, slowly shaping into questions that swirl and do not coalesce. She does not move. She seems paralyzed, as if you have just wrapped her in a cold blanket. That is a question for you, not I. That is not my name, although if you wish to hang the title on me, I cannot stop you. Is that what you see when your eyes fall upon me? Again, sort of going into the meta, I talked about this in a previous part with the idea of Kim. It's almost like she's aware that the game devs have done that to her, and or like me as the player can see in the text box Grieving Mother. Yeah. So yeah. So I named you. As a watcher, you may see what I do not, or your mind shapes the thoughts I project into a new meaning. There is truth in that title. It is not all I am. True. So what do you grieve then? You must have felt it, seen it. It has as many names as the pain it has caused. As the words take shape, you seem to tumble from her. And the wave is great, rushing into your mind. To your surprise, you feel as though you've been touched by the Biowick again. And behind it, cutting through the torrent like a knife, are the thoughts of a grieving mother. There is a wound cut across the belly of the world. A jagged knife that stripped the stems from men and carved furrows into the wombs of women. Oh, it's a horrible image. There is much I have forgotten, but I cannot feel the wound. I can feel the wound all around me. It will not let me rest, not let me be. The children have gone silent, yet their voices may be heard again. Are you speaking of the Hollowborn? The word, there's a slowness of thoughts, as if the word is being weighed, accepted. It doesn't feel natural to her. You can sense it. It was once unknown to me, as was much of what unfolded in the outside world. When the curse came upon us, I thought it a smaller thing, a thing of communities and hearths. A thought seems to stumble as if on weak legs. It was only when I walked did I feel it stretching out around me in all the cracks of the world. Children have been cast. I do not think it was something they'd caused, nor something deserved. That which is inside them has been torn away. I do not know how, but this wound must be stitched closed. The world bleeds life forth from between a woman's legs. If this blood is not stemmed, the world will die and grow quiet. There is there's an RPG called Lamentations of the Flame Princess, which I hear is like quite a good game, but it has its problems. But there's a book called She Bleeds, and it sort of had mixed interpretations. Some people see it's a goofy way of it's basically like almost like sexual magic, or like getting like women using like the periods and all that comes with it for magic. So the blood, the emotions, the cramps, the pains, all that sort of thing, for magical purposes. Some people say it's a feminist. It's a work of feminism, and it celebrates women. Others say it's a very goofy way of looking at women in magic, and this sort of reminded me of that. I haven't read much of it. I think I have it. I'm not sure. I think I have the book, but yeah, I must have bought it in a bundle. But yeah, seems like a decent enough game. Like Lamentations of the Flame Princess is like one of like the OSR, the old school Renaissance sort of games. So games back when they were like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, in AD&D and the rest of it. So yeah, so that just reminded me of it. Do you know its cause? There's a desperation, a willing fear. You can almost hear her thoughts shivering, and you realize she is as lost as you are on the matter, and suddenly, sharp clarity. I shall know it. Through you. Your eyes will track the course, find the path, and I will be beside you. There is no wound that cannot be healed, and if you truly are a watcher, then this wound may be seen for what it is. You saw me where I hid. Whoever's hands have stilled the world, you shall see them too. What if sealing the wound causes more damage? I will be there, and you will do what must be done. You are given your sight so you may watch the world, and you will tend it. The children shall have their voice again. If your will is weak, then I shall strengthen it. Lean upon me. You feel the weight of words, as if her hands have become on your shoulder. You feel the questions in your mind lose their edge, and become merely words. As I lean upon you. You shall be my eyes, and I shall feel your hands when the time comes. What do you think of the Dyrwood of the Empire? Those titles are markings upon a map, and channel people's minds in violent directions. Such things are a threadbare blanket cast over the world where men and women seek more importance than simply being. How do you see the world, then? The world is a field of souls, tilled by Barath's wheel. The thoughts of cultures and territories do not concern me. The sowing and harvest of the field does. Barath's wheel has slowed, perhaps stopped altogether, whatever words, titles, laws, and blades do not devoted to carving away the harm or healing that wound holds little importance for me. Still also we should know who I am. Okay, there's anything else. So, dream of memory. We've learnt a bit more. What else can we do? There's about two more places we can actually go. Let's try and see if there's any more quests. Might as well pick them all up in one fell swoop, and then make our way. I think we might need to rest up again. That's theft, that's theft. We'll still believe. The Hollowbone crisis hasn't affected Defense Bay. Let's go around these houses, anything in particular. Piggies! Ah, Rumbold. Wench slobbering beasts, blazing bloody effigy, thrice damn salty wench and a socky. You really should mind your language. Why, will pretty words bring the rest of my pigs back, when my pen chased that beast from town? What are you talking about? Calm down, tell me what happened. Bites his lip and closes his eyes, his nostrils flare with quick, angry breath. Wife's always telling me to mind my temper. Just breathe deep and count to 10. He sighs. I know I moved into the area not long ago. Folk had been seeing glimpses and tracks out in the wood, but it seemed to be staying away from town. Or so we all thought until it made off with me pigs. Now everyone's afraid, and we're going to develop a taste for kith, if it hasn't already. Did you see the ogre take your pigs? Yeah. What else would have destroyed my pen and made off with my herd? At the same time, the rest of the village was saying to a 10-foot monster in the forest. I know it's too late to get my pigs back, but it set my mind at ease to see the thing's head shorn from its neck. In fact, you bring its ugly pate back to me, and I'll trade you something for that's less use to a farmer like me than to a rowdy-looking sort like yourself. What do you know about the ogre? The Living Lands. Ah, that's where I'm from. It's the same as any other, I'm sure. Big ugly son of a bitch with a nasty temper and an appetite to match. Try girl could tell you more. He claims to have seen in the woods. You can find him in his shop right by the broken tower. But it's gotta be tiny compared to the sorts of beasts you see up in the living lands. Need something else? Seen any sign of Alice around? Sounds curl into knobby fists. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I already told the snooping guards I haven't seen her, but that hasn't kept them from nosing around my property.
What is it?
Let's have a look in here as well. I think this will be the blacksmith's, and if it is, great. Let's read this person's soul. Reveal. Reveal Laren. Reach out for the soul. You see a forest clearing, fog curling through the weeds on the ground of the cold morning air. The serenity of the scene is occasionally broken up by a faint noise that echoes through the silence. This woman emerges from the trees and stops, dropping to the ground. She creeps to the edge of the clearing and crouches near the tree. She glances around furtively, listening intently for the growing light. She presses her back to the tree, tenses against it, ready to spring forward. From the distance comes another sound, a rustling in the undergrowth. At that she shoots forward, keeping as low as the ground as she can. She puts her hand to her throat and makes a sound, a shrill bird call, but what emerges from her mouth seems to emanate from yards away. From behind and near the source of the rustling there is a brief grunting noise that is quickly silenced. She dives into a large bush at the end of the tree line, keeping her head down and wriggling silently through the leaves and twigs. She takes a position in the bushes, turned to the face the direction she came. She raises her hand again, this time mimicking a stelgar, placing the roar directly behind the men failing to sneak up on her. More than one voice answers this call, all of them sounding panicked and hurried, all of them quickly moving away this way, although all thoughts of stealth forgotten. She backs out from under the bush to crouch behind it. As she pulls the bow from her back, she takes a student stance and waits for her hunters to appear. Very nice. That's pretty good. They've got the same animations. Watch them both. Oh my god, this is brilliant. I don't even know what they're doing anyway. I think they're actually chickens. I'm not sure. Okay, Winfred.
Greetings.
I do like how my character does come around the counter. Props to Obsidian for that. Haven't seen you before. Always glad to see a new face in town. Company's good for business, and chat is good for the soul, and that's what I would say. Anyway, what can I do for you? I'd like for a young woman named Alice. That lord's got you asking around too, huh? Well, at least you have to be lively enough. Bad enough having a small army moving to town, but then they start throwing their weight around and telling you your business. That's the problem with these lords. They think their money and family name entitle them to some special treatment. They expect everyone to fawn over them the way the servants do. No, sir. That's not the kind of people we are, neither Deerwood. We broke away from the idea to get away from that kind of nonsense. If they think... Winthrus, focus. I'm looking for the girl. I'm going to be diplomatic and say, I certainly understand why you feel that way, but that moment I was just looking for his daughter. Of course. Oh, she's getting to her. I haven't seen her. Not since she went missing, anyway. She must have kept to herself. He shrugs and wipes at the buckler again. But you know how women are. Always carrying on full of palaver once you get any two of them together. Perfectly harmless, mind you. I'm not criticizing. Just feels like they never run out of things to say. They all seem rather quiet. Downright shy, if I do say so myself, but Hendina got her talking. Just goes to show you. Hendina? An alchemist. Runs a small stand... Oh, no. Don't tell me she's gone after the dragon eggs. Oh, Christ almighty. An alchemist. Runs a small stand here at the centre of town. Talented little lady, but she had a run with some worms not long ago. She was lucky it wasn't that ogre that's been roaming about. It looks like all Rumbelt's pigs the other day, is he here? But don't get him started. He's still sore about the subject. And once you get him wound up about that ogre and his pigs, he just won't stop talking. So we got on Dyrford. Oh, we're a quiet little town, not much happens here. Especially now since the legacy hit. People realised they couldn't have babies and just stopped trying altogether. And that takes a lot of the excitement out of the day-to-day, if you can believe it. Sure, what do you have for sale? So, okay, tall grass is a unique pike. 1.8 meter. What? That's a lot of reach there. The group of a deer and pike was so disciplined in battle that they gathered the attention of the fair Koenig himself. He made them members of his personal retinue and ordered their special weapons fashioned for them. They marched at the head of his procession, their movement perfectly synchronized, and their pikes swaying like blades of grass in the wind. Pikemen became a public favorite during royal festivals and parades, and both they and their weapons earned the nickname Tall Grass. Nice. I like that. Nice, simple thing. A unique spear. Retesi's Thorn. The sight of Retesi on the battlefield was something no combatant ever forgot. Stocky assured even by all standards, Retesi insisted on using a spear in lieu of any other weapon offered to him. To the frequent shock of his comrades, Retesi proved an unstoppable force on the battlefield. No matter how overwhelming the odds, Retesi could take down opponents with almost comical ease, leaping great heights to bring a spear down upon his foes with crushing force. Whenever it seemed Retesi might meet his end, the fearless Organ would find a second wind and fight with renewed conviction. Okay. Not bad. So I'm guessing that's for the Orlan. Erovius. The Hours of Saint Rumbold. Saint Rumbold was was among the first of the Ethosian pilgrims to take up the Emperor's offer of resettlement in the distant territory of Retsaris. A dedicated priest of the Shining God, Rumbold was regarded as a leader in his community, both known for his unwavering dedication to his congregation and his stern vigilance against lapses in doctrine. What survives of his sermons reflects this duality, for he emphasized the redemptive power of the faith, even as he warned against the dire punishments awaiting those who rejected the ethos beneficence. They got there in the end. The colonization efforts brought the Ethosian settlers into direct conflict with the native Orlan populations, and Rumbold was among those credited with routing several brutal attacks upon the settlement. Ultimately, however, Rumbold was mortally wounded during a violent raid. Witnesses claimed that upon the moment of his death, Rumbold's body was suffused by an overwhelming burst of light, knocking the remaining Orlan warriors flat or scattering them back into the forest. Accounts arose of Rumbold's final hours, describing the great miracles which were observed to have occurred during the day preceding his death. Ethos, it said, had informed Rumbold of his fate, and the priest accepted this gladly and without fear, for he knew that death was only the first step in his rebirth. He subsequently marked each of his final 27 hours with a miraculous act, such that his congregation would know of the gift Ethos had bestowed upon him, and continued Rumbold's work in his stead. Rather than stanch the flow of Ethosian settlers, Rumbold's death had only encouraged more pilgrims to venture across the sea, eager to set their eyes upon the final resting place of Ethos' feared servant. The Hours of St. Rumbold was forged in dedication to this patron saint of the resettlement, and its blade is inscribed with markings counting the 27 hours of Rumbold's passing. In such manner was the blade imbued with the saint's power, it was said that the man might kneel before the sword and know the precision of the moment of his death. Okay, so, how is this reflected? It isn't. Great. Okay. I was going to say, like, I was thinking it'd be like, when you're below so much health, or when you die, you knock everyone down. No. But you get a 0.5 plus 0.5 to crit damage multiplier. So extra half crit damage is not bad. Crits can inflict prone, not bad, so knock people down, great. Accurate 3, not bad. It's a good sword. Grudge Keepers. What can we do all that? Prone, stunned, and flanked enemies. Okay, fine. Not something I'm going to use though. Agio's Gambison. Recovery speed. Okie dokie. I'm wearing light armor, I think, aren't I? I am. damage reduction, athletics, deleterious alacrity of motion. Okay. Alright, so I get faster speed, but it costs me health. Renowned Valiant acrobat Agio wore this garment while performing jaw-dropping feats that seemed to defy the laws of nature and the standards of good sense. He would leap and tumble across wires suspended high above the ground, and while there was no evidence that this garment had actually reduced his intelligence, his concern for safety lessened as his fame and skill grew. He forswore the wearing of safety harnesses and eventually the use of any kind of safety ropes, claiming that these tethers limited his ability to perform. While his skill never failed him, one of his tight ropes unfortunately did. He plunged to his death at the foot of Ansen's fortress. Oh dear. That's very funny. To say that a man died. Oh, boots! Usable by a paladin. You know what? Fuck that, we're taking those. I'll take that as well. What does it do again? So, damage... Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. I'll take a grappling and grappling. I'll take those. I'll take those. I'll take all of your lockpicks. 5,000 gold. Bloody hell. Okay, have I got anything that I can sell? To reduce the costs. These don't really sell for very much. Got any junk that I can sell? I don't know if this stuff is actually useful. Shattered armor. Yeah, I got books. Let's sell any duplicate copies of books that we've got. There we are. Wolf hides. I don't know if they're going to come in handy. Bear hides, lion hides. I will find out. Torch. I'll buy a torch just in case it might be useful. Oh, mosquito. Hello. Rapier, one-handed. There is restores endurance, but 5 less concentration. Okay. It's about Edwin. Okay. This finely crafted but unassuming rapier was crafted in the hot and humid forest of the Scythewood. Or Scythewood. Its first owner was a minor nobleman named Edwin Grundmuff. Okay, known as social circus for his obsequious, and annoying habit of lingering too long where he was not wanted. Edwin had little use for the blade in the courts he frequented. When Edwin died an unnotable death, the blade passed to a young niece, Cadend Grundmuff. She found that the weapon had good characteristics of her uncle, good at interrupting at opportune times, draining the life out of anyone it came into contact with, and generally annoying presence. It was Cadend who gave the rapier its nickname Mosquito, that was used regularly in court duels. The weapon passed to Edwin's grandson in the dear wood upon her death, a Thane of Queensrun maybe. He lost it during a Glenfathan raid. Mosquito was lost with him, and as he had no descendants, and none of the Grundmuffs of Adir had a claim to the rapier, it has circulated among anonymous Glenfathan and Adir and owners ever since. Okay, is there anything else here? Voice of the Mountaintop. Chanter of area effect bonus. I'm taking that. Right. So, I think you already have something. Oh, great. Where's the mountaintop? You can have that. You can have. And I want these. So I do get less recovery, but I get more armor. If I'm getting into combat a lot, I kind of want that. You've got light armor though, so you don't really. I'm not sure if you even need that armor. If you're better off with the clothing, maybe. But I don't deny that the black does suit you. Looks good. So these boots are Zealous command. They need to go to someone else. So I'm gonna close the mustache. Zealous aura of effect. So yeah, so it's a paladin who uses those. I can't use them yet. I must stop by quite a few blacksmiths and make sure that I'm buying up all the best gear. So I might have to actually go back to Gilded Vale and make sure that I'm getting this stuff. Just reading about the Hours of the Saint there. Yeah, this Earthas really does not seem quite as chilled out as I thought it was. To say he's going to have a very major role in the second game as well.
How do you do?
Actually, I'm looking for a missing noblewoman. Oh, that lord's daughter. She was a new Sage of Green when I saw her the other morning, chatting with Tigreal, Trigil. She was just outside his shop. She points to the crumbling tower. Lord Heron said she was ill from trouble. That weren't no road sickness, trust me. I know it when I see it. What's wrong with her? No offense, but I hardly know you. I'm not one for gossip, and I certainly don't want to cause a poor girl trouble.
Gods keep you.
That's the information. She looked ill. I think she's perhaps pregnant. Curious key. And if we'll talk about it later. Get back to the dyers. I'll take care of the customer.
Hail and well met.
A sturdy, broad-shouldered man wipes his hands on his slacks. He reeks of the same foul compound wafting from the vats. His arms are stained with dye. You looking to purchase some leather? Georgia for sale. Oh, exceptional dagger. Nice. Leather armor. Good, good, good. Girdle of mortal protection. I'll take that. Troll hide. Yeah, I'll take that. Yep. Anything else you got? No, that's it. Thanks. Right. Talk to me. Can you tell me about the Aelis Haran? Only that her father's men have been banging down doors and stirring up trouble, looking for her. I never met her myself. And Dina says you two are met. Is she now? What else did she say? She saw you two talking. What was it about? Her father's dragged her out here to get hitched to some backwoods noble. She wanted to escape, alright, and I was happy to give it to her. We snuck her across the river a few nights ago with some private time. Come to find out, we weren't exactly alone. An ogre taller than Winthrop's tails sprung out from the forest, and we were lost in the heat of the moment. We didn't notice until it happened. It was upon us. He grabbed Aelis and disappeared into the night before I could even pull my britches up. Beg pardon? I can see why you've got this to yourself. I'm not proud of it, but that's what happened. She could still be alive. I'm in no shape to go after her, but that Heron looks like he'd have a coppers to spare for anyone who found her. Others around here have seen the ogre east of town. The most of Rumbold's pigs just the other day. So when we're to find it, there'll be a lot of grateful people in Deerwood. Rumbold mentioned something about an ogre. He's hardly talked about anything else ever since those pigs of his went missing. The whole town's been worried out about that monster. People are starting to see shapes in their windows at night, hearing its growl and the snoring of their mates. It would put a lot of minds at ease if we got rid of it. I sometimes ventured into the wilderness. There's ingredients for my dyers, mind you. I've seen tracks east of here near the river. That can't have been anything else. What's in the collapsed tower? It's collapsed. Nothing. It wasn't dirty rugs. A few hides on the scratching wrecks and a tallow stench of dinglers, always grumbling about. The rest of the keep's dust, just like that fool Lady Thanu who tried to hold it. There's a bard at the inn who'll tell you about the blazing story if you want to hear it. So I found a key in there. Oh, never mind. I pressed too many buttons. The game doesn't like that. There we go. Right. Journal. No, not my journal. Inventory. It's a key. Heavy iron key. So they're my private quarters. That goes for you and Haron's bootlickers. Right. Why? What's in there? Why did you just say Haron? What are you? Seven, stop him! The fuck was that? Final Journal of Jonas. My son. Tomorrow I be... Hang on a second, we've already read this. Let's see, hell, it's reprinted this journal. Read that in the library. I think. We read it somewhere where basically he becomes the effigy of Skane. Right, well, the hell's down here? It was worth dying for. Like, I mean, come on, you're outnumbered. Like, you think you're the guy who's gonna do this, right? You're really gonna take out the guy who has a reputation for kicking ass. Yeah, okay. Right. Stand up here.
Bring them down.
Okay. Used recently. I hate that I have to tell him to get into his beast form. Oh, I'm down again.
Indeed.
Well,
Yeah, it's probably best I just stay back. In fact, let's rest. Okay. I can buy more camping supplies, it's fine. Skane Temple, okay. Look at the Grieving Mother go, shut up! Just fucking go in there, stabbing him, shank the motherfucker. Prison rule down here. No, check for traps.
let's see what lies this way.
Our giant has been overwhelmed.
Yes. As you wish.
See, I'm not even that bot. Like, I like Skane as an idea. Skane's kind of cool. The idea of like, yeah, he's the god of the slaves. You know, he's the something of a vengeful god. You know.
Yes.
You know, or like a god of like justice that cannot be delivered by others. Skane out scripture. Burn. Feel thy hatred twist within thee. Feel thyself on its bile. Sustain thyself on its anger. This hatred, this bile, this anger, these shall be the tools for thy rebellion. Let thine heart seethe. There's no satisfaction in open confrontation. Hide thine hatred, let it grow that it may fester. Make thy plots in secret. The quiet slave stays in the shadows, his face seeks not the light. In darkness doth he work, in darkness doth he move. Rebel against those who seek to control thee. Rebel against those who wish to remove thee. So yeah, he's also the broader rebellion as well. And that's what like he sort of shows like the idea of like revolution isn't as clean as one may want it to be. Yeah. I do like that the gods are like almost like quite vengeful and strong. They do not hide.
See what lies this way.
Like their scorn. Yeah, it's quite good for that. It's like, yeah, like the gods are not just like these noble things. They are here to actually, that they're like the old gods. There's no hiding their their malevolence or anything like that. They're gonna fuck your day up, and they don't care because they're gods and that's what they do. Right, now we can get in. Turn into them.
So much
I'll use consecrate ground as well. Just keep you guys alive while you take this guy out.
as you wish.
Okay, we all good? Skein God's robes.
As you wish.
Might come in handy. Might need those to infiltrate within.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
How big is this map? This is fairly big. So I think these guys have actually got the noble. I think they've taken her. As some sort of misguided attempt at justice or vengeance or whatever the fuck. Right, you can pull that now if you like. Okay, oh, we can all go in now. Great. There we go. One mind breaker. Ciphers. Nice. So loot. Anything interesting. Just money.
As you wish.
I'll use a lockpick to break into that. Is there a trap? There is not. But at least we can see it. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a difference between like detecting traps and actually disarming them. So it's like, yeah, you can find the trap. Can you disarm it? And, yeah. That's something as well to keep in mind in role-playing games. You do not do anything. You say what you intend to do, and the DM decides, or the GM or whatever, decides that if you can do it or not. Or the dice, rather, decide if you can do it or not. So, you can say you pick the lock, but what you really mean is you intend to pick the lock. I intend to disarm the trap. I look for traps. And you don't ever have to say there are no traps. You can always say, see any traps. The remains of a ruined bridge lie beyond, on the other side of the chasm. Okay. You can say pillars, remains of the bridge. So yeah, we can use a rope and grappling hook. So you use, so the rope and grappling hook, pry bars, hammer and chisel, they're one-use items, and they can help you get past these things, rather than having to use your athletics to leap over the chasm or whatever. And we can shimmy across the chasm. Remains retorts under your weight, but you feel the tension of our right. You keep your progress slow and steady. The sounds of labour breathing echoes across the chasm. Aeloth, Kana, Ravius, and Grieving Mother are tiring. You reach the other side, safe but exhausted. And you do have minor fatigue there, so minus 10 accuracy, endurance. That's a bit of a problem. Bloody hell, this is not looking good, is it? I mean, look at the textures on that, that's gorgeous. Horrible, gorgeous. Oh, sorry, yeah, do you guys want to get stuck in? Fuck's sake, ball shape, Jesus Christ. Do it, end the fight faster.
What is it? As you wish.
We're still in combat.
A little rest is in order.
Fine blunderbuss, okay. I'm sure there's nothing bad in here whatsoever. Everything's going to be A-okay. I don't know how long I've been filming. I might have to take a break and end this part soon. In fact, I might be able to finish up everything in the Deerwood, and then I'll need to help my dad with something, so...
I'll give it a try, at least.
3 lockpicks. Okay, so the way lockpicking works is, depending on your mechanics skill and the difficulty there, it tells you how many... So Kana here is going to pick this lock. He has a mechanics skill of 7, so he only needs 3 lockpicks. If he had a mechanics skill of 8, he'd only need 1 lockpick. And if he had a mechanics skill of 9, he wouldn't require any lockpicks. So we're going to use lockpicks. 3 lockpicks to break through them. Now, to bring 3 lockpicks, we eventually make through. Again, nothing about this seems bad at all whatsoever. I'm loving my fidget ring. I really love it. Thank you, sweetheart, for buying it for me. I genuinely do love this thing. I love playing with it. I think it actually does help me concentrate as well. I feel like I disassociate less with it. So that's good. As you approach the blood pool, the vicious liquid churns and bubbles. You feel essence riding to the surface, reaching out to you, whispering, "Someone should clean that up." Some strange power seems to be animating the blood. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that whatever it isn't benevolent. Grotesque musks and pools of blood. They aren't half-hearted in their madness, are they? Kind of wrinkles his nose. Place of death. We should not linger here. I extend my soul to the blood pool. Faint whispers resolve around the cacophony of voices. Imagine yourself surrounded by 100 men and women. Their naked flesh is scourged and bloody or skinned and covered with flies. Their eyes are missing, replaced by glittering black stones. Voices cried in unison. What is? Another soul come to rage and burn, all merely to watch. You may be a long time in waiting, Our work today is already finished. Law 6. You all sacrificed this game, weren't you? A woman's voice replies, We were sacrificed to the whims and hungers of the rich and powerful. What we gave here, that was our decision. They hover over the soul's edge, feeling you out. Our fury burned within us, unquenched and unfed. But hate can be fashioned into a weapon by those willing to pay the price. Another voice speaks. In life we were weak, but in death we made a choice. Choice carries power. What kind of power? If you must ask, then you have never had the need of revenge. They probe with the boundaries of your soul, exploring your essence. It is a shame there is nothing in you but years. The souls sink back into the pool. Hold! I will know what you've done here. The pool itself begins to ripple at the sound of the dissonant chorus of perverse laughter that breaks at your ears. The laughing blood stirs in a large metal cage, half submerged in the centre of the pool. It creaks loudly as it rocks back and forth on a rusty pulley, as if in answer to your question. Wait, let me ask you more about this place. The time for questions. Watch her, rather. My apologies. Pool is still. Man's arms are cut from his elbow to wrist. Ghost is bent forward as if watching her life's blood travel away.
I cannot keep up this pace.
So look, Grip Master Steve, found General Jonas again. Now scripture again. There's no way there's not traps here.
What's this?
You failed to sound the trap. We go around. Well done.
What? This?
Right, let's just rest again. Interesting, like, nothing interrupts a rest. Oh, he's confused, that's why, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, you pull back if you can. Oh, she's dazed, right, okay. That's right, everyone else is dealing with that. That's great. Yeah, if you want to carry on and just deal with the Mind Breaker. Yeah, so like, in other games like Baldur's Gate 1, if you rested, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, if you rested, what might happen is, enemies might stumble across your camp. Or if they know you're there, you are more likely to be attacked. Oh shit, here we go. Look, we're just sneaking in like this. Oops! A large bull-necked man in a hood helps young elven woman down from the glass chamber connected to the dizzying array of cables and machinery. Look at this. I love this! I love, like, science fantasy. Like, science fantasy stuff, like, definitely more on, like, the science side of it. This is beautiful. I could just look at this image all day. Like, the top right corner there, you got, like, the glass. It's just brilliant. That sort of, like, Frankenstein-esque sci-fi is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's like proper steampunk. It's gorgeous. Her skin and clothing glisten with fresh blood.
You may feel a little
You may feel a little lightheaded for the next hour or two, but that will pass. Have a meal and get some sleep when you return to town.
The transfusion.
Oh, his voice is even better.
The transfusion will be smoothest if you relax and rest. The implanted essence already has a hold on your mind, so fighting it will be useless. And I hope our new visitor does not complicate matters overly.
What's going on here?
Subversion. The black sheep cousin of justice. Or haven't you heard Lord Heron's tale of woe about a missing daughter and an impending marriage? He's sent his soldiers to scour the village while he bides his time at the Dracogen Inn. I don't expect you to understand what I'm doing. Neither the rituals of Scan nor the labors of animancy meet with much approval in polite society. But unsightliness reminds polite society that there are limits. When no one pays attention to the excesses and debaucheries of a lord, you give them something they can't look away from.
I don't disagree with that, but what exactly is going on here? Haran said he's taking his daughters up to Innes Rest to find a suitor, but a few pieces of his story didn't add up.
Did a bit of digging, did you? That's more that can be said for most.
Is that Matt Mercer's voice?
Lord Heron's been telling everyone she's his daughter. He brought her all the way out here just to avoid anyone who might know differently. She's his niece.
Ho!
She's carrying his child.
Oh, this isn't good. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. No, 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 no. Oh god, this is grim. Oh boy. Right. Well, that's fucking vile. Let's continue. See, there was something that I picked up on earlier. He kept saying, like, I kept saying, like, you know, and your daughter, and he said, eldest, yes, and never my daughter. He always said the child or eldest, but he never said daughter, and that's something that didn't sort of settle right with me. He's around flesh and blood. That's the vilest thing I've ever heard of. Why would he do that?
Heron's own wife's delivered nothing but Hollowborn. Now he's got no heir, and his sister's child, Elise, is reaching the age to marry. Without progeny of his own, Heron's legacy would pass to her issue. So, he found a way to continue his own noble line by putting his child in this girl, his own niece.
You didn't have to resort to violence. Someone would have helped Aelis.
And yet no one did. Not that innkeeper who wasn't above taking his lordship's coin. Not Heron's attendants who must have known. Not even his wife, the poor girl's aunt. Depravity like this doesn't happen, but that people allow it. This is the truth that decent folk don't want to see. Sometimes you need excess to fight men like Heron.
Oh bugger, I've just put my fidget ring on the wrong finger. There we are. Sometimes, yeah. I see, but what are you actually doing, though?
This isn't just about Heron to the girl. It's about the corrupting influences of power and wealth. How people of privilege, people like Heron, are so often insulated from the consequences of their actions. The charged essence of dozens of maltreated slaves and underlings is already taking root in her mind. Once it's established, it'll drive her to murder her uncle, her aunt, and anyone foolish enough to get in her way. People won't be able to look away from Heron's sins then.
Let's have a look. Alright, now, I'll expose him. Seems like a lot of trouble to go when a simple lynch mob will do. They don't get a lot of things right, but this kind of thing they know what to do with.
I do not wish to destroy Nestor Herond. I wish to end his entire rotten line. His name will become a curse among strangers. The deeds of his house will be eclipsed by his ruin. Foes will hear his name and shudder with pity. And any relatives who should survive him will abandon their fortunes just to rid themselves of the association.
Watcher, do not let this girl and her child become fodder for revenge. Let me touch her mind. I can free her from this snare, as well as the memories that hold her captive. Do it. Thank you, Watcher. You feel her reach out, persistent yet gentle. Alis does not move, but the grieving mother trembles with exertion, and the air around her rings with the sound of chimes. At last she collapses, her energy spent. The stain throbs in the mind. I will say, I like that, what's his name again, sorry? Wymond is voiced. I don't think this would have the same impact if it wasn't voiced, and he's a grill. All the voice acting is really good, and the voice direction is pretty good as well. I will actually, I'm going to actually make a point about this, because I always make a point of talking about voice direction, but in this game especially, the voice direction is good, because people are pronouncing things. There's a lot of words here that are made up and don't make any sense to me, but they pronounce them without... They pronounce them and they do it well. They don't once hitch up on anything. They've clearly practiced, and that's so important for voice direction. There's so many games that don't do it well at all. And it's usually like people blame the voice actors, and really it's voice direction that matters. So yeah, do take a moment to appreciate the actors when their direction isn't good. If you want to complain about the same voice actors being used in Oblivion, for example, do keep in mind that it's a director who allowed that to happen. And they need sufficient motivation to keep doing that. There's also not very much insurance for voice actors. If you lose your voice, you're out of work for the rest of your life as a voice actor. If you damage it for what you do, and there's not really much getting it back. Oh, also as well, I forgot to mention, unionized workers with Blizzard layoffs, they're fine. I know unions are not the answer to everything, but they're a pretty good start in the games industry, so we need to start looking at things like that more seriously. Anyway, back to this. She lets her choke cry.
All of them. If she can't destroy Herond, then we can destroy his legacy with her.
Okay, so she's gonna run away. Good. Right, let's have some defensive magics, please. Oh, not because I'm fucking dead. Right, well, as well. Alis dead as well. This is gonna be a fucking shit show because everyone's surrounded. You need to turn. For God's sakes, just fucking do it. You know what? Once per rest ability, use that as well. Increase your attack damage. Knock whatever fucking prick it is. So you. Down. Heal yourself. Knock him down again. You can kill Wymond. That's pretty much the rest of them dealt with. You need to go after that one, the scaring Mindbreaker. No, after that one. Oh no, sorry, I've gone to the wrong person, I do apologise.
Leave it to me.
There we go. That's better. Stay away. I don't know you. What happened here? You wandered into a trap. What? Alias wings. I can hardly remember a thing. But no. My name is... Aidless. A liar. The opening notes of the Falls Knight. There's a reason you forgot Aidless. It's best not to remember some things. There's a reason you forgot, Alice. It's best not to remember some things. I also know I can't get back to the village, although I don't remember why. I certainly can't stay here. There's a temple on the edge of town. I'm sure the clergy will help you find somewhere safe. It's good advice. I won't look back. We're gonna deal with this prick.
What is it?
I don't care if I turn this town against me. I could fucking kill him. Bloodlust skein cultist robes. Those who plot the destruction of their superiors while wearing the impressive face will whisper a prayer to Skane. Political rebels also call upon him for justice in the hope that he will intercede on their behalf with Boudica, with whom he is associated. However, Skane is an unforgiving deity. If a supplicant tips his hand or acts too rashly, the god will abandon them. The same goes for those who actually achieve their ambitions and rise to a higher station. They can no longer count on Skane for aid. These robes are comprised of little more than simple and dyed piece of cloth, tied at the waist by a thick cord. They have been used during the grim rituals of the Skaneite faithful, it seems, but they are spattered with patches of blood, both recent and long dried. Wyman's Key. I don't think of lots of little descriptions for items.
Hello.
Is that trapped? I took. I think that is. Dagger one-handed. Oh, hello! A Grieving Mother can use that. A blade of Enotanic origin, attack, skinning knife, was passed from mother to daughter. Well, no, actually, no, that's more, hunter's friend, ranger's friend. Used to remove hides from various hardy creatures from the tundra. It's precisely designed for cutting to pierce vulnerable joints and cut deeply into flesh, making it a fearsome weapon against less traditional game as well. Nice. Wyman's notebook. Looping scribbles are difficult to read, but as you flip through the pages, you make out several passages. In the beginning you read, "Will be a sustainable place for my experiments. There's an abundance of space, and more importantly, the locals are content to ignore it." I could probably... You skip ahead for several pages. Volunteers. The legacy has brought many grievances to the surface. Capturing the essence is primarily a matter of timing. The ritual of the effigy serves as a good template for... You scan the middle of the book. Died and their essence evaporated. Next time I'll have to try a smaller concentration of the reagent to... You turn to the last page. Noble from Devance Bay. Results were mostly consistent across the other subjects. The challenge is always applying the method to an unwilling participant, but her situation may prove an advantage. If I can bring those memories of her uncle to the forefront, it might render her presence more susceptible to the process. Okie dokie. Oh, of course, I haven't equipped my belt yet. Oh, I have got some boots. For all I know. Actually, you could probably do with those boots more than I could. Where have they gone? Booties. Oh, the business looks command not able to be used by you. Usable by a pallet. I've given the... Where are the boots gone? Yeah. Wilvana's boots. It's not doing much, but it's enough. Yeah. So, talk with Defiance. What is Defiance? Unusable Ranger, okay. Mirrored Image. Cloak of Protection, nice, simple thing. Use a few. Weapons. You have a nice new knife. So it does more damage than a stiletto. It's fast. doesn't have the bypass. 10% hits to convert to crits, exceptional, it's higher accuracy. I'm gonna go for that one. Yeah, I can always enchant it. Look at that, it's such a fucking grim blade. Love it on her though.
What is it?
Exceptional Arbalest. So we can still go up that way, if we wanted to. But we don't just yet. Let's save the game. Get this. Save the game. Find what's going on. So yeah, Skane's interesting god. As well as a god that will not give you any power if you ascend too high. Which is quite interesting idea. But yeah, if you become too powerful, Skane's just like, nope. Fuck out of here. Yeah. I think that's an interesting idea for a god. At the same time, it's like, they're like, you know, don't fuck this up. As yeah, I'll give you power, but you better not balls this up, you know. If anyone asks, you didn't see me, right?
That's it.
I kind of want you to pull back if you can. You are taking way too many hits. I need you to get out there right now. Let's have some defense spells. Eddie, take that on. Oh yeah, you need to turn. Take that on. And of course she's down. Great. I need to start wandering that thing to death. And kiddos, if you don't know what wanding is, ask your parents.
What is it?
Scan issues. So you can actually, oh, so you can actually infiltrate the cult by wearing those robes and stuff. That'd be kind of neat. But I don't care. I probably really should use more strategy and tactics. I think I'm getting a little bit silly. Like, I keep getting characters knocked down. It's probably not very good luck, is it? I think the Grieving Mother might actually die, so I need to get her out there. Okay, that's good. You stay there, sweetheart. Oh my word, this is bad! Circle of protection, please! Before we all die. Yeah, I knew it. We need some strategy here. Yeah. Eddie's holding this shit together. This ain't gonna work. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I have been getting by way too easily just by not doing the doorway stuff. It doesn't work if you don't actually properly do it. The AI behaviours need a lot of work though. I hope in Pillars of Eternity 2 there's more. Yeah. That they've actually done more work with that stuff, because it is good. Oh, hang on, there's a door here. Right. Now this is very D&D.
Of course.
Set up some positions.
Yes? Yes.
You stand there, because you're going to turn it, you stand there.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Using a crossbow and arbalest. Oh, I forgot to give everyone their bloody belts. What am I like? I am such a woolly brain. Right, regeneration. 1 endurance per second. I'm going to give that to you, or do you want this? Less crit damage taken. I'll give you that. I'll have the regeneration. Sound good. Are we all ready? We just need to position ourselves a bit better.
Yes.
Oh yes, you want the arbalest, don't you? Do you? I don't know. Let's find out. What does this exceptional arbalest offer you? It says very slow. Slot 2, right. Compare. So, it's very slow as a range of 2 minutes, okay. Does way more damage. Like, its minimum damage is better than that. Okay. It can inflict prone. Okay. I'm going to give you the arbalest. You can stay out of trouble, okay? Do you want to find blunderbuss instead? Do you want a gun? You want a pirate shotgun? Hand cannon? Arm cannon? Okay. You're going to stay back. You're going to shoot. I'm going to stand here. Hold this position. Aloth, you need a straight line of sight. You, I think... Yeah, you've got the range, so you're okay.
Need something?
You can't turn until you're in combat, can you? You two are going to stand in the doorway.
Yeah.
And you're going to stand in the doorway, aren't you? You're just going to stand there. No, you're going to stand there. And you're going to... Oh, that'll do. Right. And now, everyone, take them out. You're going to turn. No, never mind. Okay, right. This has gone to pot already. I need to get in closer then, because I need to start putting consecrated ground down. Hello. You got a fireball. Oh, tentacles. Let's put some tentacles down. You need to get a bit closer though. Can that be grand? Bit of distraction. There we go. No, yeah, move back, I'd say. Oh, never mind, you're down. Okay, but at least tentacles are up. Yeah, if you just want to attack them, you attack with them, and you attack that one there. We can still do this. In fact, no, I want you to knock that one down there. He's trying to get it. I'm going to grant bonus to defense for everyone. You keep doing what you're doing. I'm not even going to try and understand your abilities. Just keep kicking ass. He looks like he's got a party hat on. This temple guard here, that bit of red there, looks like he's got a party hat on. Don't know what it actually is, but yeah. Let's bring a pillar of faith down on their heads. Look at that. Knocked him down. Knocked him fucking bandy. Got a circle of stuff on us. Anything else that I can do? Divine Mark.
Yes. Love beyond.
You shoot that prick, please. Can you shoot that guy there? What else have we got? Pulsing seal. Oh yeah, if you can knock that down on them. What's a knock down on them around? Nice! Great! You take this one out. If you can shoot that prick there. You shoot that guy there if you can. That's good! That's good! Okay, we're getting there. And now... Let's put this down. Fill them with dread. Gives them fright and reducing their accuracy. Their will to fight. Okay. Let's do some damage. Oh, I'm stunned. So psychic backlash, okay. Yeah. Gonna balance my health myself. What spot level spells do I have? Searing Seal. Does burn damage? Yes. Let's burn. There we go. Done some significant damage there. Found wants to get past. Take that one out if you can. Oh, never mind. Can't move. Okie dokie. What other spells have I got? I can knock him prone again. Yeah, let's do that. Let's not use his prone. Deer's holding out really well. You can do it, pal. I'll give you a second wind. I haven't even done my consecration yet, my holy radiance yet. The radius on it is really good as well. Look at that. That's amazing. That's so much more than it used to be. I'll put a shock seal down on the ground there. Oh no, the lines are broken. That's not good. Yeah, we all need to deal with this guy here if we can. But this is not going to go too well, I don't think. Okay. That was tough. I think we need to rest up.
Of course.
So that went better. But better is not good. Yeah. Any more injuries and I think people are actually going to die, so... You find yourself back in the space inside Grieving Mother's mind. It is familiar this time. And even though you feel you have seen countless births from this vantage point, something fills you with unease. The sky is darkened and the mist has risen from the forest to hem you in. You're trapped. You hear something. The sound is strange, dissonant, like warping metal. You grit your teeth against the noise, and yet as it rises, the eerie melody drives the numbness from your limbs and clears the space in the mist. Focus on the chimes. The noise resolves into a dull tone. As it resounds through your bones, you see that your hands are in motion. And once again, you are drawing forth life, and something warm and fragile struggling into the world. The scene feels familiar, a moment you have lived and dreamed 1,000 times before, and yet something ominous gnaws at the edges. Focus on the woman's cries. The woman should be in pain, the natural pain of childbirth. But you know this, but it is faint, distant, and you realize that you're soothing the pain with your mind, soothing out the eddies of pain and relaxing her thoughts just enough that she can push with her within. Push the child forth. You are taking the pain onto yourself, but the pain has layers. One is pressure, a familiar, welcoming pain, the other is a sharp razor at your consciousness, more recent than this memory. As you try to recall how you've reached this place, you feel the same hollowness inside yourself, a pit filled with the clawing winds of a Biowick. The very thought fills you with disquiet, like the memory of a nightmare. Focus on the child, the movement in your hands. As your hands move, you hear the sound of chimes, clear and sharp, yet somewhere distant they seem echoed by something else. Wails of sorrow, toiling bells? It is impossible to tell. You draw the child forth. An inexplicable sense of dread fills your soul as the child makes the journey towards you, push by push. The malicious presence seems to surround you, and you lean forward to shield the child. At last the baby emerges, wet and ruddy from its journey. A lifetime seems to have passed as the newborn moves from womb to world. Another seems to pass you as you cradle the trembling child, waiting. The child cries out, its cry full of life, full of soul, the chime echoing in his thoughts, filling it with its welcome. The soul is blurred at the edges, as if you're viewing a soul from within a soul. But it is there. It is alive. The woman before you is weeping, and at her first cry her hands reach out for it. Surrender the child. You surrender the child to her. Something you have done many times before, and as your hands move, the dull clangor sounds. You feel a weight hanging from your wrist. You look down and see bones, tiny and well-formed, hanging from the string about your wrist. They're heavier than they should be, and as they clank together, they make a noise like funeral bells. The mother is too intent upon her newborn to pay you any heed, and so you rise your wrist behind your back. She never know, can't ever know. As you hide the bone chimes, you shiver in relief with premonition at the chill wind that suddenly sweeps the plateau. Wake up. Okay. We need to talk. Let's first of all have a look at this. So this guy leaves a balanced visitor. Leaves. Let's go to depths. That's okay. Hireling. Oh, there we are. So we have our hirelings here. And we can pay them. So we can buy them now. And you pay that much copper a day. We don't have more. Okay, let's have a look. So, Mind Strike, Gulp at Night, Thug, no. Replace you with a Warden of the Wilds. There we are. So we can only hire so many people per day. And we have to make sure that we're getting money. Now, it does seem like a lot, 10 copper a day, like, in our real world. But at the same time, it's like, how many days travel are you doing? You know? From, like, here to, say, Cadno. It's like a day, alright? Or Defiance Bay. You know, a day and a bit. So it's 20 copper. Are you really never going to have 20 copper? Like, how much money have we got now? We've got... Where do I find my money? There. Currency. 17,000. Yeah? It sounds like a lot, like 10 a day. Oh, I'm really worried. But no, actually, if you're doing plenty of adventuring, you'll have plenty of money.
Your mind comes bearing questions.
I walked again in your memories. This time they feel strange. I would see them again. So let's see if she says anything about this. Okay. What's that you're wearing on your wrist? She extends her hands and the small chimes on her wrist sound of the motion, just as they sounded in the memories. Chimes are finely crafted, of white ardra. They are wrapped around the Grieving Mother's wrists with tiny woven braids of hair of different colours, from white to black, brown to blonde. You feel as though you're noticing them for the first time. If the birthing chimes were given to newborns, where do you wear a sit now?
There is no
There.
child to carry it.
And suddenly there is a rasping cry across your consciousness, and you see her flinch, visibly as if struck. She raises her hands and you see the chimes draped from them, yet they make no sound as she moves. In your memory they look like bones.
And carry the weight of 100 deaths. I know, Watcher.
This is about the Hollowborn, isn't it?
The Hollowborn.
The same chill you felt before is stronger now, as if it's welling up around your feet, to your ankles. You feel the sudden urge to draw away as if from an unpleasant memory.
The Hollowborn have a future. They can be saved, and the tells spoke of such.
We don't know if that's true or if they can be saved. How do you know? Have you seen this future?
They can be saved. They must be saved. You have seen the beauty in childbirth. What good came into the world there on the plateau. You helped me recall it. It is a memory we shared. It is the truth.
In the memory you hit the chimes on your wrist from the mother. Why? It's not what I hid. What she saw. She couldn't know. The Grieving Mother squeezes her eyes shut and brings her hands to her ears. No more equivocation. What really happened to the birthing bell?
And what would you consider real, Watcher? The truth that was experienced and remembered? Or the one that burned out only to be swept under the rug and forgotten like ash from a fireplace?
I suppose what was left and remembered was more real. What happened mattered. Getting it doesn't make it less real.
And how much of your own life has been lost to the error of memory? How many loves and betrayals were colored with the false hues of emotion? A pity to wonder how much of your own life happened the way you recall.
That's all. Okay. There's something here.
Yes.
That we might need to know about. But we can't just yet. So you will see to this guy in the fort. But first, we need to continue with the dungeon. So yeah, we'll deal with the Dyrford, and then I don't want to deal with the worms just yet. Right, everyone in position. Oh no, because they're all fucking stunned. Let's reload that save, because that was a fucking shit show. Right, the AI stuff, I think I might actually end up turning it off, because I prefer to micromanage. And I'm saying that as someone who's, like, used to want more and more automation. But now it's like, no. It's like, I just want to win fights. How hard is that? And now I'm like, no, I have to be in control, because otherwise everyone's going to run into a room and get themselves killed. So.
Yes. Hey.
Right. Right, you stand there. You're going to cover there, you're going to be there. You're going to come up there. You're there, Aeloth, you're going to be there. I'm going to be there.
Following your lead.
Aeloth. Gonna stand there. And he is, what is he? Paralyzed! Fantastic. Right. Yep. So you guys just take him on. You've turned, so that's great. So, he's getting his ass beat for the time being. But I can heal him. I can also give defense bonuses to everyone here. So, and then I'll give Consecrated Ground rather than... In fact, now I need to stand closer for that. Consecrated Ground. Right, now you can defend yourself. If you want to knock him down. Yeah, just carry on. Right, so I think he's confused, isn't he? Confused, yeah. Right, now we can get the room and now we can fuck him up.
As you wish.
That's what I thought on Reddit lately. Someone was asking, I might actually respond to it, saying like, you know, why is everyone crucifying Avowed? By the way, it's not going to be Pillars of Eternity 3. It is a spin-off. It's meant to be a sidequel or spin-off. Fine, fair enough. It's like, why is it being crucified? And I'm like, I wouldn't say I would personally crucify it. I don't think there's many people actually who are even that bothered. And I think that's the problem. It doesn't really evoke that much emotion from a lot of people. It's like those who are excited look forward to it. Those who have seen the gameplay and aren't impressed, it's just that really. It's like, I don't think anyone looks at it and says, I hate the gameplay, it looks shit. It's like, no. I think it's just a case of like, it just doesn't look that inspiring. Kind of like the Outer Worlds, it's like, yeah, it looks fine. It looks adequate. There's nothing wrong with it as such. But is it good? And that's going to be a difficult question to answer, because I think the answer is, No. It looks okay.
What
Does
is
it look
it?
good?
I shall be discreet.
That's an entirely different question. Torture rack, not good.
What's this?
Right, we know the score.
Hey, that's not nice.
Need something?
Oh yeah, you need to unlock the door, don't you?
I'll give it a try, at least. As requested.
What is it?
Right.
Hey.
So, yeah, so it's not I'm bothered by it as such, I'm not offended by it. There's some gameplay, it's like, where, I mean, a lot of people are saying, like, enemies just look like they're just standing there waiting to die as they take hits from the player character. But I think that's more like the beta side of it, where the AI programming hasn't been done yet, and so you can't really see how it is actually going to play out. Oh, sorry, the perspective was a bit confusing there. I thought it was like, this here was a pitfall. This doorway bit. Yeah, we'll deal with these two, it's fine.
Keeping an eye out.
Yeah. So it's like, the game looks fine. There's nothing wrong with it as such. It's that it just doesn't look particularly good either. Yeah. I'm not going to pre-order or anything like that, but I want it to be successful. I like Obsidian, I like the games they do, and I like the World of Pillars of Eternity. I know some people are worried that, like, oh, well, it's like, if Avowed does too well, then that means that all the Pillars of Eternity games are going to be like this. It's like, I don't think you have to worry about that. I think game development takes a way to, like, making a game like that takes a way more effort than the CRPG.
I think I see something.
Well,
Oh, great. We failed to sound the trap. That means that one at a time, please. Oh, shit. Okay.
yeah?
So the good news is I can make them all walk up that way. The bad news is, oh, shit. You pull back. And of course they're just going to trigger the traps because they are fucking idiots. Just run into just run into them.
As you wish. Off then. What is it? Mow it. Bring them. Yes.
Brave Dalfilakili.
So yeah, it's like, no, I don't think Pillars of Eternity is going to be replaced by Avowed and like the first person perspective games. No. I think that's going to take way more work than the CRPG. And, you know, I think people like these games well enough. Like Pillars of Eternity 2 did not do well at launch, but it's since made its money back. I say that, it's like, it wasn't that profitable, but now it's kind of well enough, you know, so the devs are seemingly happy enough about it, so yeah. let Faith down. Hit him with a fireball. That's always fun. Yeah, see, once they're prone, they're done for. They're goners. Prone's like one of the worst things you could be in this sort of game.
Quiet.
Any traps? No. Okay. So look here. It was a damn worthy cause. John W. Bosk. It's easy to make a witty cynic and that. That's how to make a helpless and doing rogue. Goes way over the head. Grumjum the Goblin. Once is red and so is the blood, I'll crush your skull with a delicious thud. At least it's not a wet thud. That's where we're at now. Dumbass Dave broke his foot in the Privian staff. Kayla Mathandrick. Those who dare and those that succeed. Kayla was never both. She excelled at being unnoticed by most, and she found it increasingly hard to make progress in what became a short life. MR. Adventure, enjoy, and have fun. Dylan. He died like he lived. Fast. Okay. This one hasn't got a name. Who would dream to rebuild a world forgotten, throw a plea into the ether? They were applied with gold and silver and with bronze, and so the pillars were built, but they are remembered here. Souls raucous, but dust. Blank. Man who was never was, and yet was awesome. Sean Hagen. Replay Illuminati. I just what? Murdered by the other members of the Replay Illuminati after selling them out for a mixture of Coke Zero turbine points and a signed copy of Mitt Romney's No Apology, Believe in America. What the hell is that? John and Cliff, the Laking writer. Into this dark embrace we meet this light we've sought, and from beyond the veil the world is clear. For all we've held and loved, our blood has bought eternity for us. In their hearts they must hold theirs dear. Into the flame. Kill for her, yearn for her, and the shadows die for her. Pray over the same woman flame. Right. Yeah. I'm guessing that further ahead there's things. Or one big thing, like a boss battle. Kelly Chon. There was once a party thrown by him with moonshine filled to the brim. Suspiciously uncouth, surprisingly smooth. The drink was worthwhile win. That's honestly like it's like this is one of those rare things where it's like the words almost rhyme or they just rhyme on technicality, and it's like that was utter rubbish. I'm sorry to say, but it's like it's made worse because it's like the words almost rhyme or they technically rhyme and it doesn't work. And I think it's almost like they made an anti-poem. It's like it's a poem that's made purposefully and worse. That was handcrafted to be bad. Bravo, Kelly Chun. If you are watching this, Kelly Chun, I'm so sorry, but yeah, that's just how I get it. Adam Ridgway, I think I know an Adam Ridgway. Finding a worthy adventuring company to go worsting with is a challenging quest in itself. I like that. You know what? I'm saving that. That describes a lot of D&D. In fact, it kind of actually describes a bit of the men's loneliness epidemic, where it's like meeting other people isn't a problem. Having a connection with those people is. So, like, for example, D&D is a great way to get playing with other people, yeah, fine. It's like yeah, it's a bit of friendship. It's guaranteed friendship and a group activity every weekend or whatever. However often you can play. But are you communicating with those people after the game, or are you just sort of like going about your week and just it's just a thing you do, or does it go beyond that? So you're meeting up for drinks. You're you're talking outside of the game. You're playing other games together. That sort of thing. Finding a worthy adventuring company is the good question with is a challenging quest itself. I agree with that. You know what? I work in part of my job is like, well, at least part of the company I work for is like mental health and awareness and things like that. I might actually ask if I can have that printed off at work and just put that to like we have like a wall dedicated to mental health stuff, and I'd like to put that on there. I know it's a bit of a happy clappy remark. It doesn't really solve anything. It's like just saying you are worthy, and all this sort of thing. It's like you are valid and all this. So it's like, yeah, so maybe some people do need to hear it. I don't think it's quite enough. But I like this. I like this one. Adam Ridgway, thank you for that. Silent protagonist. Exclamation mark question. That's good. Lager man. Okay. Watch out for the spear. Stan. Casting spells and curses since 1990. Yeah, not fine. Sister Goldring. Jenny, Laura, and James, turn off the game right now and go to bed. I love you, Mummy. Skip Greenwood. Here lies Skip Greenwood. Wonder if that's someone related to Ed Greenwood. As glorious as chainmail and as reckless abandonar, they are no match for a barbarian with a great axe. Yeah. Let's just go back in here. Can I do anything with this? I think we thoroughly explored this place. I want to know if we can deal with this cultist gain. It is cool as well, you really do get to interact with the gods. At least followers of the gods this way. It's quiet now. Okay.
I shall be
Is it
quiet
trapped?
as a calm sea.
Nope.
Which is not very quiet.
Oh, okay. I think we've pretty much explored the entirety of this place. I don't think there's anything else but the exit. So, I think we can make our way... Yeah, it's just pitfalls. So, let's make our way to the staircase. Where does this go? Oh, we haven't actually discovered yet. Ooh. What's this here? Okay.
You cannot venture forth while in combat.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. I'm just going to say now as well, I probably will not be doing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Let's Plays. I love those games, Baldur's Gate 1 particularly, and Siege of Dragonspear as well is quite nice. Oh, hello. I'm not complaining about the combat, but... Where are... Oh, okay, we're at the crossing. We better find our way out of here as soon as we can. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Let's just try and get to the edge. Beautiful water effects, look at that. This place is gorgeous. Yeah, like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, very similar games to this, probably won't play them though. Maybe Pathfinder Kingmaker? Yeah, that'd be good. But, yeah. I'd happily play Rogue Trader, but I kind of want to do that through my own playthrough first. And, yeah. Relax, so that's another place I've got to go to. I need to go to Canoa. We're going to go there, we're going to talk to this drunkard. I'm going to buy some troops.
Better indeed.
Better indeed. Oh, good. I'm glad he approves. Finished in 14 hours. Okay. So what other defences are left then after that? So we've got the towers, so the walls are complete. Pretty much all of the defences are done. It's just things like the hedge maze, and the towers that need doing. Okay, fine. Scary Archer. It seems to be in order. The Lion Companion, nice. So these are some of the hirelings that we've got to defend our lands. So that when we collect taxes, I think it's every 7 days you get your taxes, bandits are less likely to take the money. But then you got to pay your guys, so it's not... I'm not going to say it's bad, but yeah. Let's start with this drunkard. Yeah, and if you like this sort of stuff, do play Pathfinder Kingmaker, because like, this is the sort of stuff you have to deal with on a much larger scale. Let's talk about my army. Veteran troops. 10,000 coins. It will be done. So, we have bought the veterans now, so that's 10,000 gold pieces. That I've been afforded. Hello, greetings, Lord Rodney. I mean, I was hoping to talk to you with a spot of trouble. The man's breath stinks of ale. Very well, let's hear it. You call your allies together, motion for the petitioner to step forward. Thing is, I've worked up a few depths in Dyrford, and a few other places. More than a few. I haven't got the coin, my lord. I'd pay it off if I could. I was thinking, maybe you'd know someone. Oh, know someone looking to hire on or something. I'm willing to work. Why should I trouble myself with a shiftless vagabond? Don't worry, I can settle this. Thank you, my lord. I wasn't sure that anybody would care, really. This ought to be enough to settle your debts. I'll give 1,200 copper pieces. For Dyrford Village, minor positive. It sure is. God to keep you, my lord. I'll settle that eye in his rest. See about paying that debt what I owe. Won't they be surprised? Yeah. I'm sure he'll spend it all. But who knows?
I trust all is well. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
What's the state of the keep, please? People are starting to notice your hard work. I dare say we'll have more visitors shortly. I'm glad you decided to stay on, my lord. It's been difficult watching this place tumble into decay time and again. See it restored. I can imagine the great crowds, the petitioners. Music, perhaps, in the evenings. Oh, I've got it carried away, haven't I? Here's the report. So there we are. So we've dealt with them. So 14 hours. We can do something new. But we've got veteran troops. Oh! So we can defend our keep against the bandits and take this guy on if necessary. I do like that your companions are reacting as well to it better. And that's Bright Hollow, where we can rest. Ledge Maze, yeah, it needs work. We can rest here in Bright Hollow, and we can get buffs for doing so. And the more things we buy, the more buffs we get for resting. So my pet's over here. No bonus. 8 hours have passed. Yeah, so 8 hours pass each time you sleep. Like, I like playing CRPGs, but I want games that my darling dearest can follow or enjoys watching. I don't just want to play games for the
Better indeed.
not for the sake of it as such. I don't want to say, you know, just for you guys as such, but it's got to be fun for me as well. Like, that's the main thing. It's like, if I'm not having fun, obviously it's going to end up being shit. Let's have a look over this. What's over here? Can we go into this house? I can't remember. But yeah, it's got to be fun for all of us. So, yeah. And, oh, our prestige and security is going along on the right-hand side. Prestige 20 and security 25. Nice. I'm happy at that. With that, I'm very happy. God knew it's going along quite nicely. Dyrford Village. Yeah, this is where I need to go. And hopefully by then, the new upgrade will be done.
So, Kana, what do folks in Rawatai do for fun? Aside from each other? Do you just gape at every shiny object that comes along? Or is that just what you do when abroad?
Krakoa may be more traditional, but it has its share of festivals. Drink a little wine, find someone to dance with.
Wine and dancing? Oh, guess I had it all wrong. So, no shark races and undersea orgies?
No, that's all true.
Oh, that's brilliant. So, our prisoner tried to escape. There's parts. So you come back in 2 days and let us know what's happened. Attack me as well. So Ramaphoel tried to escape, but he was captured by the guards. Very good. Okay. So payday 400 gold, copper rather. Okay, so that's all done. Now what do I do now? The towers would probably be the best thing. Yeah. Merchants. Oh, let's have a merchant stall. So at least I've got a reliable place to sell here. That's the mill, so I've got no reason to be there. Let's help out. Of course he's gone.
Hey.
Oh, he's resting upstairs. Good. She's not going to be too alert.
Of course. What are you doing up here? Unless... Have you news of my daughter? I've got to get her out of this wretched village.
My daughter. So now he mentions stuff. Okay.
My daughter? Is she safe?
I'll let her go.
Can't be. What happened?
Um, I'm gonna remain stoic. You know exactly what I discovered.
I don't know what you're referring to, but I've heard enough already. Take this, and let's put this unpleasantness behind us.
Wow. So, I can say go. Dyrford Village, major positive. Extraordinarily positive, I can say. Not so fast. If I'm going to forfeit the pleasure of bearing a knife in your gut, I expect better compensation. Rumours travel fast, certainly faster than caravans. Do you really want to take that chance? Or I could just kill him. Yeah, I'm going to go with resolve. Diplomatic.
Very well. Now, I really must get back on the road.
Hang on a second. Oh, Defiance Bay moderate negative. Okay. So, yeah. So Defiance Bay is not overly happy with me. Now, you know what? Fuck it, I've loaded the wrong save. I'm not letting it off like that lightly. I'm not taking his fucking money. His money doesn't mean jack shit to me.
I wonder, Alof, don't you ever feel curious about Isilmir's history?
Not even a little.
But think of the opportunities. You could learn so much about the past.
There are some things I'm happy not knowing.
Yeah. No. See, the thing is, he lives. And I don't want him. See, this is shit because on the one hand, it's like I don't want him to be martyred. At the same time, like, I don't want his money.
What are you doing, my daughter?
Okay,
What happened? I don't know what you'll take this, and let's put this unpleasantness behind us.
Kill Harand. My thoughts exactly. Your blow dispatches the old man more quickly than you like, but you're confident that no one has heard you. Also confident, no one will ask too many questions when they find him dead. See, I don't know why I've got the reputation loss with Defiance Bay. I think there's another way I could go about this. I don't want this guy to just get away with it. I really don't. It's like, it's not good enough. Maybe Stoke is the answer.
Of course.
Or maybe he's in his room. Maybe that's it. Maybe he needs to come down. Be seen in public. Because it's night time, so he'll be in his quarters. Maybe if he comes downstairs and everyone hears this, that'll change things. And if that's possible, holy shit. Like, good on Obsidian for actually allowing people to do that.
Well met.
Perhaps you could make it your business. Put those coppers away. My pay comes from an honest day's work. Enough for me. It should be enough for anyone. Oh, the Lord, rattling your purse like it's fit to buy the leaves of a god and kith. What do you mean by our Lord, by the leave of gods and kith? Look, I don't want no trouble from you or him or anyone else. I'm just waiting for him to tire of my ale and leave so things can get back to normal around here. I won't stand by and allow an innocent girl come to harm. Let me find her. She was looking to disappear. Okay, so we all know. I understand, Degler. In fact, let's have a look at your rooms. Might, Constitution, Intellect. Dragon's Lair. Nice. Hour 5. You don't want to come downstairs then? No? Right. I was really hoping that we could actually let him come downstairs. I'm gonna...
What are you doing, my daughter? Is she safe?
She's dead.
That can't be. What happened?
I should kill you for what you did.
This would be a bad place to start a fight, traveler. Take this, and let's put this unpleasantness behind us.
He's gonna leave in disgrace. He thinks his daughter's dead. Or his niece is dead. Really? I'm gonna... It's like I want to fucking kill him. I do. And I don't give a shit. My rationale, so let me explain my rationale. If I kill him, he has a wife who has now got to remarry. She can't have children because of the whole crisis. I mean, she can have children, but they're not going to have souls. Is that going to cause scandal, or is that expected? If I kill him, are people going to start asking questions here? And the town gets fucking destroyed, interrogated, and they find this guy's body. If he goes back, does he live happily ever after? I want this guy to live and always looking over his shoulder. I want him to know that there's people who know his secret. I'm sure this is going to come up someday. I'm going to let him live and walk away. But I want him and his legacy. In fact, you know what? No. No. His family line doesn't deserve this shit. His wife doesn't deserve it. The rest of the line doesn't deserve it. Yes, the nobles will be brought down a peg. They'll be taught. But then again, killing Harond is warning enough that they are not immortal. Begging for the leaves of God and kith indeed. Fuck you, Harond. You uploaded Smash Dale Man more quickly than you like, but you're confident that no one has heard you. You're also confident no one will ask too many questions when they find him dead. I'll take his fucking money as well. Sunbeam. Let's know about the origins of this domestic amulet, but it has markings around the area. The embossed sun emblem, suggesting it's centuries old. To most, it looks like any old piece of jewellery. The hands of an individual are soul as an affinity for the magical arts. The amulet glows brightly and feels warm to the touch. Original contacts on the chain. Yeah. Fuck him. Defiance Bay. I'm an ally. I'm faintly good. I got my first aggressive reputation there. His guard's gone.
Good day to you.
I feel sorry that he's going to have to clean up the body. Maybe the villagers will help. Yeah. Whether his wife is complacent or not, I don't know.
Other half used your body during the night?
I don't think I understand you. And I'm not sure I want to.
Well, I've found that if I go to sleep hungry enough, I wake up covered in blood and delightfully full.
Right. Now for the Joker. I thought the young lady was coming here.
No. What's impressive is cleaving a man's... That takes aim.
Did that once. In my case, it was an accident, and I still wake up some nights feeling bad for him.
Anything else around this way? Yeah, the cards are worth knowing. I just want to check. I just want to make sure that the young lady has actually made it out. Because she's supposed to be joining the priest of Wrath. The temple. Making her own way in her life. I just hope she didn't die on the way from the skein floors.
I can do that, as requested.
Getting supplies, nice. Okay. Seems as though we've done everything we can. Yeah. It's Dynasty. Like, this is the thing with, like, I think, like, Skane. It's like, I think Skane would, burn down his home to prevent someone setting his house on fire. He'd cause a lot of damage to people who don't deserve it. And let's blind hatred run. And take it out on the wrong people. Let's have a look. Farmer's plates. Dyrford crossing. Okay, this is where the ogre's going to be. So we know ogres are quite tough. So it makes sense that we found them on the 3rd floor and they were quite formidable. We're so close to leveling up as well. So yeah. Avowed. Just want to go back to that. I look forward to it, but I don't deny that there's a little there that really excites me, that tickles one's pickle. God, this is gorgeous. Yeah, it's just like it's just like a lot of Obsidian writing where it's like, because I like it. I do like it. Like, I'm having fun with this game, but for some reason it just doesn't want to be easy to either pick up or get into right away. Like a lot of Obsidian games, pretty much all of them I've played, I've had to play multiple times to really get into it. And Lord knows I've tried. I've fucking tried, but sometimes it's just so insanely hard with the Obsidian. And I don't know why. And I think it's going to be the same case with Avowed, that like, I have every right to be worried about it. About what it might be or turn into. I think fears of it becoming like, of all Pillars of Eternity games being first-person shooters, are unfounded. Like, yes, it happened to Fallout. It's not. It's like, and yes, the reactions back then. Nice going. Grieving Mother knows her shit. Mind you, I think actually flying creatures are more prone to dazed. The defenses aren't great as well, especially Will. Good God.
Well?
Did Adventurer? Okay, fine.
As you will.
What's down this way, I wonder? We don't make a spiderling. Bloody hell. That doesn't sound good. Do you want to turn?
Yes.
Wasp did a good song. About God Widowmaker. We leveled up nice. Yeah, because I need to get off soon. So yeah. About another 25 minutes, maybe. I will be back to do more. I'm loving playing this, I really am. But, yeah. Okay, let's level up. I want my law skill to go up, because that's so good. Aggrandizing Radiance. I'm not reducing the healing. Interdiction, rather. Dazing a foe. That's pretty good. Spray counter. That's good. That's actually really good. Air of Effect. Brilliant Radiance. Enemies now take an additional 10-15 burn damage as opposed to... so instead of like taking 100 points, yeah, so 30. Over 40, yeah, okay. I don't know, Brilliant Radiance, or should I do something else? Interrupting blows. I kind of want more defense. What can I do to defend? Make myself more defensive. Body control, mental fortress. Hold the line. Utility. Fast runner. No. Armors bearer. No. Shot on the run. Range recovery while moving. Scion of Flame. Increased damage done with button. That's now. So it's run, quick switch. Wound binding. Yeah, actually I think I will go for wound binding. Because I don't really think I need anything else, to be honest. Oh, 1 second. And I am back after what feels like an eternity. I've had to fill in some forms with Dad, and it's just a lot of stuff there to do. It's like, oh, word. But we've done it. And thank you so much to my darling dearest. Okay. Right. So where was I? I was choosing something here. I wanted wound binding, I think. Because I want the health. So I have to rest less. So I'm gonna go for that. Well, field triage is good. So yeah. Eddie! Let's hold on to your points, you can have them next time. So, what can we have here? Bonus knockdown. What gallant's focus? No, it's a mode. No, just in modes. Bonus knockdown or rapid recovery. Constant recovery. That's how I spend an action long. So I get some of the time that is corresponds to actions. Longer actions result in proportionally longer recovery. Armor also has a large effect on recovery. So they get more, so they're healing themselves. So he's getting 6.2 endurance every 3 seconds. Do I want that or do I want something else? Is there anything that gives them damage resistance? Yeah, Mental Fortress would be good, Body Control would be good. Body Control. No, Mental Fortress, I don't want it chowned off, dominated. I'm confused. So I'll go for that. When does everyone else get unlocks? You're close, you're close, you're close, and you're close. Okay.
Yes.
Right, what's in here? Grizzly Cave. I have to say, I love the gore effects. They've done really, really good. I'm very impressed with this. So yeah. There's an autosave. So it's the cave.
Braved out
Won't hold me for long. I can't move. Someone pick me up.
Eddie. Use a fireball.
That's it. So much.
There. Webs are so very flammable. Oh, we've attracted everything. Once again, Eddie, if you could, so Aloth rather, sorry. Just fan of flames. And yeah, why not? Let's have another fireball.
My mind.
Just set fire to everything. Oh no, I've attracted the attention of everyone. Yeah, focus on them, please. Okay. I get Eddie and Aloth. Eddie and Al mixed up. Hey, they've leveled up. Aloth! Right, your law skill's high enough. Why not? 4th level spell. Now that is concussive missiles. So that's basically an upgraded version of the original missile spell. Confusion. AoE. Enemies are confused, I like that. Behave normally, attack an ally, but walk in a random direction or do nothing. I'm gonna go for that one if I'm honest. Yeah. And then a talent. Hardened Veil. Arcane Veil. Gives an extra deflection. I don't really need that. Grimoire Slam. Especially with the Grimoire. So it's a melee attack. Does a lot of damage, but I'd rather give him something else. Wound Binding. Because he is bonding enemies a lot. Melee only, okay. Sanctifier, no. Wild Hunter, interrupting blows. I like that. I don't know what to go for, to be honest. Noble, Scepter, Rod. To get extra accuracy. Yes, using them means he's more likely to hit. More spells is always good. I do like my fireball, so actually I'm going to go for an extra bonus 3rd level spell. Because I can fireball more.
Aye? What is it?
Kana. Oh, God help me here. Right. Mechanic skill, you are my engineer. So I need to keep you in good braces. Still on 2nd level invocations. Look at this. How high can these go? 8th level? 2 Fingers of Daylight. Well, let's have a look at the 1st level stuff. Oh, these are the invocations. Okay. 2 will-o-wisps. 3 worms. Enemies are terrified. Shatter their shackles, cast off their chains. The defense. It's not great. I can't see myself using it enough. You know, it's charmed. I could probably get by 3rd level invocations dominated. Crush damage. Could stun them. Yeah. I'll go for that, I think. I can't use anything else. Right, okay. Soldier. You're using a pistol. So, extra accuracy. I'd rather not go for 2 weapon focuses. For the sake of... I'm not losing a talent to that. I'd rather go for something else instead. One-handed style. Melee weapons. What else have we got? Marksman. Against distant enemies. With range weapons used on distant targets, I think. It'll be distant enough. I do think I want to implement this. Oh, 1 scepters and rods, okay. There's a small amount of rod damage to the wielder with each attack. What? Oh, it's modal. Okay, that makes sense. Or do I want defense? Hold the line. Cautious attack. Is there anything that can improve my speed? Is a fast runner? No, not quite. I don't mean in that sense. I mean range recovery. Shot on the run. Recoverability while moving is reduced. So when you're aiming a weapon and you decide to run out of the way, it interrupts you. So, yeah. So a shot on the run, I think. Oh, like it doesn't interrupt you so much as it slows your attack down. So if I could just have something that actually speeds me up. Grimoire cooldown. Oh, hello. Also drums and spells. Grimoire. Okay. Arms bearer? No, I don't really need that. Deep pockets? No. Range recovery. I think I'm gonna go for that one. I do find that I'm a moving car a lot. Your stealth, your survival skill. No. No, Chief Sneaky. I'm not going for any of those because you need Alan's Frenzy. Would be really good. Because you're melee DPS, so you can go apeshit. 25% attack speed. And to be honest, -10 deflection isn't that bad. Let's show you. I'll show you what deflection is. What's his deflection? So that's his oh, right, okay, yeah, his deflection is not very high. 38, so it'd be down to 28. Which is not good. Savage attack. More damage but less accuracy. Envenom strike. You can do raw damage. I don't know what to do. Because I don't really use his spells. I want him to be in his ship shifting. Veteran's recovery might be an idea though, so he's getting health over time. Grants to open style, dual wield attack speed. I don't know what talents would work best with him, because I like him using his wild shape. I think he, and as far as I can tell, he can cast spells while doing that, but I don't know. And Venom Strike, that's 3 per rest. I'd rather not do that. I'm gonna say Outlander's Frenzy. 1 per encounter. He gets extra damage and health, but we can't see his health. So yeah. So I'm gonna make him go berserk on the battlefield.
Yes.
And finally, Grieving Mother. Your stealth is really high already, so I'm gonna go for the law though. So 4th level spells, okay. Well, it's personal from other attributes. That's Scream, raw damage and stunning enemies. Yes. Pierce damage to against a single target. It's fast. Damage reduction stolen. You know what? I'm going for that. If I need someone's damage reduction to come down, yeah. And then the talent, Psychic Backlash, 1 per encounter. I got Stun a target Whenever they focus the will. No. What else can I do? Move, speed, and defense when disengaging. I think I'm going to go with this one. Because if she's in melee a lot, and she's going to be stabbing people, she needs to be able to defend herself when she's getting away. So yeah. Because she's good. She's the kind of character who like needs to get in, stab, and run. Like a rogue in a way.
As you wish.
Get in, get out, that sort of thing. Now, as I don't want all my efforts to be wasted, I'd like to save the game, now that we've done all that. So yeah, those talents weren't really the best choices, I appreciate. But I'd try to go for the interesting ones as well. And there aren't that many interesting ones. Yeah, this is clearly an ogre's den.
Fallen, human. Oh.
Oh, a friendly bear.
Marrowbones.
Is he gonna let me approach? Ah. Okay. Korgrak. As you advance through the darkness, the ground begins to tremble. You hear plodding footfalls, growling breaths, and bones snapping crunches. An ogre steps out of the shadows, 10 feet tall and bulging with muscle. He tears a wet mouthful from a wet, pink-hoofed fresh limb and wetly tosses it wetly aside. He wetly watches you from under the thick ridge of his wet brows. Too well equipped for a villager. Abandoned from the road, then. Must be. The ogre wetly snorts and wetly tightens his wet grip around a wet club. I've kept myself. Kill no one but the fools reckless enough to chase me down here. Why have you come looking for me? A farmer from Dyrford claims you ate his pigs. He rams his fist into a wall and roars. Then I should have eaten the blazing farmer. I underestimated the love these villagers have for their swine. Calm down. Perhaps you could tell me something. What? What are you doing in this cave? Hiding from your kind. Kith driven from their homes by strange storms. Bandits out for blood and coin. My kind is unsafe around the Kith at the best of times, but now tempers run hot. And ogre blood is valued among your alchemists. Intellect 18. Oh, sorry, yeah, his wet fingers wetly flex around his wet club. 18. The only reason you'd hole up in a spider-infested cave is if you really feared something out there. He smashes his club into the ground. I told you! The cat on these roads these days hunger for anything they can eat or smell. They eat or sail. I would last a week wandering in the open, not by myself. Rational 1. He wetly clutches his wet club with both hands, and wetly draws it wetly closer. And you seem sensible enough to understand that now that you've found me here, I can't let you leave. This place is unsafe. Even if you kill me, it's only a matter of time before someone else finds you. He wetly grits his wet teeth and wetly glares at you. His wet eyes, wetly hard and wetly narrow with the wet rage. Korgrak takes several wet heaving breaths, wetly seemingly ready to wetly charge at any wet second. Finally, he wetly drops his wet club. That's what I was afraid of. He sighs, blasting you with his wet, fetid breath. Time to move on, then. I have a stronghold in Cadnua. Help me defend it and you can stay as long as you like. Sell my services for the shelter of a fortress. Sounds like another kind of trouble. But one perhaps I can handle. If you need me, you'll know where to find me. I'll leave for Dyrford alone for now. Okay. Wait, I don't understand it, but I promise nothing else. It's payday, the tax has been collected. I've got an ogre! I've got an ogre! Fire flames! And let's have a fireball. Could you kindly change to your knife and just stab that thing, please? I knew it. I knew there was going to be something big down here. Oh, and yeah, why not go berserk? He's gonna go over shit now, he's gonna kill things. There we go. And how much health did he have left? Ah, he was doing alright.
Well?
So in Pillars of Eternity 2 you can do something called multi-classing. And multi-classing is the idea of basically having two classes. There used to be something on D&D called dual classing and multi-classing, and I don't know what dual classing is. I think that's what we now know as multi-classing. But yeah, multi-classing was basically you take as many classes as you like as long as you had these scores to do it. And when you multi-classed, you would actually have different levels. And you'd have, sorry, different names. So in Pillars of Eternity 2, it's not recommended for beginners that you multi-class. It's best that you actually stick to one class. And that is usually the case in a lot of RPGs. Not always. In Pathfinder, it's usually a good idea to multi-class. But you can get plenty from the best of both worlds. In D&D 5th edition, you're usually at a disadvantage unless you're playing a very specific build. And it's usually for combat purposes rather than roleplay. But in Pillars of Eternity 2, yeah, you get like different names. So like, if you're a wizard and a fighter, you are a battle mage. If you are a oh, hello. Yeah, so like if you're like, I don't know, a cipher and a wizard, you're like a psionist or something like that. If you're a monk and a barbarian, you're like a you know, like a speed fist or something like that, you know. So you get different names for it. So it's kind of cool. They level slower, and you get talents at different stages, but you do get the benefits of having two classes at once, which is kind of cool. Severs. A man turns to face you, wiping blood from Mr. Stock. His knit brows betray a moment of confusion. But able to watch you see a slow, confident smile greets over his face. Then Bran does not meet many travellers this far from the road. What would they be doing down here? Probably after that dragon egg. Same as us, boss. It's a rhetorical question, you dimwit. Everyone knows the roads between the villages and the crawling with brigands. Obviously bandits. Same as us. It's a good thing there's a giant egg nearby. Nothing stirs a my appetite like the result, like losing corpses. That doesn't sound good for us. We can step back away. For once, Alf, I think you've got the right idea. Where are you cowards going? I mean, where are you cowards going? First things first. Right, oh, okay. Yeah, Hetty, if you want to go ahead. Sorry, I forgot to turn your AI protocols on. Yeah, you take out him. Shoot the wizard. Yeah, you want to stab her? That's great. Just flank around. There we go. Ah, he's not prone, okay. I'm gonna get in and offer some healing. She's handling her own really well. Look at that, just melted everything. Exceptional stoke. Bound room, nice.
Aye?
Yeah, look, it's been a while since we bought some spells. No, not me. Consulate training touch. Can anyone else learn spells? Nope. Buy Slicken. Yeah, buying the spells and I don't have to worry about them later. Combusting wounds. That's fun. There's bounding missiles. I think it's like hope that bounces between people. Yes, the target too. Oh, that's good. Yeah. So I was saying this before about like in all the D&D, but like in all the D&D, like characters and their spells would be named after people who made them, like old D&D characters. Yeah, so just look, I don't know. And that's the nest egg.
Bring them down.
I was wondering what everyone was doing then. You're taking a few hits, heal yourself. Anything over here? Yes, there is, as far as like goes. Yeah, oh, I'm running out of fireballs. No, come closer. And we'll get a fan of flames out. Which they can hardly defend against. I've got them all they're very vulnerable to. Why not? Let's have another fireball. Okay, everyone's taking hits. Time to heal up. Right, defensive bonuses it is. Remove this wounded, but that's okay.
What?
Yeah, it was quite a tricky fight. Lots going on there. Yeah, I should have used strategy. I could have actually blocked them off there. It's a long march. I think I'll help myself to those. $132, 147, not bad. Okay.
Yes.
I imagine taking this egg is not going to be some easy task. I think this is going to attract the attention of Drake, so we've got to be careful now. One second. Nope, okay. I think I've got another hour to record before I need to take another break. We can try to scale the cliff, or we can hurl a grappling hook to the outcropping. Climb the rope. I think Idir might be the best choice. That's just surrounding the glowing embers, twigs and bones into the area. Secure the egg with the rope and what's another Rope and grappling hook. There's it steadily. I'm sure he could have done the check, but I'd rather make sure that he does it safely. I like to get rid of all the, oh, hang on. We haven't been down this way. Yeah, I like to uncover all the fog of war. So fog of war is a term that was originally used in, like, real-time strategy games, or RTS games. And, and yeah, it's used to basically describe like the room which you couldn't see, so enemies are hidden away in it. Like this is also described as fog of war, in that like you can't really quite see that far ahead, so you don't know what the enemies are doing there, if there are any. I appreciate for a lot of viewers this isn't news or anything like that, but you know, I like to explain these things to my darling dearest. You might be interested because she, yeah, tries to understand a lot of gaming terms. So I believe that was the Wizard's Scepter that was
They shall see nothing while I see much.
laid in the foundations, but who knows?
I think I see something.
Aha! Maybe it's here. No, Persian and Merciless Gates, okay. Yeah, so scouting does have its perks. The problem is you do have to do a lot of scouting to really fully uncover the map. So we can go to Dyrford Crossing. I do like when it's daytime in the game, I really do. I think it's such a shame that so much of the game is hidden by darkness. But hey ho, it's not that big a complaint. And like NPCs as well are just kind of like waiting outside. I told the piglet. Nope.
Gods keep you.
Any sign of that ogre? Bird's head. He wants the monster to leave, but you won't see him again. His balls, his hands into two shaking fists. But that son of an Orlan whore! Having devoured my entire herd, I wanted it dead. I wanted to mount its head on a pike. I could say that ogre is no longer your problem, that's what matters. And get minor positive reputation. That's disgusting, no. You just dealt with the problem yourself, now stop yelling, start paying. I have another problem with your hands, aggressive. That's negative. I think I'll give him money. Here, perhaps this will make up for the loss of your pigs. Benevolent Dyrford Village. Moderate positive, so that's actually going to give me the highest reputation. Wait, you do that for me. I don't know what to say. Wait right there. He darts into the house and returns with a blunderbuss in his hands. I call it the lead spitter. It belonged to my father and served me in the Saints' War. It's all but sturdy, and it packs a real punch. Should be more useful to someone like yourself these days. Okay. So... And now, to get back to the business of rebuilding my herd. Only, this runt's looking too small, and I don't expect to get any good letters out of it. I just certainly don't have it weaken the rest of my store. Why don't you take it? Gives me one less mouth to feed anyway. The piglet trots over to you, its pink snout wiggling. Now I have Piglet as a pet. How nice. This young pig is roughly half the size of a small dog. It half trots, half runs at your side, and attempt to keep pace and snorts appreciatively, and its flanks are scratched. So that's another quest done, and we need to start the alchemist. It's over here.
Well met, friend.
I found the dragon egg. Haley's feathered tits! She claps her hands together, wincing at the vein. I knew you could help. How'd you manage it? I found the nest you spoke of. Oh, those worms didn't give you too much trouble. Let's see her then. Amazing, not a single crack. Here, take this. Everything you need to brew a good, strong pick-me-up. Should come in handy with the kind of scrapes you seem to get into. And come see me anytime you need potions or ingredients, alright? Got a special price for friends. She winks. So. These prices are just for you. Oh. Right, let's sell some of this gear. We're not going to need most of these cultist robes now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's keep some. Definitely fine padded armor. I don't think I need that many Skein Initiate head hoods. They might come in handy later, so I better keep some. But otherwise, no. And let's buy some ingredients. Because we never know if we'll need them crafting. We might have to actually come back here and get some of these things before the game reaches its climax, because yeah, we're gonna want to prep before the fight. Sell value low to high. Let's do that instead. So we can get rid of all these. We're not really using these anymore. But pistols are plenty. 200 gold for a pistol. Fine stuff, don't really need. A fine wand, I don't need. Don't need a fine crossbow. Don't need a fine greatsword, warbow, or a blunderbuss. The exceptional stuff is like my new bar quality. So yeah, there we go. That's some more quests done. I think what else there is. I think it's mostly companion quests and stuff now, I think. We might be able to do this one now. I've forgotten. But let's have a look. He goes back home. We've got the hirelings. I'm gonna pay Korgrek to defend the city. So, who can I get rid of? Skull is probably going to be a bard. So healer, tank, well, fighter, tank, archer, reptile line breaker, orderless disciple. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for Korgak instead. Oh, he reduces the prestige, but increases the security. Okay, well, we'll stick with that, that's fine. I can live with that. The building is going to be done. Oh, it's the building finished. That's fantastic. Okay, 3 days for the towers, and then that's all the security. Pretty much. And then it's just like, well, just doing everything else, really. think I've helped everybody in town. The smith I've spoken to. I'll just take back the temple real quick. Let's see if the young lady's made it back safe. I'll rest at the inn as well. Might as well while we're here.
I never say one.
No, nothing new yet. That's okay. Did I tell her to come to this temple?
You had 5 siblings?
That's right. Between the 6 of us, I don't think the house has known a single day's quiet. Of course, a little chaos makes it far easier to get away with mischief.
Yes, I can imagine that comes in handy.
Let's rest up at the inn. And we'll continue on our way.
Gods keep you.
Dragon Slayer. A distant relative, Grandpa the Wayfarer, has arrived. Okay. Someone has come to see the prisoner that we've got. If they've come, yeah, I'll release them. The fact that they've come all that way to see him, I won't take the money. I imagine that's the purpose of having the dungeon, is that you know, take the money, but no. Now, is it this bridge that we have to go on? To pose as the buyers. Let's see if we can do this fight now. No lie. There we go. Hopefully this works out a bit better this time. I'm gonna step back. You go in there. You turn. Go ape shit. Take out the mage. I'm gonna heal everyone up. Yeah, so it'd be nice if like I could set up like a list of priorities. Like first of all, heal, then do the defensive thing, then do this. I'm sure there's mods out there that can allow you to do that. You've burnt them to shreds. Take them out, please. Yeah, use your second wind if you can. Yeah, if you can confuse the enemies, that'd be great. Can I get him? I can just get him. Nice. Oh, they're turning on each other, good. That's better. So, yeah, that was weird. So some fairly good gear. Lots of loot.
Of course.
Right. And where do we have to go for that quest? First fires. Good fires.
Good day, stranger.
Nope, all good. Right. Great. No, not Dyrford Hill. First fires, please.
So, Kana, what do folks in Rawatai do for fun? Aside from each other? Do you just get
No, we've
rid
had
of
this
the
one before.
shiny object that comes along? Or is that just what you do?
Has its share of festivals. Drink a little wine, find someone to dance with.
Wine and dancing? Oh, guess I had it all wrong. So, no shark races and undersea orgies?
No, that's all true.
I really should be here with our friend, but
Good day, stranger.
oh, you weren't able to learn anything about their operation then. It was going well, but then I discovered it wasn't really bad because he's representative. I see. I'm glad you survived the experience. I hope that I could resolve the situation with subtlety, but what's done is done. I have no idea what may come of this, but that's my problem, not yours. Take these gems as payment of your service. Okay, nice and simple. Is there anyone else here that I can talk to?
Shh. I'll give it a try, at least. As requested.
Obsidian lamp figurine. Summon 3 shades. Nice.
What is it?
Who's got that then? Has that gone in the stash?
What is it?
Will come in handy for later. Yeah, if ever a fight gets too much, just summon more stuff. Yeah, it doesn't matter how little damage it does, how little health it does, if it turns the enemy away from you for a moment, go for it. It can honestly
Does music
change.
sound different to you when your ears, or, well, ear, is another shape?
Yes, I find it unpleasant. Most everything seems shrill when I'm a Stalgar.
Maybe your keen senses just haven't heard truly fine music yet.
A masterfully crafted annoyance is still an annoyance.
So what quests have we got? Play by the pass. Okay. Lots of stuff here, and most of it is going to just be okay. My reputation was in the city was stronger. How are things here? So Gilded Vale, yep. Defense by fairly good. I don't know if that's high enough. Dream of Memory. Okay, spend more time. True to form. Twin Elms. Yeah, it's all gonna just have to be other stuff. So let's get going. I'm looking for a neighborhood with a tower. It's near a cemetery. I'm guessing it's this one. Best you stop looking then. Place you want is Heritage Hill. You saw the tower over the district walls out that way. But something happened there. They don't let people in anymore. None of the knights want to be posted anywhere close to it. Stay clear if you know what's good for you. Where are the Mad Captains Defense Bay? The only place around here that takes them is in Drakenbury 2nd Sanitarium. I've heard they can treat your soul there, take the mass away. There's just as many stories come out of that place that'll chill your blood. There's a man, if you want to call him that. Ethelmer, there. He's the head warden. If you're visiting or checking in yourself in, he's the one to talk to. Okay. I don't want to go that way first. I want to go to Brackenbury. Let's do the man who waits. Brackenbury.
Ever tried 3-point nettle?
I used to smoke that a few years back. Love the flavor, but got tired of smelling like it. Long as I don't need to be anywhere for a couple days.
Ever spent an evening with a comely lass while on deer cap?
His lines weren't playing properly then. Doesn't matter. Let's stop this game. And find the one who waits. Are you an animancer? Does anyone else know about Awakenings? There's an animancer on the lower floor who came all the way from Revua to study them. Take the stairs down, left a palisade. You may have a member of the Leaden Key in your midst. Ruins and stone around of shudders. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions, we know that in our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own. But a few of their less skilled infiltrators have exposed from time to time. They are a perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect that you will be of some use in verifying one's identity. You're at odds with the Leaden Key as well, I take it. They out to something, and I'm trying to tell me what. They are always up to something. Of that you may rest assured. If their plots have come to involve you, you have my sympathies. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? It would be well wise to consider none upon my suspicion. Very well. In that case, I would recommend you speak with our resident animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here, or in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request. Okay. So I think I know where this person is. Have you seen anything suspicious? Oh, I'm afraid not. I'm too wrapped up in my own research to pay any mind to what else is going on around here. The other animancers might know something, though. What do you know about Awakenings? Nope, okay, fine. You know anything about Awakenings? I'm afraid that's not my area of expertise. A Weaver's Song. Nope. It's a new quest for me. Cloak of Comfort, 50% experience, 2 mana items. The colourful clothing of the Spyrenton Weaver Bonicetta is known throughout the Eastern Reach. Over a year ago, she was on a trip from the Vance Bay when her ship sank in a violent storm just off the Pearl Coast. Miraculously, many of the passengers survived. Bonicetta's body was never found, and she was presumed to have died. However, a Valian merchant in Defiance Bay recently recognized some of Bonicetta's unmistakable work in an otherwise unremarkable shipment of textiles. He spoke with others and learned that several shipments to different merchants bore the Salto and Thames, whatever. Now many merchants believe that Bonicetta is being held captive somewhere and is trying to communicate through her work. Whatever that message is, none have been able to decipher it, nor where it's coming from. You're a tracker, you'd know. Sagani is assigned.
Of course.
Sorry, I want everyone. Okay, so I think my reputation's quite good as well. dispositions, rather. The system is more interesting in Pillars of Eternity 2, you will see it, where characters aren't defined by their, necessarily defined by their reputations, but more like they have likes and dislikes. Motrid.
Welcome.
I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I hear that Valiant woman studies them. You go to talk to her instead. There's anything unusual happening around here? You must be joking. This is the sanitarium. Nothing is usual down here. He pauses, although, now I think about it, the patients seem more agitated lately. But they're Kidman Asmo's responsibility, not mine. Then, if there's nothing else. Okay. A little more agitated. Let's see. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. Ah, that would be me. Though the lack of research subjects has made me more of an expert in counting floorboards, I would like to transfer Animance's study into buttressing pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already been awakened. But I need subjects, and most of the patients here are far too broken to produce reliable results. It is a tragedy, really, to have come so far from nothing. You're in luck, I have a volunteer. Odd. What is it? I don't know about this. She grins more broadly still. Don't be silly. The process is perfectly harmless. All you have to do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon? Ah, jest! Your dearings are so uptight. I do not know, even though if the thing is used for... I belong to the last occupant of this office, I think. Now that you're carried into a cell. Again, I jest. So, I need you to sit here and try to relax. Don't try too hard, then you will not be relaxing. Indeed. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help conduct your essence. Okay, couple bands, good. Now, I will examine your soul through my scope. Okay. Lots of machinery here. Knobs, dials, and small-toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with outer lens to cut to different thickness and concavities. By manipulating them, I find the angles and densities that will allow me to track the anomalies in your soul. Oh, exciting. I've never seen this sort of thing performed. It seems suitably complicated. Does this mean we'll get to Dr. Isselmill more? I like that lady. His mind is full of hesitations, angles upon angles. Drawing him out of his own fears will be difficult. But first, we must find this cunning interloper. He will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Very well. To begin, tell me something personal. Something from a time before your awakening. There is nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in the Synthwood. He looks at you. His face is set in a frown, but the riches of apprehension show through the last. Look at your parents. As you speak to Aloth, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the mist of his own memory. Blessed doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as though if your words are smoothing its essence, untangling its many threads. He closes his eyes. Mother was away most of the time, with the Thanes family. But I always know when she's coming home. Father's battles accumulate like storm clouds on the horizon. His fits of temper become swifter and more violent. It still shames him, knowing that her Heimnig to another man supposes better than his own labours as a steward. This is good. I'm starting to see something. Continue. Tell us about the time you awakened. I'm in my 5th year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she is around, he is usually only angry with her. But he has heard that I have had a little trouble casting missiles. That my flame shields are unstable. He is furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed too. The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I'm sweeping the kitchen, the next I'm sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at flecks of blood on the tile. His boots glistening with fresh polish thud across the floor. He kicks me on the stomach and I curl to shield my vitals. But it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat into the vision of this kitchen, My own troubling knees is nothing but a pinprick against the field of black. I teach you. He's hypnotized himself with his old memory. You've got to bring him out of it quickly. I must have it. I will squeeze Eloth's hand. You're safe. Everything's fine. Eloth's eyes snap open, but the expression you see with him isn't his. He's near safe when I hop upon him. Blessage sucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence. Something spreading on congealing. He glances over her scope. Keep darken. He seems to respond to you. What brought you here? Cracking bones and voices high in air. The warm molasses feeling and creeps down your gut when the crisis is nigh. Alberto, we have flares of totally distinct essence. I tried to get the two of them talking. Eloth, ask Isilmir what she's doing. Sticking weird, whirling parasite. He bursts into sudden laughter. You say the same to your own kindled swag when it betrays you. Must be hard having to avoid knowing there's a lady in your body the whole time judging you. Good, yes, very good. I can see now the two separate patterns of essence, where he ebbs, the other flows. As if the awakened soul fills the spaces he leaves empty. Go on. Eloth. What's this about ceding space to Isilmir? He grits his teeth painfully. I've given her nothing. She usurps me in my own body. Hey, and I lent him a pair too. You should ask what I did to that old man of his. At the time he laid a hand on us, and I break it in 30 places. Eloth's head jerks aside. This wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. Now you was awakening. But now stuck with you, and down if I let your ninny and drag us down both the scupper. Very good. I think I finally got something we can work with. I tracked Isilmir's essence through the exchange. She had a particularly high density index through the most heated portions of the arguments, and her essence seemed to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left rib cage. There's a right around the spleen, which of course means that she is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. So, the science used here is, it is quite, like, old-timey. So the humours are still a thing in this world, even with machines. Eloth blinks back at you, in the midst of his perturbation. You're not sure who's quite looking out of his eyes. That's utter horseshit. Black bile, is it? They've certainly spat their share. Ganna studs dubiously. It is a simpler explanation than I expected, all things considered. Yes, never mind my years training. I suppose you have a better explanation. You're close. I think Isilmir's appearances are related due to potential sources of trouble for Eloth. Blessed carefully scratches her jaw, her gaze darting between you and Eloth. I suppose that could be true. She does another note. I'd check this against all our research. Well, good for you, but what does this mean for me? She frowns. Okay. Isilmir tries to take control of you when she thinks you can't face a problem on your own. You can't let her make these decisions for you. I'm gonna say you can't let her make these decisions for you. My thoughts exactly. I'll have to be more careful about it from now on. I've got a lot of progress. Regardless, thank you for your help, Rodney. He does not look at Belisage. Well, I hope this has been as useful to me as it has to me. I finally have material worth publishing. You'll be the toast to our reviewer, Venter Eloth. Aye. Advancing the right wise principles of animancy. Just what you've always wanted. As you turn to leave, you catch a darting movement out of the corner of your eye. Belisage is humming to herself, still occupied with a scope, but Eloth is holding her notes. He's just about to tuck them into his cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, eyes wide and implying, please. I don't want my personal information published like this, especially not after her nonsense. No. You get your explanation, and she gets a research. That was the deal. Leave me out of this. I'm gonna say no. Ain't they gonna help you explain this one, Scullaboy? Yeah. Aloth has some qualms with Animancy, and I want to know why. Ripley.
Hail and well met.
Oh my, you startled me. Are you supposed to be in here? What do you do here? I mostly help Master Azo clean up and clean out his equipment. I also keep his office organised, since he's too busy to do it himself. If there's nothing else, I need to get back to work. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. Me? I'm just Master Azo's assistant. But there's a visiting scholar from Ravua, by the name of Belisige. She claims to know about them. Yeah, I know it's an animancer, so no. But I do know that most of those relics are stolen from Mir Glanfath. Selling them is illegal. Investigating any suspicious activity in the sanitarium. I'm just Master Azo's assistant. He'd know more about that, but he's in the middle of a I mean, he's busy with some patients. You won't be able to see him until he comes out of the patient ward. How do I get into the patient ward? Only Master Azo has access. I guess Head Warden Ethelmere does too, but, you know, he's a statue now. Is Azo so busy with patients, he's running some sort of experiment? I'm just an assistant, it's not my place to gossip, I'm sorry. From Azo. Ripley. I require more copper tubing for my next experiment. Do not requisition it from the sanitarium stores. I don't have time to deal with the head warden's inevitable questions. Get him an Azo.
I can do that. As requested.
Okay. Subject is female, mid-40s, awakened to a past life as a serial murderer which now frequently emerges in the soul's dominant personality. Subject vacillates between violence and severe depression, resulting from guilt from past deeds. Weak candidate for present research. Subject is male, approximately early 30s, powers of speech absent, presumably as a result of the overfragmentation of his soul. As such, he is the ideal subject for present research. However, experimentation has caused severe pain-induced panic, and I have had to enlist the aid of guards to transport him for more recent procedures. Subject is male, mid-20s, displays acute disassociation and paranoid delusional tendencies causing anger and extreme violence. Dangers of working with the subject preclude possibility of further use in present research. The Midnight Man. I've had that around before. Subject is a male, approximately 17 years of age, omitted for episodes of catatonia followed by occasional violent outbursts. Initial analysis of soul revealed severe fragmentation and essence deficiency. Said deficiency all but eliminates the possibility of utilizing the subject in present research. I'll just take those.
Good day to you.
So what's that quest telling us? Let's see if this is going to give us a lead. I've got a little bit of time left. We might be able to wrap this one quest up. I found the records that Azo may be running some questionable experiments. Experiments? Caedmon Azo is in charge of patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Caedmon. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient's wards. I'm granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you'll wish to speak to him further on this matter. and I for one am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would also ask that you do your best not to agitate the patients. They have enough trouble as is. Okay. Let's see how this goes. There's nothing here. So they shall save the game. So yeah, I'll just gonna listen out for my tea. Descended dinner. That's water than I thought. Dead hungry today. But I did eat enough yesterday. That's what I was looking forward to. So these are the patients. Flesh con. What the fuck is this? Frail. You must be visiting someone. A friendly visit, I hope. What do you know about this Animancer? Oh, I like him very much. Many Animancers could care less. Couldn't care less. If you could care less, then it means that the thing you care less about is not as important. If you couldn't care less, it means you've hit rock bottom the amount of care you have. About their patients. Look at us like vermin for their experiments. A Master Azo treats us like humans. Even the very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. What happened to Azo? They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Dealwood. That was his reputation here. He was brought to me to seek treatment. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash, even if he was a bit of a showman. He loves his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work. He suspected his colleagues might already have tried to steal it. But he told me once that he had figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. Had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know, something that's what we need. Do you know what they call those little empty little babies Andra's gift? No, tell me. They call them boys. Boys. Because many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. Evils that magnify tragedies. This is what we must stop. Anyway, Master Azo has scheduled a public demonstration of his work in the Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then the next day he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard, and he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him. But I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. Do you know where I might find Azo? I think I've seen him around today. Have you checked the laboratory? He shares a wall with his office. He's been spending most of his time in there lately. Have any of the other patients been acting unusually? Well, there's Batixa, who relieves a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Adelman, who says there's only half a soul, who certainly has half a soul, was found collecting the faces of others, because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands and wails at night sometimes. They're different, I mean, from their normal behaviour. Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azo lets us know that a number of patients in the North Ward have volunteered for a new therapy and will be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. The North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me I've got it quieter over there since it started. It's Graham I see them talking about the most. He struggles, but he always was a bit of a wild one. Would I be able to go visit the North Ward? They like to keep them separate. I don't know how. I don't know that I've ever seen the guards allow a visitor. Just Master Azo. You might ask him, he's very sympathetic. Why are you in here? I don't want to say you'll think less of me. You could tell me I'm going crazy too. You shouldn't tease. No one here can help if they are. I know, I've tried. The last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. I try not to think it's personal. I lost my husband and both boys in the Saints' War. My daughter, the legacy took her before she was ever mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved to a tiny place and on just gift. Got by mending clothes and on the kindness of strangers when I had to. But I was surviving, the gods were watching over me. I could live with that. Then one day this noblewoman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed. Gorgeous thing, this shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I had. I looked at it, and it reminded me of something. I had what they call an awakening. I remembered being a noblewoman myself in another life. People doting over me, men doting over me. The best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you never dare dream of. They were mine. It was poison knowing that. All those things I had I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. My food started to taste rotten, the walls of my little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that or break into an estate and start ordering servants around. It seems like such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me, but I can't get past it. And I start to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve it? Maybe the gods took offense to your overindulgence. Maybe you'll get there again one day. If not in this life, then in another. The strange part is that I think even the best wouldn't get good enough for me anymore. I think I must have gone to the point where I was that noble lady. Yeah. I think that's actually one of the best accounts of, like, seeing what the effects of souls have on people.
I'll see what I can find.
I think that's a secret door, but I'm not so sure.
I think I see something.
Nice, well done. I'm not gonna bother the patients. Just gonna keep on walking. Hello there.
I can do that, as requested. I can do that, as requested.
Some nice gear. Yeah, it's interesting that, like, what, you know, like, imagine if you knew what you'd done in your past lives with that soul. You know, how do you cope with that? Knowing that you've come from something else or that you've done horrible things. The problem with, like, another problem with, like, the backer NPCs is, like, they don't, the current NPCs, if you told them that information, what are they going to do with it? Do they care? You don't know, because they're just there. You just look at someone's soul, and that's it. And they don't react to it. you don't get to make a business out of being a watcher. You don't really get to go around doing good with your watcher powers. It's only in a couple of it's only really with a couple of quests that you actually use your watcher powers, excuse me. Round-faced balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is slightly upward by a pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
Ethelmere told me you're not supposed to be doing no experiments. Yes, well, Ethelmere hasn't done as much good for anybody since he had his soul moved into an inanimate object, so I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If any answers for all follow the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd be all as backward and unwilling flee as the Red Ceres. Oh, we know nothing about life or death, or even ourselves. We're lost in the dark with no clue as to why. Our leaders guide us, and without them we risk losing our way. If this man would strike off on his own, let him fend for himself, without the benefit of the sanitarium. It seems to me we're still in the dark. Surely there are other paths that don't involve risking lives. You're right about that much. There are certain questions that have to be asked. I agree.
Precisely. I am down here defying my masters because there is good I can do here. And I will not let up bureaucracy stand in the way of that. Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an animancer, or it will be no one at all.
Okay. Have you tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it, although now that Ethelmere's involved. I have asked volunteers from our patients, and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood the sacrifices would mean something. They had to be demoted. What had to happen? That's none of your concern. Did one of the other spud you up to this? Ardma, that smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. He then must have been buying relics from Immortal. You're trying to discredit me? Go dig elsewhere.
What is it now?
I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I don't have time to give you good directions. Go bother somebody else. I like access to the North Ward. Out of the question, those patients are in isolation for a reason. I've seen your records. I know what you're doing with them.
Those are private. You have no right.
Now? What are you going to do? Run to Ethelmere? He balls up his fists and digs his teeth into his index finger. A growl simmering. A wet leopard growl simmering beneath his breath, and deep scowl compressing his face.
Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
He pulls a heavy key from one of his pockets and nearly slams down the floor into you.
Of course.
Just remembered, I need to put my earbuds there. They're in my pocket tomorrow. My current audiobook is the first Caiaphas Cain book. I forget the name. It's very funny. Yeah. Commissar Caiaphas Cain. And his account of the many things that happen.
On the hunt.
Morgranic Benefaction. Neither let thy trials burden thee, for in thy suffering thou shalt be transformed. The ever-living flame will burn away thine impurities. Purification shall be thine, the fire of thy God shall be the vessel. Seek not to clash, search not for conflict. These will find all in turn. Fires of strife will consume thee. But fear not the battle, fear not the war. Embrace the strife. Turn thyself from the struggle. Keep thyself strong against those who would batter thee. Keep thy soul fortified against the trials that overtake thee. Fire, flame, the searing heat of Morgran's fury, all these await the unfaithful, the weak, those who will not help themselves. those that help not themselves. Take heart in thine own strength. Take comfort in thine own power. Take control of thine own path. Let the fire guide you. Let the fire transform you. Let the fire purify you. Let the fire consume you. Yeah, there's nothing else in there. Okay. That's a door. Is it? Or is it a bookshelf? I don't know. Books in that cell up there. We got too close. Oh, I see. Okay, right. So there's things in there that we're not allowed to see. That's fine. Save the game. I'm loving Pillars of Eternity. I'm absolutely loving it. It's brilliant. Yeah. There is a tabletop role-playing game of it as well, which is quite good. Not played it. Looks good.
Poor people. This isn't the treatment that they were promised upstairs by the cushioned seats and lush carpets. Is that the cure for soul sickness? To be thrown into a cell and subjected to the whims of your captor?
I doubt the wealthier citizens have the same experience. I'm sure they have their share of family members they'd rather forget. But if all were treated like this, the sanitarium would never survive. What do these patients do to warrant such conditions? Are there so many who come here and are cured for their ills? People who would otherwise be cast aside? Here's the source of all the giddy knowledge you were so giddy about. No, let's go for the rest of them. I hope so. You're probably right, it's just hard to see. Let's be on our way, this place gnaws at the soul. Yeah. Yeah, this was, it's fucking tragic. Right at the end we can talk to someone. Let's see who or what awaits us. But yeah, these are the holding cells pretty much for everyone. This is what the sanitarium is really about. This is where the patients go. A scrim, who we recorded earlier. Willie wears as a boy stands in the centre of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement, and it's unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind the glassy, doll-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. And so, I preach. You close your eyes and edge forward towards the boy's soul. As you near, a sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur for you to retract, and already your fears are plunging into some indeterminate abyss of thought and memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child, despondent creators. When the construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as if you were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapse into the floor, a puppet whose strings were cut. You are rushing toward the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength emerging from your soul as you dart toward the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul implanted within. Encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel, you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down the corridors unheeded by the other constructs, and scrutinized only by the wary, untrustworthy eyes of the mad coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers, and the perverse implements of animancy. You set your oversized hands upon the large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above on the tiered seats of the amphitheatre. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features is strapping you into a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous, unlike the others, but this one has no soul of its own. The man speaks to the crowd, and the crowd applauds with the enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and pulls the lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe fills with radiant mist that casts the entire theatre aglow. He opens the valve, and the glow crawls through a tube along the length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his orchestra periodically for some time, altering notes and settings and playing puppeteer for Hallowborn. But you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark, and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back up at the crowd. "Behold!" he says, but there is obvious hesitation in his voice. Suddenly, you take a plodding step forward, and then another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hallowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" he asks at a volume meant for the crowd. And this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all the strength you drive your head into the crystal globe, and it shatters, striking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function, and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animancy now? So this is an attempt at sabotage. You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper, past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room that you have seen before, expansive, with a tall device encasing an Adrian monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality. Now the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking that now it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes from that borrowed husk. A watcher. So, this is the person that we've kept meeting. Or rather, this is perhaps his soul, or a part of his soul. I believe we share a common past. I'm just looking for some answers. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search at your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems for that moment that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he's about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your luck, your hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backward with a startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dissipation of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly he slumps forward. Oh goody. The man who waits. The Leaden Key acolyte show me a vision of an ancient. Okay, yeah. So, place of misery. Right. I have been given access to the board. His ability to possess those weak souls, and was using one of the patients to influence. And stronghold updates. Sagani found surprising resistance to inquiries regarding the whereabouts of Bonacetta. Whoever had taken her wanted to keep her location a secret. At the behest of the Duchess of Sperento, a team of alien cryptographers attempted to decipher the fragments of Bonacetta's weaving messages. In turn, they communicated with those leads with Sagani. After several brutal fights against the well-trained mercenaries, Sagani reached Bonacetta's prison, a weaving house near Garara. The Valian textile company that had abducted her was immediately cast out of the Valian republics, great and small. Nice. In thanks to saving her, Bonacetta wove an enchanted cloak for Sagani's journey back to Kinoa. A cloak of comfort. All defenses plus 5, 30 max endurance, damage reduction. Nice. It's going to be and thanks for your assistance and rescue her from a ruthless Valian trading company that abducted and enslaved her. Nice. Okay, let's see how this goes. Fireball, the son of a bitch! There we go. So that should make things a little bit easier. Let's have some defensive spells. Let's have some consecrated ground.
What is it?
Of course.
Bloodstone, oh, charming. Look at it's awful. Do I really want to check all the cells? No. Let's save the game. Let's keep going. Because we've just done a major quest. Nice. Yeah, I need to move out. So this soul seems to be travelling through all these flesh constructs. Cycle around it. Excuse me. God, I make some funny noises, don't I? Check that Cayman's okay. What have you done? I don't have time for this. Okay. I think something else as well that might need to be covered is the idea that, like, when you kill someone, like, their soul goes back to the wheel. They ain't coming back for a very long time. Like, when you kill someone like that, their soul is just like, it ain't just going into another body. That's the whole thing. So it's like, you know, I think maybe there's people who need to care more about their soul. Like, the fact that I'm not coming back, you know? Yeah. It's like, what if, you know, like, are you sure you want to waste your soul on this? But yeah, you might die, but you'll reborn, and you might not remember your past lives. You might be reborn as something else, or like, ordinarily you'd be reborn as something else. Are you sure you want to risk not being born at all? Yeah. This is it. Also, so there's no real sort of... I said there's no hell or purgatory. That's not... I'm not sure if that's entirely true. But yeah. There could be the idea of like...
Yes. Hey.
Like, the wheel is always ever turning, so like... Do souls really get punished? Anything like that. Not that I know of. I'll check, what's my current wealth? 24,000, okay, that's not bad. Okay, I think we've successfully cleared this place out. We just need to get over here. I just hope to God it's not too late. So it seems as though people have been evacuated. Gertrude? We're getting out of here. It's not safe anymore. Yeah, this isn't going to help things, is it? The Burns Bay is not going to be very happy. All the patients are now running amok. What in blaze has happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. I had things under control until I killed the Leaden Key spy, at which point he possessed a flesh construct. You finish your explanation, and Ethelmere breaks down his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who would go to do what you just describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest they are all the same person. If such a person was here among us plotting our ruin, why but that I had a body again, and I could be of some use, real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I'm grateful you were able to dispatch the threats before there was any loss of innocent life. Yeah, very nearly had another scandal on our hands. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in the catastrophe? Azo was only trying to... It's also trying to help the patients. The Leaden Key took advantage of him. Even without Azo. Yeah, I'd say 1. I should have known better than to isolate him. Of course he would resort to deception. A wiser thing would be allowed to experiments with close oversight, of course. A mind like his must be allowed to create a chance to create. So.
Greetings.
Once we go. Major quest complete. Let's make our steps towards the next one. Like... Oh, hello.
Gods keep you.
I have a message for you. You are summoned to Hadrid House by Lady Webb, wishes to meet you. As soon as possible. They say she's an ancient spider, spinning her nets throughout the city. If she wishes to see you, then that either bodes very well or very ill. How do you know where to find me? Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Tell me about Lady Webb. Do you not know Lady Webb? She's, well, not actually seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dyrford Village. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. She's supposed to be old. Older than anybody. And she never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away just a pile of bones contaminated by dark magics. Still, she's still at it. Best anyone, as no one can tell. The only thing is given her safe, pulling the strings from behind the throne too, it said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding. Telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country. Before Before you go ask anyone, gods forgive us, especially as the lady whips first. First 100 row. A whole mess of ciphers run out of Hadrid House. They make it their business to keep the peace, but they don't. I like you to see them do it. Problems in this city have a way of going their own way. And when that happens, you can have a pretty good guess as to why. You can't find Hadrid House. You're just over there, my lord. The southwest corner of the Brackenbury. Up by the lady upstairs. Very well.
Welcome.
Okay. Older Road Man. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of emotion rather than the emotion itself. It wrenches your insides nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tensed, a look of concern playing across its face. Why does my keyboard not work all of a sudden?
They say you have been neglectful of your duties.
Okay, so this is a recollection. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, everything seems to be working. My keyboard's working, it's just in this game. When I press space to do continue, it doesn't work. They lie.
They speak out of concern for you. Now tell me, is there something to their concerns?
Forgive me, Eminence. I wish to leave the order. The old man folds his fingers together and presses them into his mouth. Thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
People we intended to convert. They commit unspeakable acts, sacrifices, mutilations. Yeah, let's go with that one. These are
the ways of the heathen world.
Surely the gods would do better than destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain. There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
That's working. Okay, so we seem our past self seems to be fine with this. I will. So it seems as though, essentially, there's a slaughter to appease the gods. We get rid of the heathens, and the gods basically won't kill us all. A weather update, thank you. Scaring the piss out of me. I'm not going to be very happy if that does that tomorrow morning. In fact, I might have to put temper data off so it doesn't do it. Anyway. Notice scroll in cryptic shorthand. There you go. Bone clutches, I think, stack of parchment with spindly wrinkled fingers, their flesh stretched thin to near translucent. With extreme age, a gossamer veil over plain blue veins. Splotches and candle burns, spot. Stripe her hands like a quilt patterned after some great indescribable truth. She does not look up on our reading.
So, the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aothis look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
Seems like we've been standing upwind of her, and she's had time to catch our scent. Your reputation precedes you, Watcher.
And this fiasco in the sanitarium that you seem to have gotten yourself into the middle of. What in blazes possessed you to stir that nest of trouble?
I'm investigating a strange group.
Strange does not begin to describe them. The practices of the Leaden Key defy all reason. You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the Leaden Key?
One of their members caused my soul to awaken. I need to reverse it. She closes her eyes and the lids flicker. Her face goes still, her mouth parts, little more than a sliver, and her hand briefly drops open, spilling some of the parchment on the ground. The pages wafting around her legs leaves the dying tree. Her fleshy eyelids peel back, and her gaze is immediately upon you.
The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Eora has ever known.
Theos Ix Arcanon is the man that we chatted to earlier. The one with the portrait and the icon, convincing us that the gods are right. What can you tell me about Theos?
More than most, though very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. The Leaden Key dates back more than 2,000 years. If rumors are to be believed, Theos was the one who created it.
I am Alfarius, and so are you.
What scraps of evidence exist suggest that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man. With all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes, the plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things. But he is said to be one of Woodica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism.
And we know that Woodica has been toppled from her place as the top of the totem pole of the food chain of the gods. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit, so this is the kind of thing that I guess used to justify why this game, the villain you can afford to do side quests. You're in no rush. Because, like, then, Theos was just sat in the asylum, just waiting for you to up along. Yeah, that was it. That's all he was doing. He could afford to do that. He could afford to wait that long. Because no matter what, he will outlive you. At least your body. And possibly your powers as a watcher. Your watcher abilities are essentially accidental. Yeah. So this is why like you can do all this stuff. You can go to Cadenua, do the endless paths, you can do the side quests, finding some pigs and an ogre. Because the villain is just waiting for the right time to do their stuff. And they have endless bodies. Theos Exarchanon can continue doing whatever they want, as long as it's for Boudica. And Boudica will put his soul into another body if it's killed or whatever, as long as he carries out her divine will.
That may also explain another supposed gift of
there you are.
his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity. He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
How do you know so much about Theos?
The same way I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many.
How long's it taken you to figure out that I'm a Watcher? And just tell me now who Theos is. I know that, like, thematically it's important now, it's like for the drama. But, yeah. I've not exactly been subtle in my investigations. I've been making a name for myself everywhere I go. What else is there to know about the Leaden Key?
Precious little, I'm afraid. You may know much of it already. No one member knows the identity of more than a handful of other members. They are kept in the dark of missions they are not involved in, or sometimes of those they are involved in. They exist to hide secrets they themselves don't know. If you can imagine how gullible someone must be for that to appeal. Despite that, they are very good at what they do, owing much to their founder, who will take matters into his own hands when necessary. And he does not fail.
I might have to nip away for a short while soon. In fact, we'll probably be ending this part shortly. But yeah. But we've come across a very important part. But yeah, this is a good place to end. But I might record a little bit more tonight, because I'm really enjoying myself. In fact, I'll pause now, and then we can listen to the audio lines, and then we can continue. How's that? Yep, see you in a bit. I'll try back once again. For how long, I don't know. How do you know I seek Theos?
Because you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. It must have been a special occasion.
What do you want from me?
Keep me informed. The Leaden Key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you. Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
Very well.
If you find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you.
There's something I can tell you about the Leaden Key's operations.
Well, let's hear it.
I found Theos in Brackenbury Sanatorium impersonating a patient who's trying to damage the public's opinion of animancy.
Forgive me. It is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious. He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, with any finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep. This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale. If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
I have other questions.
Yes?
Do you know about Dunreed Row?
All the things there are to know in this world, and you ask me about work. Deerwood is a rebel country. Conflict is in its blood. If you think a few guards posted in our cities keep chaos at bay, you are very new to town indeed. We are Deerwood's cipher investigators, of course. But what we really are is its last barrier against anarchy. People are more at ease when they believe they are watched over by someone more enlightened than they are. It pacifies them. So that is the image we foster. And we do try to be enlightened for their sake. The knowledge we gather here is Deerwood's standing army in many ways. We learn what's vital and we act on it while Deerwood sleeps, blissfully unaware of the terrifying truths all around them. I wish I could tell people the things I know sometimes. But the truth is, I don't think many of them could bear it.
How did you come to be here?
Me? I started this place, in a different time, under a different duke. I impressed the duke with my research and my work ethic, and he became possessed of the notion that I would be ideal to lead a secret network of gifted investigators. I don't know how such an idea got into his head.
She winks. How old are you? You wicked man, where are your manners? Were you raised without a shred of decency?
I lost count ages ago. Such a strange thing to celebrate, getting closer to death. Oh, I've had my share of work done to prolong my existence, if that's what you're wondering. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not done here. There are things I still wish to learn. And I'll be the effigy if I let Bereth carry me off before I'm through. There was a time when I considered enlisting the theorems of Pondgrum to extend my life indefinitely. I found the thought of devouring my political enemies to sustain my own life greatly appealing. I must have gone soft with age.
I'm loving this character, she's brilliant. Are you psychic?
If you are hoping I can look at your hand and tell you whom you should marry, you can just wipe that notion from your mind. I do not know what will happen tomorrow. That is what I pay spies for. Being a cipher is not unlike being a watcher. You notice more about what is already there. Many can hold an object and know where it's been, or peer into the thoughts of people around them. They can also sometimes affect those thoughts, but that would be unethical, of course. A tiny, talented few pick up so much about the world around them, they can get images of things to come, but these are fleeting and unreliable.
It's so good. I really must download this soundtrack. I'm gonna have to use it in my D&D recaps. You said you don't know what will happen tomorrow.
Who said I was talented? I don't. Least not that I can trust. And with me, it's only ever about one thing anyway.
What's that?
A quiet day at home.
Is there a Lord Webb?
There was.
What happened to him?
He believed in dying with dignity. He was old-fashioned that way, my husband. We saw the world very differently, he and I. But he was good to me while he lasted.
Let's talk about something else. I have a few other questions.
Yes?
Very well.
Try your best not to die out there.
Just 1 second. Oh yeah. This button keeps sticking. 7. My 7 key keeps sticking. Oh yeah. And I've turned the UI off. How do I undo that? Oh bugger. Help! Control H. I managed to press Control H, tearing off a key on my keyboard.
Yes.
It is supposed to do that. It's a nice keyboard I got. Like a Steel Series one. Nice sound. Nice glow to it. The other problem is, the light for the caps lock is a bit hard to see when you've got the legs of the arms, whatever it is, down.
As a kid, I figured I was too stupid and impatient to learn magic. How about you, Aloth? When you were a kid, did you dream that you'd live a life of arcane practice?
It was never my decision, but I've come to appreciate that it was made.
The Man Who Waits, done. The Hermit of Hadrid House. Undying Heritage. Spiralag, that's further out. Let's rest up. Might even do another bit of the quest here. I don't want to give up. I really don't. I want to continue playing. I'll upload this tomorrow, I think. I want to keep playing, I really do. Let's keep you. Keep you.
Well met, friend.
Noble stay. There we go, we'll rest up. I just want to go downstairs with bandits down here.
Let's see what lies this way.
Can I not deal with the bandits? Is it not a good idea to? Or is this like not the place for that? Let's go upstairs, see if there's anyone upstairs who's got any questions for me. No, to the pirates. Nope, all good. God, the loading screens. It's not that bad, but it's just strange seeing them. To load, just like one little area or whatever. I don't know how many moving parts there are. Maybe it's just a precaution. But, yeah. Raymont Manor. I've not actually been here yet. Let's see if there's one here. Sensitive, okay. Careful, the drink of return to Dyrford to much hostility, but was able to defuse the situation. Thanks to your help, he was able to pay off his debts. Oh, that's good, okay. Then yeah, it's Remont. Okay, let's talk to you. I bet people are looking at the length of this part and thinking, 7 hours, oh, you must be near the end of the game. Wrapping it up, I bet. Oh no, that is making loads and loads of progress towards the next quest. It's just like, I've killed an ogre! In fact, no, I found some pigs and an egg. Well, that never reads to me. So he's busy with his own books. Let's see. I know. He's just doing side quests again. Lord Raymond.
Welcome.
If you have business to discuss, make an appointment with my attendant. I don't have time for unexpected visitors. He holds a shipping manifest within his well-manicured hands. Despite his expensive clothes, he has a sallow complexion and restless air of a man who devotes all his days and nights, and most of his nights to work. Tell me about yourself. He has the pages in his hands. I am the lord of this house, and am not prone to idle chatter. You have no business. Yeah, I suggest you be off. He doesn't look up from his papers. Well, if he doesn't look up from his papers, how's he going to see me?
I'll see what I can find.
Never mind. Let's go upstairs. Anything there? Begging your pardon, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to return downstairs. Visitors aren't permitted on the upper floor. Backhander, cruel. I'm not going anywhere! My god. That's horrible. I appreciate the options being there. But fuck me running. So that's a bit much, isn't it? I really would love to just walk into house to animal. Terminal, but excuse me. No, let them throw the first stone. If they believe they are without sin. They most assuredly are not. Turn around, traveller. Heritage's closed.
Hail, traveller.
Sorry, but this district's closed by the order of the Duke himself. How do I get inside? Trust me, you don't want to. But if you're really set on seeing this for yourself, I suppose you'd have to get permission from Wyler at the Keep of First Fires. Or is there anything else? Would some coin open the gate for me? Look, we could get in a lot worse. We could get in a lot of trouble for this. But there's light you can make things worse in there. You hand us £1,000 and I'll open the gate and look the other way. And don't bother trying to bargain us down. That money will make our families okay if we're found out. Honourable? £1,000. Okay then. Good looking whatever you're doing in there. The guard turns and locks the gates. Third Roman Heritage Hill.
Good day to you.
What's going on in there? Look, even if I were allowed to tell you, I don't rightly know. All I can say is it, whatever it is, started about 2 months ago. The guards that closed the gate talked of something unnatural that still wakes them in the middle of the night. I don't want to know any more than that. Was there anything else? Hey!
Bring them down!
As you wish.
Close the door behind us. Whatever happens in Heritage Hill, stays in Heritage Hill. Suddenly twitches and shambles in the darkness between the slats. A rancid drift creeps in the house. Okay, I don't think we're going to be doing this part particularly quickly. Heritage Hill Cemetery. These vaults have already been pried open. Crack of the gun, I love it so much. If there's one reason why I can't wait for Avowed, it's honestly, it's just so I can use a gun. Like a matchlock firearm. James, yeah. Wars Ultima Linear around. Yeah. I have lived 1,000 lives, and I have loved 1,000 loves. I've walked in distant worlds, and seen the end of time. Because I read. Never forget, death is the only beginning. Especially for one of my kind. Thought you would have lived forever. The universe had other ideas. Human. Forever lost, yet dead and return. I'm gonna live forever. Born April 12th, 1982. Died April 1st, 2021. 2121. Republicans. A washer of ill repute, of some more remote inn. Met an untimely end, demise while trying to clean. These pantaloons will be the end of me, he said. And then a wet sleeve hit him in the head. That's brilliant. This damn game will with the death of me. Here lies the ruins of Jadamello, a skilled archer taken far before her time. Ready for the most prized possession to include a beloved bow, personally handcrafted, and now her empty coin purse. It's a pity we can't loot that grave and find the veil. Because it's all backer content. I do think something was lost, like, the backer content. Again, go back to the idea of, like, the souls. Like reading a NPC soul and finding treasure. Another game would do that, but no. And I suppose like they didn't want Kickstarter backers to just like have like all the fun or whatever, or they didn't just want to have their names attached to it and do that. Now, bear in mind as well, like this would have been a stretch goal. And I don't think Obsidian fully appreciated like how this would have blown up. I think if they knew how popular this Kickstarter would have been, they would have changed the Kickstarter goals and rewards and tiers in such a way that it's like, okay, there are fewer NPCs that are like backer NPCs, and you have fewer custom stories, and we can work with you to write a lore appropriate one. You know? Valtas, okay. The small part reads, freedom above all. Admouth Hadford. Ah.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Of course it's a trap. Why wouldn't there be? let's have a look at some of these. Brave and noble dwarf, climbed too high and dug too deep for Casmodan. For Casmodan! Magenti. Wanted a good RPG. I just wanted a good game. I didn't want to influence it, other than that. Could just bought it. Man in the suit. Status missing location unknown. Your memory of the man in the suit and his associates, you'll never find them, but victim or perpetrator, if your number's up, they'll find you. MP. Great. Most heroic guy of all time. I wonder if there's a star child waiting for me at the end of my journey. He wanted to rule a kingdom, he failed, but left a legacy. Yeah, great. Yeah. Yeah, like, I appreciate the Kickstarter backers and allowing this game to become a reality, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, Divinity Ego Dragonis did this long before. It's doable. Yeah. I don't mean to keep banging that drum. You know? It's like, honestly, like, I'm grateful that this game was made, and through Kickstarter as well, because Obsidian have had a lot of strife with development, with game dev, and actually getting publishers to work on the games. They are the common problem with a lot of their games, and I'm glad they've acknowledged that, and they actually want to work towards improving it. Yeah, but they've had problems with publishers. I'm glad that they've actually found their own path, but with the Microsoft layoffs as well, there is a good chance that they might be next, you know? You know, like, no company is going to be immune to it. And, yeah. Oh! Fireball! If you aren't transformed, please do so. Yep, go for ape shot him. Yeah, it was barely needed now, was it? This seems to be part of the map that he wants to know about.
Of course.
Wonder why. Oh, hello! Scouting, does that reveal anything? I want to cover the entirety of this map before I venture to bold into there. But yeah, Obsidian, honestly, like, they have done wonders for themselves over the years. I just hope they can keep up the good work. I think if they keep making middle shelf games, I think they're gonna be in a good spot. I think if they, because they know what they want, they know what they're doing, and they know what they want to make, and they're not afraid to try new things. Like with Grounded or Pentiment, you know, they know their stuff. Like whatever game they set out to make, it turns out to be good, or at least decent, you know. And I think they're quite stable in that. But is decent good enough for Microsoft? One can only hope. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just my opinion anyway. That's like, you know, what do the what do the critics say? What does the audience say? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where like I find that I actually enjoy the Obsidian games more when I'm filming them. I enjoy a lot of games more when I film them, but in this instance, I'm like, yeah. No, I'm really, really enjoying it. Seda, let us in. It's safe. Come out now. Open the door, Seda. The female diagonal sniffs the air, whirls around, hissing, "Survivor."
Brave.
If these are vessels, yes they are, they'll take even more damage from my abilities. Because they are holy beings. I wish they'd just call them undead. You know, it just saves so much time. Yeah. So I'd probably enjoy Tyranny even more if I were to film that. In New Vegas I loved anyway, but it's like it took a long time for me to like New Vegas.
I'll give it a try.
In fact, no, that's not too bad, let's say. It can take a long time. It was like the second playthrough, I was like, yeah. Yep, let them come out. Don't come to me. Burn them. By the fire. Massive damage as well. I will say, never before have I actually wanted to play the Pillars of Eternity RPG, the tabletop role-playing game, more than like this. I'd love to do like clearing out this area, you know, Heritage Hill. Lord Valder's will. The last will and testament has been carefully drawn upon a stained piece of sackcloth. It lists Lord Valder's various titles and holdings and with the following. Should no member of my family survive, it is my wish that my wealth and property be dispensed to the Crucible Knights, that my wife and children and me be buried with my forebears in the Valdas family tomb, at the right hand of Duke Hadred. Signed, Valeria Valdas, 5th Lord of House Valdas. We have a large map. Might even be canon. Okay. So that's their way of saying Margot says, hello, what's this? Oh, okay. Oh, £5 off your first. Right, nice. Okay, I'll actually consider that. My darling dearest, when I next see you, I'm booking you a taxi, because you get £5 off. Yeah, taxi home. Valdas ground speaker letter. Snow stretched thousand stuff. Please see to it that the family mausoleum is swept and the marble polished. The key is hanging, as always, in the kitchen by the oven. Black and white cat. The sharp-eyed cat is a prodigious mouser. Often goes bounding off the path in small prey. Look at him, he's a chunky boy. One shines from behind the map. There's a ragged hole outside as if someone dug through. The mausoleum key is missing, okay. Oh. Let's get looking around. Go through the house. Well, I was actually going to look at the other houses, but okay. yeah, I could easily, like, play the Pillars of Eternity the RPG and say, right, your objective is just to clear out Heritage Hill, or do this mission. That'd be great. I think the problem with the Pillars of Eternity RPG is, like, if you have played this game to completion, you've got to sort of forget a lot of stuff. Because at the end of the game, it's like, doesn't really work. I'd say the best way you could play this is, like, no one can be the Watcher. There's no Watcher. It's like a Watcherless party. You are under, like, a group of paladins, or, you know, you're a bunch of adventurers, whatever. But you cannot be the Watcher. This isn't the Watcher's story. All the rest of it. Because it's a very specific story. And, yeah, there's some things that you're going to be like, oh, okay, that can actually ruin a lot. It's why Pillars of Eternity 1 is, like, quite good as, like, a self-contained story. The impact is so much greater. I think Deadfire sort of undoes a lot of the stuff that goes on. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to spoil too much. But we will talk about that extensively when we discover it. So, Seda. The little girl cowers in the back of the tomb. Her face is streaked with dirt, and even in the shadows you can tell she's far too thin. She watches you holding her breath. It's all right. You're safe. She inches into the candlelight. Her clothes are a little more filthy rags now, but her ripped and stained fabric looks like some embroidered silk. You have to be quiet. Noise brings the hungry people. Such bravery from one so young. But I sense fear, despair, beginning to fill her mind. My name is Seda. Are you hiding from them too? Who are the hungry people? The ones outside. They don't sleep or die, but they eat. Tell me what happened to you. I start to tremble. Be strong. Think back to how this started. There was a big noise and a light in the sky. Everyone thought it was a storm, but then people started waking up. If they died, I mean, Mother and Father and Amelia boarded up the door. The hungry people found our house. Her fidgeting becomes more agitated. They fought, but the hungry people always get up again. They broke through the door and Mother told me to hide. And then I came here to hide. The door got stuck. I don't know when it would be safe to go outside. Where's your family? At the house. Mother told me to hide here and not let anyone in. I heard a lot of noise, fighting and yelling, and then Mother told me to hide, open the door again. But she didn't sound right. There's some Dargles in the house. How did they get away? How did you get away? Let's not worry about that now. Focus about getting you out of here. You need to get out of here. Is it safe? Are your people still out there? Like, why can't I just say stay here and I'll go? It's still dangerous, but the path to the main gate should be clear. Run for it. I don't think catch me, I promise. Right, so Beth happens to her now. Obsidian.
Hello? Hello?
Resistant Scarab figurine. Ardra Beetle. Oh. Another summon. Don't mind if I do. I think I'll have that. Where's it gone? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. Above average. Books. Nothing more than a footnote in today's history books is believed to be one of many who helped create today's society. I like that. It is true. Nico the Chosen One Gusty. It's better to be lost together than alone in any place. Two amazing feline companions. May they be immortalized in this remembrance. Oh, that's nice. Made the pledge, I salute you. I'm gonna make sure she made it to the gate okay. That's a nice man who helped me. Thank the Iron Arm for it. I'll get you sorted out of the keep. Knights of the Crucible, major positive. Defiance Bay, major positive.
Hail and well met.
I see, the stench hasn't driven you away yet. Close it up. Let's have a look in here. But when did this happen? A woman bends over a roaring fireplace, feeding a splendid chair leg into it. As you get closer, you notice something unnatural about her. A sad pallor to her skin, a lack of movements beneath her flesh, even while her arms execute deft, efficient movement. Then you see the puckered flesh, ragged and bloodless all over her. Guess a wary eye of the vampire. I sincerely hope you're not asking her to join us.
It's rude to stare, you know. Don't worry. I've no mind to start anything with you. After all, I've stayed in such good shape by choosing my meals carefully.
Who are you?
A survivor, by the grace of my own careful preparations. When I heard the claws scrabbling at the door outside, I took care of matters myself. And since then, I've been careful to keep myself fresh and fed.
Do you know what happened here?
An incredible act of animancy, of a magnitude this part of the world likely hasn't seen since Engwithan times. Someone found something very powerful and ancient, and I'd bet my own preserved life it wasn't Aldhelm or his lovely assistant.
I still don't understand why this district is full of walking corpses. Because someone found a way to tether their souls to their bodies, don't you see? He snaps the skull with an impatient finger. So when the heart stops beating, when the blood stops flowing... Sounds like a bit of club music there. When the heart stops beating, when the blood stops flowing, their bodies still animate with the newfound hunger. Those that feed it, with the living flesh in essence stay strong and sharp. Those that can't degenerate quickly. So what do we know about this Aldheim? His name barely merits repeating. He's a charlatan who liked to dig up pretty artifacts and call himself a scholar. It's a pity with animancy these days, it's just about anyone can claim to be an expert. I truly doubt that. I saw you in a vision. That's all you need to do for me.
Believe me, I've heard that line before.
Well, it's time for me to get going then.
I'll give it a try, as requested. I'll give it a try, at least. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that.
Undying heritage. Okay. You know what they've been killing the serpents, please. You gotta stop us out of here before she feeds on us. What happened to you? We're just the groundskeepers. When the district fell into chaos, I gather took us in, said we'll be safe until the night's got things under control. And she had locked us in here. Every week, one of those monsters who serves her comes in and takes one of us away. I don't know what she's doing, but sometimes we can hear the screams. The way that the district tells us it should be safe. Go now. Thank you, we'll never forget this. What's that just looted? I really have to sort out my inventory. I might do that next time. Sanguine plate. Hello. The plate is not named for its blood-spotted appearance. This is a bar of rarity. Okay. And what did it do, sorry? Plus 2 survival grants frenzy when hit by a critical hit. Go ape shit, basically. Not bad, not bad. Heavy armor though. Not great, not terrible. There's some gloves, yes. Minus spellbind. Restore light endurance. Progressed. Perception, nice.
You return.
I came across the people.
What if you come seeking this time?
I came across a group of people in the back room. I hope you didn't disturb them. Round them up is quite a chore. Yeah. This is obviously not helpful, is it? As if they made it out, okay.
Good day, stranger.
So there's only one thing more for it then. Because we've been there, we've been there. We've been there. Well, it's going to have to be the tower, isn't it? Into the tower and Heritage Hill, okay, yeah. So, yes, I know I should have read the quest text, but even so, these are the words you learn from the Leaden Key acolytes. Okay. In we go. Oh, Christ, what is it with this? I don't know what it is, but sometimes the space bar isn't working. And it is the game, it's not my keyboard. See, now I can't pause.
Hey.
Right, maybe those tapped.
What is it?
Full page from Al Helm's journal. Day 7. Week of study and we're still none the wiser about this device. Trinity remains optimistic. I don't know what I'd do without his spirit. Ending's letter. Dearest Mother and Father, we're pleased to hear that I have learned much already since coming to the city. There are many incredible ruins nearby, and Master Craig has allowed me to accompany him on a number of expeditions. I am writing to you from inside an ancient Ingwithan tower. There's an entire district built up around it, but the locals have mostly left the tower untouched. They have let us set up temporary living quarters here, so our work can continue uninterrupted. It is an unsettling place at times. Master Craig has been a constant comfort, and he is quick to remind me that the things that we learn from this tower may one day help us find a cure for Wyvern's legacy. I'd better get some rest now. Mr. Craig likes to get an early start today. All my love, Trinity.
Of course.
I don't know why, but I oh, that's a doorway, huh? God, my depth perception is awful. Yeah. For some reason, the voice I was putting on there was like nearly like the Democracy Manifest guy. Enjoying a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Gentlemen, this is Animancy Manifest. I've been obsessed with that video since I discovered it on Friday. Like I've seen the GIF images of it, but I haven't heard it without the audio. It's fucking brilliant.
That's it.
Page from Alheim's journal. Day 2. We've completed our measurements of the machine, thanks to Trindick's useful agility. Further examination is required to discover its intended use. I love the aesthetics here. Seriously, you gotta watch it. It's just like a case of, like, mistaken identity. But it went viral. It's just fucking brilliant. It's from like the 90s as well, this video. Yep, bring them all to me. Nice fireball. It's like just the obvious answer to all combats. Just fireball.
Well, as you wish.
No print.
Sorry, I can definitely. Yeah, it is on normal mode, isn't it? Yeah. I probably am over-leveling things, because I've done a lot of side quests. I'm not complaining about the difficulty, I'm not saying it's too easy or anything like that, it still proves a challenge. Yeah. Alheim's journal, day 10. Patrons grow impatient with the lack of quantifiable results. They should drag themselves out of their mansions and spend a few nights here, so they think it's so easy.
As you wish.
Sigil of the Arcane. Arcane Dampener. Opens that +1. Nice! Letter from Canada. Oh, I did indeed receive your recent summons, as well as the 2 that came before it. I have been waiting for you to present yourself on my doorstep, that I can give you my answer in person. A firm and unwavering no. I won't help you. In fact, I relish the idea of you and your team of glorified engineers sitting in that tower, sweating over the ruins I've studied for years. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than knowing that my research, which you've long disparaged, is the missing piece in your mundane little puzzle. As you well know, my knowledge is always... It's knowledge I've always valued. I'm just around the corner. I encourage you to find me should you wish to rehash this conversation in person. Yours truly, Icantha. Okay. So there seems to be a bit of sibling rivalry there. Day 11. I finally got our hands out. I finally got out of that tower to clear our heads. Beasts take the patrons. We'll finish the study on our own terms, on our own time. Just as I said, as much to Trinity, the sky came to life with a stray lightning. I said it's a good omen. The poor lad's spooked, and looking out for that is a good night's sleep. Idiran dialects. Yeah. So, ooh, yeah, we've read them before. Doesn't hurt to take more books though. Yeah, if you like these sort of sites, enjoy them while you can. Because you don't see much of this in Pillars of Eternity Deadfire 2. Lots of sand. Now this, this is gorgeous. But this is like one of the most, in fact, I think this will become one of the most iconic scenes in the game. And it's so beautiful. And, I've just remembered as well, it is one of the most important parts of the game. We're going to do something quite astonishing here.
Let's try this configuration. Still nothing. Confounded device.
There's nothing here but this. A view over Defiance Bay. Well, a man hunches over the strange mechanism. His spine is sharp ridge rising from his arched back. He's barely clothed in filthy rags, and patches of skin you see are mottled green. A spoiled stench emanates from him. He's so intent on his work that he doesn't notice you until the shadow falls over him. He turns to see you, he snarls and scuttles back behind the Aedra pedestal. Only his bare teeth seem to escape decay. His eyes are yellowed and bloodshot, but they flicker with intelligence. He averts his gaze, holds a hand in front of his face.
Shouldn't be here. What do you want?
And I'm back. Shouldn't be here. What do you want? What do you want to have
That's
here?
what I'm trying to figure out. Forgive me. Research. We came to do research on the tower. Some commission from gods. It hardly matters now.
It all slips, twist and disgust. If I had a copper skate for every fool animancer who's thirst for knowledge led to his disaster, well, I never would have ended up in Gilded Vale, that's for sure. It's the present, when the disaster starts.
Something happened on our 11th night. Lights in the sky and a static charge in the air. But we were so careful. We were staying in the chambers below. Trindig, my assistant, said he saw a robed figure lurking around the tower. Wore a mask. Carried knives at his sides. A trick of shadows, I told him. The next morning, we felt strange. Like we hadn't eaten in weeks. So dazed that we didn't at first notice the blood around our beds. The strange wounds that had appeared overnight. And the machine. This cursed spire. Dormant for 2,000 years. Lifeless through hundreds of our experiments. And we wake that morning to find it spinning on its own. On its own! How can we stop what we couldn't start?
As exciting as the prospect of a living machine may be, I suspect, given the mention of a machine and masked figure both, there is another explanation.
Years I've been doing this. Years. I know how these things work, but I don't know how this happened. Nowhere to go. That's the problem. Their souls are trapped here like flies in a jar, clinging to rotting meat.
So then, what does this machine have to do with souls?
No time to slow down. But I can explain. Hold a magnet over iron splinters and they stick, yes? Rub your hand over weir wool and the hair of your head will follow it. So it is with this machine. It has the power to manipulate souls, but why? For what? And how many others lie buried in the ruins of Erglanfath? No. Focus on this one. It's imprisoned our souls in our bodies. Cut the root between essence and flesh. Left a dwindling soul stuck in a shriveling husk.
There was a stranger in the tower the night this happened.
I didn't see him. My assistant, he saw him. We laughed. Said he was spooked by the cemetery. Perhaps it was already too late. I don't know what he did. But by morning the machine was on and we were slain. People were already on the streets, complaining of neighbors and family members acting strangely.
You don't have the ghouls in the streets.
Not yet. But I will be. My body is dead. My soul, imprisoned in this corpse, only makes it seem otherwise. And as the body decays, so does the mind. Until nothing is left but the hunger. The only way to forestall the process is through a regular infusion of essence. Living flesh is the only ready supply. I'm not proud of any of it. Hunting men and women in the early days of the affliction. Picking off soldiers that came to investigate. But I'd do it again. I'll do it as long as I must to end this disaster.
Heravius growls and his ball and his ball into fist to think. My clan has the temerity to accuse me of being a soul-rending beast when the actual monster walks the face of my brother.
You could help. Help me end this. Help me find sustenance.
What happened to the rest of your team?
By the time I realized what had happened, the district had already been sealed. So we fed when we needed, and locked ourselves in the tower to work. And then there came a time when the hunger struck, and there was hardly anyone left.
How can I help?
Not your help I need, it's Harridan, shrew. Squanders her research on frivolities, then refuses to make herself useful. Runes! The runes are the last part of the puzzle. Acantha knows them. She gives them to you, and you can turn the machine off. Release our souls.
Wait, runes? In Gwithan runes, she can read them. These prisoners feed so blindly. Let's talk instead of this Harridan, Rodney. I have bigger thoughts at time. I can get the words. I'll get the words from Acantha.
Yes. Acantha. She was here. In the district. Probably here still. Always prepared. Clever lady, that one. And perhaps you bring me something. Something to keep me sharp. Then I show you a secret about the machine. Something to make you strong.
You cannot do this, Butcher. This beast is beyond our rate. Do not make yourself like him. We're a fast way down. I'll proceed to the bottom, that's good. Yeah. Nice one. There's something as well I want to mention as well. This game is not made in Infinity Engine. This is made in Unity Engine. A very, very powerful engine. Very modular. But they made it look like the old Infinity Engine games. I have to say they've done a very good job of being faithful to it. So yeah. I'm not overly pleased with the art style of the next game, but yeah, we can deal with it. I need the words of everything with the machine at the tower.
That fool Aldhelm. He sent you, didn't he? I can hardly believe he's had the cleverness to survive. That simpleton thinks he can understand how to use something without understanding what it is, or why it is. He devices with all the finesse of a blacksmith. He sends you here to petition me for aid after years of disparaging my research. I'll bet he didn't even tell you the tower's name, did he? That's his problem. Always looking for solutions without caring for meaning.
Humble Aldhelm by now by demonstrating the value of your research. My silence demonstrated more excellently. Tell me the tower's name.
Ternuneth. It's called Ternuneth. They built the machine atop it to contain souls, hold them in place. But the others I've seen, machines scattered all over the Dyrwood, are relays, built to move souls.
So that's what these are for then. Like the one before. How would you operate them? Well, where would they move souls?
Another mystery. Hypothetically, anywhere they wished. The real question, as always, is why? To intermix them the way a player shuffles his deck, the way a farmer rotates his fields? To collect them, like butterflies under glass? To melt them down for raw essence? Unfortunately, I don't know.
You seem to know a lot about Ternuneth.
I read the runes like a journal. I understand their meaning. People like Aldhelm try to read them like instructions, and in so doing, they miss their true meaning completely.
Why would the Inquithans want to have tethered souls like this?
Perhaps they didn't. Perhaps that's why they built no other machines like this one. We now see the Engwithans as masters of soul manipulation, but they couldn't have attained their expertise without copious trial and error. Perhaps this was one such experiment.
How do you operate the machine atop Ternuneth?
Back to these tinkers' concerns. And what would you do with these tethered souls if I told you?
So, now we get a choice of what we do with the souls that we found in the machine at the top. Do we release them? Or do we harvest them for essence, which is cruel? Do we destroy them? I'd release them. That seems to be the answer to the Hollowborn crisis. Release the souls and they can go to the bodies. Is that not how it works?
So you say. And just what would you release them to? They'd abandon their existence here for another somewhere else, equally aimless and meaningless.
What could be possibly more meaningless than existence than their current predicament? Maybe not even Whale knows what would become of them. Up to them. It'd be wrong to not give the souls a chance to leave. That isn't true. I could help you, but I won't. Here, I have specimens of plenty and time enough to observe them all. It's a very saddest dream. My answer is no. What? But what good is observing all this if you're going to hoard it all for yourself? Tell Rodney an entire language at your fingertips and she hides it away. You're dead. Why does any of this matter? Because my research will outlive me. I'll have time and opportunity enough to accomplish more than any animancer in the field of the history of the field. And who will know? Hoarding knowledge is pointless. Nothing is more important. We gather and study it and transcend it through the 1,000 insectoid lives that it brought it to us. No one who will know about it. Pride thing flickers into flames around a debate. All I've learned, years of studying the Ingwithan language, no one understands it better than me. That counts for something. Your opportunities here are finite. One day that knowledge will die with you. You're wrong. There's no conviction in a voice. Yeah, I'll build it forever. I'll cling to it. That'll give me something. Teach me what you know. I'll make sure it grows and your legacy lives on. Your words finally quench your pride, and all that remains is a blackened diamond hard rock. You cast it away, where it melts into the darkness.
So be it. My studies and efforts shall grow through yours. These are the words you need.
The cold, dry fingertips rest on your temples, and you feel it reaching into your mind, forming images from the darkness. Runes flash through your head, but they're no longer just pictures. They have meaning, and you understand them. They're commands. Something triggers in your mind, a distant memory on Earth by a past life, long since buried. You can see the vast array of runes, far more than Igantha has shown you. And you know their sound and their meaning and how they fit together. The language of Engwith once more at your command.
Something has awakened in your mind. You understand far more than I ever did. Take this knowledge then, and do what you will with Ter Nuneth. Now that you understand its purpose, it will serve you in whatever way you wish.
The speaker of dead tongues now. And so he surpasses 100 frustrated scholars in the matter of a few moments. I don't suppose you could look at a few books for me. So the other towers around the table, but we'll consider to move souls. While the Ingwithans want to do that. What do I do with the town now I know those words?
Turn it off, I expect. That will be easy now that you can read the runes. The vessels would still roam, but striking them down would return their essence to the cycle. But be careful. That machine controls hundreds of souls, and that volume of essence could easily overload it. Improperly channeling the essence would destroy the machine along with the souls. It would be a terrible loss for posterity.
So if I turn off the machine, and return them the essence of the cycle. Improperly channeling the essence would destroy the machine along with the souls. It would be a terrible loss of posterity. I don't know. Destroying it seems like it might do this place some good. Explain how the controls work. Harnessing the power of Tir Nuneth is about understanding what it was designed to do. You know the words and their meanings. You can speak them and the tower shall obey. That's all. Thanks. And I think this is my longest video yet. And to think it could have actually been longer. Yeah, if I weren't doing those forms, which about an extra hour, it could have been a 9-hour video. Which I think this will be like my longest one. But yeah, I've not just been sat doing this all day, I have been doing other things. Could do more. In fact, I might do some more today. Some more chores. Just before I go to bed. School day tomorrow. See that at the top. So, we're about to make a very important choice as to what we do with these souls. Because this, I think, is what Theos Exarchanon wanted to do at the very beginning of the game. Alden looks much worse than before. His rotten flesh hangs loosely, and sores have eaten away at patches of skin at his joints. He looks at you with a strange glimmer in his eyes.
Flesh.
Dying heritage. If I want his help, I'll need to send a victim to him. No. A jagged arch of pillar rises in front of you. Encased in stonework, run through the copper veins. The panel is covered with runes, which you can now understand. You recognize words for end and for hold. The dial is currently fixed on hold. You also recognize by an inscription that the manner in which you turn the dial means the throttling of the device. Choose end. As the commands leave your lips, the dial sinks into the Aedra under your hand. Some like a thunderclap. Sounds overhead. The glow fades from the machine as it falls dormant. And there we have it, that's done. I learned that the Engwithan machines across the Dyrwood can be used to move souls. I also learned Engwithan, which means I can now operate them. I turned the machine atop Tir Nuneth, which means the souls in Heritage Hill can be returned to the cycle.
Still and silent. It's finally over. Still and silent. It's finally over.
Let's leave this place. We restand the souls, the cycle. The wheel. At least I hope they find their way back there. But yeah, you can destroy it with a great kaboom. But yeah. We can with that. You got anything said to me? My choices. Oh, but she's gone. Okay. Let's report to Lady Webb, and then we'll end it there. Ah, it's off. Does this mean the curse on Heritage Hill is finally lifted? It wasn't a curse, but yes, the district is safe again. I think it'll be some time before anyone will be willing to settle in the district again. At least we can get started on restoring it. Let's head to Brackenbury. And so we've done another major deed. I remember this pack, my arse, ages ago. Scroll note. Written on this scrap of parchment is a concise but detailed description of you, including your name, distinguishing features, and everyone you are known to be associated with a brief time in Dyrwood.
As you wish.
Welcome.
Excuse me, but I've been looking for you. You're the one who lifted the curse on Heritage Hill. My lady, who wishes to remain anonymous, has entrusted me with bringing you this pistol. It belonged to a dear friend of hers who was lost to the curse. For your part in reclaiming Heritage Hill, my lady wishes you to have it. Here, it's every belong, brother. Thank you. You are quite welcome. St. Garam's Spark. I must be off. Farewell. St. Garam was a priest of Hylia, known for his mastery of the art of wordplay. It was said that he could shape the mood of a crowd with a single word, and find with cruel precision the most shocking turn of phrase to which to dismantle the opponent. One more whimsical daughter of the Dyrwood had this craft of the Dyrwood had this pistol crafted in his honour. The gun, too, she said, would put an end to any debate. I like that. Brilliant. Lovely. Okay, so it does slightly less damage. But it does have veil piercing as well. It's fun, but it's not gonna. No, I'm not changing it. Check my stronghold is anything I need to do. 19 hours. I need to go upstairs. Keep the Lady Web informed. The assassins have attacked me. It seems as though the Leaden Key is really onto something.
How fares your search?
There's something I can tell you about the Leaden Key's operations.
Well, let's hear it.
The Gwithan Tower in Heritage Hill contains an ancient machine that controlled the flow of souls. The Leaden Key activated it.
This is troubling. That civilization seems to have known more about the mechanics of souls than anyone since. The Leaden Key was born in that period. It may be that Theos has full knowledge of their technology. The applications of this machine you speak of, I don't want to think about it. That isn't enough to tell Duke, but we're close. Avar Wolfgren is a cautious man. He will want to know everything possible before being moved to action. Yes?
Yep. So there we are. I haven't told her about the assassins yet though, have I? So there you have it. We have one more quest to do as part of the main stuff. At least before the Animancer hearings.
You know, your friend. What is it about Isilmir? I'm right here, you know. No, you're both great. It's just, well, I feel like I don't get to spend as much time with her, and she's just so funny. I mean, some of the things she says are not nearly as funny when you've been hearing them for 50 years.
Good day to you.
Let's see your rooms. In fact, I know we still have some gear. That's where the edges and scarab was. Just in case I need of crafting. Probably don't, but that's French room. What else have I got? Tasks. That's in Cadnua, so I need to do that. Cinders of Faith. I think it's my next phase, because I kind of done these ones now. So that's the last one. So Cinders of Faith. The Expedition Hall. I might have found the Expedition Hall, or is that in the first fires? Or is that in the... Could actually do with going to Copperline and exploring a bit more. Otherwise, yeah, Copperline. Yeah, Copperline. There's gotta be stuff there. Ducal Palace, just gift. We'll see. Ah, Crucible Keep, that's another place we need to go as well. We've earned a little bit of reputation with the Crucible Knights. Hall of Revealed Mysteries, I don't think it's there. Crystal Fox. No, expedition all the way. In fact, let's continue looking for some gear. Yeah, I'll do this and I think I'll go to bed. Get early night. Plenty of sleep. Why am I scouting?
Hail and well met.
Seal of Faith. That's really good. And it's only usable by a priest. The thing is, I actually sort of have enough spells. I'm not really getting through my spells. That's a good ring. But again, not really using it enough. Ashwood cameo figurine. I'd love to use that. I want that. I really want that. Do I know what it does? No. Let's buy the recipes. So buy a lot of stuff there for my recipes. I should cameo figurine. Oh god, it would just be so good to have like for the final fight or whatever. Now,
hello.
What have you got for me? You know, I will take one dragon egg. One dragon meat. I'll take all your cooking stuff. Run.
Hail, traveler.
Warbow. Shatterstar. A demon. +2 intellect is good. Mind you, it's a helm as well. There's not many enchanted helms about. So yeah. Let's get out from long ago battles. Okay. So that's done. Yeah. So we're gonna go here to the expedition hall. And we'll see what awaits us. Hopefully we can go inside without triggering any dialogue. We'll talk to the NPCs, get some quests. That's about it really.
We will discover little of what has cursed the world by remaining here.
So yeah, so I'm going to end it there. Thank you ever so much for watching. Take care, and I'm looking forward to the next part. I don't know when I'll next record. It might be tomorrow. I honestly couldn't tell you. Yeah, sorry for the length of this video. It has gone way longer than I wanted it to. I should break them down, but we've achieved a lot. And yeah, it just keeps getting better. It's so good. So yeah, but I'm gonna do that. Thanks for watching. Take care. Definitely.